Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna mota, hakuna toga book.
And there it is right there. Ring ding dong, ringing ding ding dong. Do you remember that song? Ring ding dong, ringing ding 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 dong. You have to be of a certain vintage to know those sort of. They claim to listen to music nowadays. I don't quite know what they're doing, but back in those days, when you hear the ring ding dong, then you know really it's time to put on your dancing shoes. So there it is. Ring dong, ringing ding ding dong, and here we go again. Here we go. Some don't be a show off, Ike. So ring ding dong, ring a ding ding dong, and here we go again. So good to see you. Good to be here. And how are you? How are you? I never ask people. I'm sure you know already. I never ask people if they had a wonderful day because I don't like spikes in life. That's why. I don't like spikes in life. I don't like people being excessively too glorious, or I don't like people, and I don't like people to being too far down in the dumps. So I don't like high spikes or low depths. So steady as she goes. That is how I prefer it. Steady as she goes. So I hope you had an okay day, and that is always good enough for anybody. I hope you had a decent day. So good to be here, good to be in your company. Always a delight. Never a task, never a chore. Always a delight. So always a delight. So always a delight. So here we go again. Is one of those bring your own sort of sessions that we're having today. Because the news cycle is somewhat sparse. So we're going to be speaking of the bones of the news cycle. But I can tell you one thing. Let me actually show you something. I'm going to show you London. I'm going to show you Lagos, London, New York. Do you understand? And the same thing is happening in all of those places. I'm going to show you Lagos. I'm going to do that now before we get into anything else. I'm going to show you Lagos, Nigeria. And then I'm going to show you London, England. And then I'm going to show you New York, wherever New York is. They say it's somewhere in America. So I'm going to show you those three cities. And then I'll show you a bonus city as well. Because there's a worldwide phenomenon that is going on. And if it's not managed very carefully, it's going to, it has the potential to spiral out of control. So London, Lagos, London, New York, and a bonus city. Watch this.
Before we go with the candle procession, where is the ambulance? Doctor, please come here right now. Okay, see, ambulance, one person don't fit for you. Ambulance, please come on, please. Right now. We are at the stage. I want them to turn this light off. Turn this light off. Turn the lights off. Lights off. Light up with somebody now. Light up. Ladies and gentlemen, lights off. Lights.
Your Excellency, it's a pleasure talking to you, sir. Thank you so much. I'd like to get Your Excellency.
All right. No, we didn't actually want that. We wanted the previous one. So let's go back. So as you can see, that is Lagos, Nigeria right there. Candlelight procession for Mohbad in Lagos. So that's a candlelight procession for Mohbad in Lagos. So now let me now take you to the UK and let's see what's happening there. So there you have it. Fans hold candlelight procession for Mohbad in London. So here is what is going on in London. This is Peckham, of course, which you will say is still Lagos anyway, but this is what is going on there. Oh, okay, I'm pausing it because of the music, which I don't want to be copyright struck for. But as you can see, our fans hold candlelight procession for Mohbad in London. So that's London, UK. But now, what is now going on in New York? Because if it doesn't happen in New York, it's not happening anywhere. So let's go to New York, find out what's going on there. So this is New York, and what is going on there? So there you saw it. That's New York. That's a gatherings of some sort at Times Square for guess who? Mohbad. So that's the gathering at Times Square for, as you know, Mohbad. But it doesn't end there. Let me now take you to the creeks as we go to Calabar. What is going on in the creeks? Sapele water represented, but what are they doing? Let's see, it will display. It will take me to somewhere else. All right, let's share it from here. So this is what is going on in Calabar.
Who is a Naira Marley? Who is a
serial killer. Is a serial killer.
Who is the lazy youth?
Is a lazy youth.
Who is the foolish youth?
Is a lazy youth.
Who is a stupid boy?
Is a stupid boy. Who is a free collector?
Who is a free collector?
Who is a drug dealer? Who is a drug dealer? Who is a drug dealer? Who is a stupid boy?
Calabar is a stupid.
So there you heard it. So that's Calabar. That's in Calabar. So that's in Calabar. And in case you could not make out what they were singing, it looks as though the dragnet is circling and is narrowing round the Naira Marley homestead. So they are pointing somewhat in the direction of Naira Marley for whatever went down with Mohbad. And they are really pointing down in its direction, by the way. So that's what's going on. So those are some of the headlines. But so we spent some time there, and then we'll also spend time. We'll also spend time with our usual. Actually, we'll spend a bit of time with the Mohbad space. Actually, let me do all of Mohbad's. Then I'll give you headlines and I'll play you the Kegite music. So now, if you want somebody that cuts through all of the fripperies and goes straight to the heart of it, often you don't have to walk past Reno Omokri. So now let's now see where Reno Omokri is regarding this Mohbad narrative. So there is Reno Omokri. Mohbad, friends who did not celebrate him on their profile whilst he was alive have turned their profile into shrines when he is dead. So this is Reno Omokri speaking as we know it. The totality of everything going around Naira Marley are clout chasing. It's just entirely, totally clout chasing and nothing else. Even it's somewhat morbid, really, feeding off the carcass of the dead. Friends who did not celebrate him on their profile whilst he was alive have turned their profiles into shrines when he's dead. Reno Omokri. So let's whiz through this. Reno Omokri has taken a swipe at friends of late singer Mohbad who have been reacting and speaking up since he died on Tuesday, September the 12th. In a post shared on his Insta, let's do that again. Reno Omokri has taken a swipe at friends of late singer Mohbad who have been reacting and speaking up since he died on Tuesday, September the 12th. In a post shared on his Instagram page, Omokri opined that friends of the singer who did not celebrate him on their profiles whilst he was alive have turned their profiles into shrines now that he is dead. So this is the nature, not just Nigeria, by the way, but this is the nature of the times that we live in. This is the nature of the times that we live in. So let's now see... Let's now see Reno's caustic commentaries to the space. So let's see what Reno has to say. Reno Omokri, it is better to be hated whilst you are alive than to be loved when you are dead. Fake love kills faster than fake medicine. This young man's sufferings were videoed. His ordeal was in open amongst the circles he moved in. His friends, who are now releasing videos, ought to have intervened. An intervention when Mohbad was alive is better than an allegation now that he's dead. Friends who did not celebrate him on their profiles whilst he whilst he was alive have turned their profiles into shrines when he died. Let's give people we love a befitting life rather than a befitting memorial. So let me just pause you there for a moment. What now seems to be the fashion? What seems to be the fashion now is that people are now celebrating marquee landmarks for their parents. So if your parents turn 70, you have this massive do, and then when they turn 80, you have this massive do. So no need to be piling endless malus after your parents have died. Celebrate them whilst they're alive. This seems to be now the new received wisdom. Let's speed through it again. It is better to be hated whilst you're alive than to be loved when you're dead. Fake love kills faster than fake medicine. This young man's sufferings were videoed. His ordeal was in the open amongst the circles he moved in. His friends, who are now releasing videos, ought to have intervened. An intervention when Mohbad was alive is better than an allegation now that he's dead. Friends who did not celebrate him on their profiles whilst he was alive have turned their profiles into shrines when he is dead. Let's give people we love a befitting life rather than a befitting memorial. If you insult me, I don't need your validation. God has blessed me with money and fulfillment, so I speak my mind, not what you want to hear. So that's Reno Mokri, latching on to you know, there's somewhat of the Femi Fani-Kayode about this Reno Mokri, but he has a bit more honesty to it. When Mohbad was alive, how did you help him? That is what the public should hear from you if you were indeed his friend. Not how you heard this and that. If you were close enough to him to hear this and that about him, you were also close enough to help him. Did you? If you did not, then you were and are not his friend. Then you were and are not his friend. Our friends help each other. Friends do not talk about each other. Enough of this. The police are investigating. Don't add to the noise. So get some poise. Allow them to do their work objectively. Forensic investigation is more reliable than your hearsay information. Fake love kills faster than fake medicine. So that's Reno Omokri, caustic remark to the space. So Reno Omokri's caustic remark to the space, but we still stay with Mohbad. There's one more Mohbad space. Let's go there. So I did say that the news is circling around the Naira Marley household. So you heard that clip from Calabar where they were chanting, Naira Marley is a stupid boy, Naira Marley is a crazy boy. So now this next headline that I'm going to share, Mohbad's mother directly fingers Naira Marley. This is both an article and a clip. So let me read it out, and then for the non-Yoruba speakers, I might interpret once we've watched the video. Please help me look for Naira Marley. Mohbad's mom begs Nigerians. The bereaved mother of singer Mohbad has asked Nigerians to help her find singer Naira Marley. Speaking whilst actress Tonto Dike and Iyabo Ojo paid her a condolence visit today, September the 21st, the bereaved mother said, "My child will be crying all the time. They will be beating him whenever he goes to a show he's supposed to go. For, he will not be able to attend the show. They will be beating him. Sam Larry, I don't know who that is. I don't know anybody. I don't know any strong person. I have seen you people now. You have promised me. Help me find Naira out. He used my son as a slave. When my son was with Naira, he never gave me money. Please help me find him out. My child will be telling me, please do not let them kill me. I will also be telling him that I know people and that I will meet some people. He will tell me, please do not allow them to kill me." Mohbad was signed to Naira Marley's musical label, Malian Music, but left due to internal dispute and allegations of assault. So the way they are circling, actually, let me play you the clip, but the way they are circling around Naira Marley is somewhat unseemly. Let's have a listen to this.
When you trust me, when I trust you, bottle water on me, water and money. When you trust me, when I trust you, when you should be when you motivate me, bottle water, when you want to know me, when you told you what you try to would join, what don't vera me, when you want to be me and bottle water, when you told you more. Only mama girl the time mama no tó bá ti lọ sí show tó yẹ kó lọ kò ní lè lọ ó mama nà ni àti Sàmílárì mi mẹ́ tó ń pè bẹ́ẹ̀. Mi mọ̀ èèyàn kankan, mi mọ̀ alágbára kankan. Ṣùgbọ́n mo ti rí yín báyìí. Ẹ ti promise mi ẹ bá mi wá náírà jáde o. Náírà jáde jọ. Ó fọmọ mi ṣẹrú ni títí. Ó bá mi wá jáde nígbà tí ọmọ mi wà lọ́dọ̀ náírà. Ó fún mi ní owó kankan o. Àgbà tó kọ ẹ jọ, ẹ bá mi wá jáde. Ọmọ mi ló máa sọ pé kí n má jẹ́ kó pa mí. Èmi náà mo máa sọ pé mo mọ̀yàn. Pé tí mo bá lọ bá èèyàn kan, wọ́n máa ní kí n má jẹ́ kó pa mí. Pé kí n jọ kí n má jẹ́ kó pa mí. Ọ̀rọ̀ pé kó má pa mí lọ. Àwọn ẹ̀dì kìíní kan mi mọ̀ bí mo ṣe fẹ́ sọ́wọ́. Wọ́n fún ní bottle water omi. Ó ní bottle water ẹ̀ lòun ni wọ́n mi. Ó ní trust me, ó ní I trust you. Ó ní ṣe ni mo mọ̀ ọ́n yẹn. Ó ní mo ti béèrè ní bottle water. Ó ní wọ́n fún mi.
All right. Speaking whilst actress Tonto Dike and Iyabo Ojo paid her a condolence visit today, September the 21st, the bereaved mother said, "Oh, okay, yeah, I think we've read that already." So there it is. So that's it's somewhat I'm not keen on how they are mentioning Naira Marley. I'm not Naira Marley's fan, by the way, but I'm not keen on how they are continuously mentioning Naira Marley's name around this sort of thing. Yes, he signed to that guy's label, and yes, it did not work out. Perhaps Naira Marley exploited him, but so what? That is the nature of show business. From Hollywood to Hamlet House, that is the nature of show business. The upcoming artist always. Do you remember when the artist Prince? Do you remember when the artist Prince, when he tattooed or wrote slave on his forehead, and he was straddling one TV station after the other? So that's just the nature of our show business. It's a very exploitative pace. So the fact that he was exploited by Naira Marley or not, I don't know that to be the fact, is not sufficient enough for them now to be mentioning his name around his death. So that's not on. That's not on at all. That is not on. So that's not on. Let me take you to this space. Let me just get all the videos out of the way. So this now next video is meant to be the headline of it all. So now we've been wondering what David Udeyin was after all the way through, but it looks as though we are now about to find out. So out of all of the opportunities to seek asylum, this guy ends up seeking asylum in Ghana. Can you imagine that? Out of all of the spaces that you could seek asylum, but let's hear from David Udeyin.
I fled Nigeria in 2020, and I applied. My name is David Udeyin. I'm an investigative journalist from Nigeria, and I'm constrained to send out this public appeal to the Ghanaian government, to Ghanaian President Nana Akufo-Addo, the Ghanaian Minister of the Interior, Honorable Ambrose Derry, and to the chair of the Ghana Refugee Board, Prof. Kenneth Atafua. I fled Nigeria in 2020, and I applied for asylum in Ghana in early 2021. In May 2022, I was granted refugee status in Ghana. Consequently, I was also issued a Ghanaian refugee travel document, a refugee passport, which I have subsequently used extensively to travel across Africa and around the world. Now, last month, when there was the ongoing back and forth between those who wanted to go to war within the ECOWAS bloc, those who wanted to go to war with the coup regime in Niger, and those who didn't, something happened. The Nigerian president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, made a move to deploy Nigerian special forces illegally into Nigerian territory to enforce a no-fly zone, which is a euphemism for essentially staging a military attack, an unprovoked military attack against an independent sovereign nation and a friendly country to Nigeria. As was expected, most people in the Nigerian government, in the Nigerian military, and in the citizenry at large weren't at all on board with this. But Mr. Tinubu was clearly desperate to start this war. with Niger, a war that nobody wanted. Subsequently, a secret document was leaked to me, a document which contained um, basically attack instructions and basically staging plans for this illegal invasion of Niger. And I knew that by putting this document out, I could potentially stop a catastrophic invasion, which would lead to an immense and unnecessary loss of West African life. So that's exactly what I did. Early August, I put out this document. And it had the desired effect. It did, in fact, stop the invasion. Subsequently, Mr. Tinubu then tried to seek permission from Nigeria's Senate to deploy the Nigerian military into Niger.
All right, it's about 19 minutes long, and I don't think I can I don't think I can abide or endure listening to that guy for 19 minutes. We listen for a couple more minutes, and then we kick off the conversation with the panelists that are assembled. Still plenty of space if you want to come join still. So as question mark joins us, and the question, Adewale. So let's play a couple more minutes of this. I know the droning sort of monotonous undertone of this guy, it just grates on the nerves. You know, it's like scratching your finger on a chalk or on a board.
And to all intents and purposes, the invasion essentially became a stillbirth. Right, it didn't happen. Which, from the point of view of, I think, any right-thinking person in the ECOWAS sub-region, was definitely a good outcome, right? What definitely, under no circumstances, should have happened should have been a military invasion of Niger by Nigeria, leading to an outcome that no one would have been better off. So I could spend an hour explaining the many different ways that this would have been a terrible idea, but I'm sure most people know this just as well as I do. It would have been something that would have been catastrophic and would have benefited nobody except probably Mr. Tinubu.
And by the way, the Ghanaian authorities were signed up to that military excursion in Niger Republic, by the way. So what better sense is he pleading to when it was an action they promoted and supported also? So it's just a nonsense. It's a nonsensical guy who is just enjoying the luster and allure of our public attention, is milking it both financially and in terms of the attention. You can tell he was bullied at school. You can tell because he looks like a short, little, stumpy, little sort of a fella. He was probably a chubby kid as well. So you can tell that this guy was bullied at school. And now that moment now, he's now the it guy. And he cannot believe the level of attention he's getting. So that's David Udeyin talking Jiba Jaba, and Balabalu. Balabalu from David Udeyin. I'll give you this quick readout, and then we kick off the conversation with the panelists assembled so far. Tinubu's government secretly resumed fuel subsidy regime, pays 169.4 billion naira in August report. The federal government under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has quietly returned to the fuel subsidy regime as it paid 169.4 billion naira for subsidy in the month of August. According to correspondents, the payment of 169.4 billion naira as subsidy in August was to keep the pump price at 620 naira per litre. Considering the dynamics of the global oil market, one might get right to say the federal government had quietly returned to subsidy regime to save Nigerians from further hardship. The international benchmark Brent crude, the international oil benchmark Brent crude futures crossed the $95 per barrel barrier. This, with the current rapid depreciation of the naira, only indicates that the landing cost of petrol has gone beyond the current pump price of 617 naira per litre. In the last week of August, petrol was trading for $1,030.11 per metric ton at the international market, compared with the 859.25 it traded around July, when NNPC increased the pump price to an average of 617 per liter. This shows an increase of 17.88%. So yes, there's an inevitability to the government having to subsidize fuel, especially especially seeing that they've surrendered the whole space to the free market. Because as the free market fluctuates, then the pump price has to fluctuate in tandem. So it's either they benchmark it really high and then insulate whatever chasms there are in the market, or they let it continue to fluctuate with the market, which the people would not be able to bear, or they continue, or they subsidize it quietly, which seems to, because there was a guarantee a few weeks ago that the pump price would not go past X amount. So if the government is guaranteeing that the pump price will not go past X amount, then if it does, because we've now seen the spike in the market, so that has to be insulated, and that means subsidy. So subsidy by the back door. So that's what we have now. Aggrieved contractors to Umahi, pay us for job done. We are having hardship. So now, it's a really exciting thing that David Umahi is doing. But let's leave that at the headline. I can't be tasked to read through it. Wike revoked Peter Obi's land, 167 other plots in Abuja. So let's leave that at the headline as well. But let's kick off the conversation, and let's kick it off with Solly, who joins us. So Solly, you're up first. Solly.
Hello. I'm here. I'm here. No, I've not taken Igbo in a while. I'm trying to quit.
You are trying to quit? Why? Why are you trying to quit Igbo?
I don't know. It's not
It's no longer conducive for the body.
Yes.
All right. So I guess you want to come in at the Mobad space.
No. There's that space. This is the David Dane space I ever wanted to enter, but that mobile space I've just been keeping quiet because Nigerians are
Sorry, please let me have a word with one man, please. One man, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yes. This mobile thing, there's a twist to it. I sent you a video on Instagram showing Naira Marley and this same guy flaunting their guns and drugs. Have a look if it's something that you can show us. Yeah, thank you.
All right, carry on.
Yes. So, and also one man, when you stop smoking it, you get very irritated easily. So any little thing irritates you easily. You can just get angry. So it's not good. So I just need to calm down from that and get natural and stuff like that. It messes with your emotions a bit.
It's when you smoke it ruins your day. You cannot smoke it go and have a day after. It's impossible.
No,
I don't understand.
It's only trying to come off Igbo smoking.
No. That's for me. That's for majority of people. They cannot walk if they take it. But I'm the kind of person that can. You see people like Snoop Dogg. So it's very rare. If it makes me not walk, I'll not be taking it because then it's not.
So if it works for you, then why are you packing it in?
Because it's affecting my emotions.
Which city are you in?
It's just your senses now. That's what I said.
Are you in US? Which city?
No, Holland.
Is it legal?
It's in Amsterdam, the capital of Igbo smoking.
Oh, okay. I mean, as long as it's legal now, there's no problem now. I mean, for this country now,
but
they say
too much of everything is not.
It makes you lethargic. It makes you lethargic and it makes you paranoid. So I'm not quite sure.
It kind of makes people weak. Does it make you weak? I mean, I know it makes people very hungry.
Yeah, it makes majority of people weak and hungry, but it doesn't make me weak. It recently started making me a bit paranoid.
Does it make you? It makes people paranoid. That's
it never used to make me paranoid before. It's just recently. That's another major reason I wanted to just lower it a bit.
Yeah, because it heightens your senses, and then the demons, that you packed at the back of your head, they start to come to the fore.
Ah.
You start hallucinating.
Yes, you start to everything is amplified, and then because
Amplified.
it sharpens your senses, and then you hear clearer, you understand quicker, and then
Yes.
you read even more meaning, and then before you
Yeah.
know it, your mind takes you over.
Were you smoking it before, one man?
I did not inhale, according to Bill Clinton. I did not inhale. So I did not inhale. That was back in my student days, I
Okay.
did not inhale. Was that not? I mean, I smoked it, but I did not inhale. That was what Bill Clinton said. So I packed myself behind that, But no, I didn't really. I wouldn't say I smoked. I maybe I tried it, but like it just I was just freaked out, and then I abandoned it. It's no, I wouldn't recommend it for anyone.
I don't know. I don't know. There was a research that was carried out that revealed that it's not actually good for young men. That is good for older men better. That it energizes older men to perform better. Give them some.
Are you saying substitute Viagra? Is it substitute
No,
Viagra?
not Viagra.
Oh.
I mean, it gives them some kind of energy, to carry out their.
A lot of people who do
daily
physical,
activity.
a lot of people who do physical labor, they smoke it because
Yes.
it helps them
Yes.
through. Yeah, but
Because
then that physical labor burns it out of them, so it doesn't really affect them. So they heighten up, work hard. That hard work purges it, and then
yes. So
So
whatever pain they would have felt, they will not feel it.
that research, mentioned that it kills brain cells of young people. While they take this thing and on and on, it destroys their brain cells.
alcohol kills the brain cells more. Alcohol.
Well, they talk about it in that research that I read. They said it's actually good for older men. I mean, older people over 60 years, and that it gives them energy. You read that?
Yeah, I saw it too.
Okay, yeah. So young people should not be taken. It's not good for it. It's not good.
Do you think it should be criminal because it's considered a Class C drug, which is a recreational, non-criminal, but not at least in this country, I think it's classified Class C drug. So if the police see you with it, all they will do is seize it from you, unless it's in commercial quantity, of course. Then you're a drug dealer. But it's considered it's considered a Class C drug, which is just recreational, more like.
But on the studies, they were talking about teenagers mostly, not like when they were saying adults, they were meant for like 19 and above, 20 and above. But yeah, they meant like 13, 14, 15. It really affects them. And when you look at all these people, they take it when they're that young.
So do you feel better for packing it in? How long ago have you packed it in?
The past 2-3 weeks.
Look at this guy. You must be a joker. I thought you were going to say 6 months, 10 months, something.
No.
You mean you are broke and you can't afford it at the moment? Is what you're saying?
One man, I have a whole bag here with me.
You have a bag of Igbo with you, and you
have your austerity.
Well, subsidy. Do you need Igbo subsidy? We do GoFundMe for. If you want to buy solid Igbo, super chat it right there. But no, so sorry. Yeah, no, it's good though. Drink plenty of fluid.
No, sorry, you can do it. You can do it. It just
if you've
you
got
just develop a determination that look, I don't want to do it. It can be hard, but just have that determination that look, I'm not going to do it. 1 day, 2 days. Once you can go through it for a week, that is it.
Yes,
you'll be out of it.
Yes, once you've done
Yes,
that 3
just
weeks, yeah, you're over the hump. Yeah.
days, 4 days, that is it. It's gone. You will never go back to it. So
But
just a
but but get,
determination,
but get rid of that pack of it, that sachet or whatever is it. Get rid of
No,
what.
but addiction is addiction. I don't think you can hardly get rid of addiction. If you're, I
No,
don't see.
why
It's
must
just
you
No,
get
it's just really
addicted?
hard.
you can't get addicted to weed. It's just a habit, basically.
Says who?
A habit. You
Weed
don't
is
get
one of
addicted.
the addicted what drug now. If you research it, is
I think
addictive
I think weed is easier to get over than most other
than
drugs.
cigarettes. Yeah. See, if
Yes,
cigarette is addictive, then why can't weed be addictive?
yeah,
You
because
know.
Because
cigarettes are legal, so it's easily gotten. And anyway,
so
Yeah.
One
back to
man.
the topic.
Association of Amugbos in Diaspora, according to Ola.
One man, can I come in here?
Yes, only if you're a smoker. Only the smokers are allowed in today. I can't
Oh,
go
wait
get settled.
now. Wait to make I tell you.
Are you an Amugo too? We're having an
My,
Amugo session.
my
Yeah.
brother, my brother, I jolly
African Amugo
cuckoo.
session.
Eh, we played the care guys, but now we landed on Amugo. But come in vain, come in vain.
It's
Oh
a,
God.
it's a, one man. It's a one thing with Igbo,
Mhm.
Igbo or marijuana as it is called. You know, I am a member, a powerful member of that group before.
Is that our friend from Ghana?
Yeah, here in
Yes,
Ghana,
sir.
here
Yes,
in Ghana.
sir. You see, I am.
Ghana is
I,
bankrupt now. Make
eh,
the open mouth
Yeah,
against Nigeria again.
we were looking for you yesterday. You ran away. Yeah.
oh no, yesterday I know I have there is an outbreak of conjunctivitis in Ghana, so I am affected as we speak.
On
Even
top
to
of
look,
your on top of your bankruptcy, when it rains, it
yes,
pours.
even looking at the screen now as I'm talking to you, I find it difficult, but
Okay.
I saw the topic and I decided to come in. You see, I do not know if there is anybody within my age that time that smoke weed like the way I did, even in the military, even in Liberia. You see, marijuana is, is a grass.
So sorry. Hold on, Vin. If people are not speaking, then please make sure you are muted because your background noise comes into the feed. Carry on, Vin. Yeah.
I can feel it here as well.
Yeah. Carry on.
It's a marijuana is a grass. It has no nicotine that makes it addictive. It is easier for you to live marijuana than living cigarette smoking. I am a witness, and I took that thing for over 20 years. Do you know where I abandoned it? I abandoned it in 1996, April 6, 1996, because I overused it in Liberia, and I experienced what it gets. There is a chemical inside. Some of you can at least browse it. It's a DT something.
Yes,
That is the,
I can't recall it. Yeah, Ike, what's the chemical in weed? You must know. Ike, yeah, carry on.
yeah. It is something
It's called THC.
THC, yes, THC.
THC. That
Yeah.
is the thing that will even make you go mad if you take it in excess. I experienced it in Liberia. That thing almost make me go mad. Just imagine I am across the sea and a voice after taking it in excess, a voice was telling me to walk on the sea that I can go back to Nigeria in Liberia.
These are some of the things.
If you try it, you will end up somewhere, but it will not be in Nigeria. It will not be in
Yeah,
Nigeria.
that is
you forgot they live with Mami Water now.
you see. So I never knew. In fact, I was in a warfare. I just want to tell you based on personal experience. This is not stories that someone told me. It is a very bad thing. You know, the overuse of something would create serious havoc in your health, in your body system. It is good when you take it recreationally. Even when I traveled to Belize, that over there, the government approved that you can have up to 5 grams in your possession. Nobody will arrest you for it. Even in Holland as well, you can have it and nobody to a certain grams, and nobody will arrest you. Even here in Ghana right now, it has been decriminalized. People can at least, and it is regulated as well for industrial, pharmaceutical, etc. purposes. It is there. But the excess of it is what makes it horrible for people. I am a living witness. In fact, it comes spontaneously. It comes and go. It comes and go. In fact, there was a time the thing just vanished. And I say, hey, is this how people get mad? How will I be thinking, doing things that is, undoable? How can I walk on this sea to Nigeria? Then after some time, it will come back again. And I have to sleep. I took that in around 6 p.m. in a checkpoint. And one man, I slept from 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. to 3 p.m. in the afternoon the next day. So
you lost a day effectively. You lost a day.
Everything. And when I came out of that, that mess, I said, from today, I will not take it again. That was April 6, 1996. I was in the war front. You see, so the overuse.
You said you slept from 6 a.m. to
6 p.m. 6 p.m. to 3 p.m. the next day in the afternoon.
Wow. That's about 20 hours.
That's virtually the whole day now. You've lost a day to weed. Yeah.
When I woke up, I was greeting the people around me good evening. In the afternoon, I was greeting them good evening. Then my platoon commander, who is a lantern man from Plateau State, was monitoring what was going on. He now called me and told me, he said, look, Sergeant, we understand what we were going through yesterday. It was total confusion. Even when it got to my time to do my own sentry, I will go in, I wore my boot, the trouser, then I will leave my rifle in the house and come back. And after some time, I realized, why am I doing sentry in a war front without rifle? I go in there picking the rifle, my magazines and my bandoliers. I will now remove my trouser and come back with a boxer short with my rifle and everything. That was the total confusion that was there that day. And that was what was happening. And those people were watching me, monitoring what was going on, especially the lantern man, the captain, my platoon commander. So that was the reason why when I came out of it, I said, never will I engage in it again. It is not a bad thing to take. There are so many things. There is a hair oil produce in UK. They call it Kuza. K as in kilometer, U as in uniform, Z as in zero, and A as in alpha. Kuza cream.
Is that a strain of weed, or what is that?
No, it is a cream, a hair food that is produced in the UK.
Right.
It's not only Kuza.
You mean
there are many others.
That weed?
There are many others.
Yes. Yes, it's made out of wheat.
Yeah, it helps hair growth.
Exactly. If you look at our people from the Jamaican area, look at how long their dread is. Most of the hairs you see there are treated with this, herb. They don't call it marriage, they call it herb. When I was in Barbados as well, they call it herb. So that is the thing in it. The abuse of it is what gives concern to human health.
All
Otherwise,
right.
it's a good thing. I
All
like
right.
it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So I want us to do it. Hold on. Mute yourself for a moment, Tone. I want us to do it like we did yesterday. So in the opening phase, 5 to 7 minutes of a monologue by everyone. And then after everybody gets a monologue, then we open it up for a free for all. So we kick off that monologue with Sully. So Sully, you have the floor. Sully.
So, yeah, so it's overdoing it that I'm trying to avoid because it's just too available and cheap everywhere. But back to the topic, that Mohbad situation, there's too much confusion as usual. You can see them now. They are even protesting now. They've shot them. They've put tear gas. Nigerians don't know when to stop doing something. Once they have
Everything is cloud chasing, isn't it? Everything.
Exactly. Everything is cruise and cloud chasing, cruise and cloud chasing. When something is serious, I don't know, they will just do it so much, it gets to the point where if you were supporting them before, you just remove your support. Everybody is accusing Naramari, everybody is accusing this Sam Larry. I didn't want to talk about it because you know how they will do. They will just insult you because they are emotional and they're angry. They just want to take out their anger.
Do you think this thing, because I was tracking then from Lagos, London, New York, Calabar, it happened in Ekiti as well, candlelight vigil all over. Could it spiral into another NSARS is what I was wondering.
No, it won't, because they are just clout chasing. If I'm being honest, they are just clout chasing. It's because he's a superstar. If he was any other normal Nigerian, would they be doing all this? They won't be doing all this now.
But Sully, what were you not here when they did the Black Lives Matters? What do you mean they're chasing cloud? I mean, Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives
They're not
Matter was a
chasing cloud.
scam. Black Lives Matter was
Is
a scam.
is a what? Is it not because they killed someone and they basically escalated it?
The only
So
reason why they pushed it so far was to get so much attention for their scam. If they were not making money from that scam, they wouldn't have pushed it that much. So it wasn't an innocent citizen. It was a terror. It was a terror to the society.
who?
If I be honest,
I don't understand. What are you?
the guy that they did the Black Lives Matters for, was he
George?
adding anything to the society? I'm not saying what
George?
they did was good, but they just used the opportunity to push their scam, basically.
All right.
This Mohbad situation, they have no concrete evidence. All they have is hearsay. Yes.
Sorry, are you the gentleman that is smoking Igbo?
Yes.
I think all the gentlemen. I think all the gentlemen here are smoking a good now, including you.
You be a master. One man, you are a master now. If I'm smoking Igbo, you are the master now.
No, I hung up my boots a long time ago.
One man, you didn't bring Ovie today to come and speak on this issue.
Maybe he's already smoked himself out, but then it is. But you said you don't want to be on the mobile space for too long, yeah?
Yeah. So even this Naira Marley guy, yes, he's a gangster. I've even met him before. I met him in Cyprus before he was really, really famous. These people, they may be bullies, they may be, but they were nowhere near the guy. There's no evidence that they were with this guy when he died. The people that were with him when he died, nobody is talking about them. There were 3 guys that were with him. Nobody is talking about these guys. We don't know where they are. Nobody has seen or heard of them before. But everybody, because Naira Marley is popular, because Sam Larry is popular, they are focusing all their direction. They don't even want to hear any other person's opinion. Then secondly, another person said they should do DNA test on the son and the mother. Everybody is a suspect. Nigerians started insulting the person.
Oh, are they there now? Are they questioning the paternity of his child?
Only one person questioned it, and Nigerians insulted him. They don't want to check. They don't care. They see how you say such a thing. They don't know that in real life you suspect everybody. Everybody is a suspect.
Although they say 4 in 10 of every Nigerian child is a bastard. I think there was a data that came out. 4 in 10.
You see, and everybody is now taking this money and giving it to his wife. You don't know if she's the one. You are just they just created their own narrative, and they don't want to hear any other person's opinion. They went to go and start doing protests. Okay, you are marching, doing this march, but people have lives to live. You are now blocking road. You are now doing NSAS all over again. And what will happen again? Repetition. They started shooting you and putting tear gas because you are taking it too far. Don't you people have house to go to? Okay, you've paid your respects. Why are you still on the streets in the middle of the night when there's darkness? They don't know when to stop. They're always taking their cruise and vibes to another level because they're just unserious. Even if you say you want to fight government, you can't fight government and be complaining all the time. Gain power, enter politics.
What are you making of Tonto Dike, Iyabo Ojo, even Senator Alicia Abo? All of them now paying condolence visits for photo opportunities with the mother.
With Iyabo Ojo, she has antecedents of doing this. She's known for doing things like that. The other people, I think they are just virtue signaling. The politicians that went there, they are virtue signaling to push their career. The other celebrities, they are virtue signaling to, gain clout. That's just what they are doing. It's not really genuine. It's the major topic. If you look at all these blogs, this is what they've been posting for. If they just post Mohbad, they get views. When Channels TV posts so many things, they posted Mohbad in one day, 50,000 views. So all of them, they're just posting it for clouds, posting it for views, posting it for attention. At this point, they don't really care. It's just virtue signaling.
Were you aware of the guy before all of this incident? Did you know him? Did you know of him?
I knew him, but it's not somebody that I knew that was really adding anything to society. They were just singing frivolous music as usual. So I didn't really put my attention there. Okay, the music is good, but it's just cruise and vibes as usual. So
all right, let me take you to David Udein, who I think you really want to speak on. Really quite interesting. Of all of the places to seek asylum, Ghana. Can you imagine that? Back in the day, we used to kick them. We used to, those trucks they used to ferry Malu from the north to the south. That's how we used to pack Ghanaians in Lagos and throw them over the border to get them out of Nigeria. Now this guy is going there to seek asylum. So what are you then making of this short little man and his need for attention? David Udein, sorry.
This guy is showing signs of narcissism and psychopathy, because that narcissism is based on attention. This guy is ready to lie. This guy is ready to make up things just to keep that attention. He's attention starved. I don't know why. Now, in terms of psychopathy, he doesn't know how to arrange his plans very well. He probably must have watched too many movies and does not know how reality actually works, because that's what happens to young Nigerians once they leave Nigeria. Their illusion of how reality is changes. When they start approaching things the Nigerian way, and they will now start thinking, oh, if this works in Nigeria, this is how the world is. It starts shocking them. What is the common sense in going to look for asylum in Ghana? That was part of he started claiming that him exposing the Nigerian move stopped war. Based on what fact? He's just preying on the emotions of Nigerians, preying on the fact that Nigerians don't really do their research. He's showing signs of narcissism, he's showing signs of psychopathy, and it won't work well for him because Nigerian government is not even paying attention to him. Secondly, Tinubu is not going to focus on
you see, he has no grounds for asylum because there are no indications that the Nigeria, because he was ignored by Buhari for all of the hoopla and brouhaha that he did under that space. And so far, the Tinubu space seems to be ignoring him too. So there are no indications that anybody is after him or is under any particular sort of threat. So I'm not sure what grounds the application for asylum will be based on.
Just like in the
You
Mohbad
know, he
case.
was rejected in the UK, by the way. That was his first port of call.
It's just a psychopath. He does not have any proper plan. He's just going based on the lies that he has formulated. When you're on the run, you need a lot of money. This guy doesn't look like somebody that has a lot of money. So he did not have a proper plan. That's why he's going to look for asylum in Ghana. He thought he would just make up a story and UK will open the doors and let him run in. No, that's not how it works. That's not how, in reality, that's not how it works. This guy is going to at one point figure out the mess that he's put himself in, and he doesn't seem like the kind of person that will back down. Very, very soon, he'll start making up ridiculous stories, and then everybody will abandon him because he has no cause. He has no cause for them to support him for, and he's making up stories that nobody will give him asylum for. And he's looking for attention from people that don't care about him. These people are smart enough to know how the real world works. He is going to, at the end of the day, come back to Nigeria and beg for them to accept him back. He has no choice. I don't see any other plan, unless he wants to start insurrection. Then that's the end of him. You know, somebody loyal to Tinubu or loyal to the government can just capture him and just bundle him back into Nigeria. And that would be the end of
It's not
it.
even worth the effort, is it? It's
not worth the effort.
It's not worth the effort.
His self of over importance is just something else. That's why I call he's a narcissistic psychopath.
They said they exposed Tinubu as a drug dealer, a drug baron, as they like to call him in those obedience spaces, and all of this sort of, you know,
all that.
Oh, now I'm with the FBI. It's a clownish little man.
All that works with the average, uneducated Nigerian emotion. But in the real world, where you have to back up your claims with facts and proof, he messed up himself. The best place he could have been right now is in Nigeria. Nobody is going to side somebody that has no facts over the
Mister, your 7 minutes off. Allow other people to use your 7 minutes sensibly,
okay.
please.
So, yes,
Thank you.
that's just my summary. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Let me do the moderation tone, but yeah, Solly, I still want to hear from you about the Tinubu subsidy and all that. So stay with us, but let me move the conversation on. And like I said, I want to get to every voice as quickly as I can. And let's now have question mark. The artist formerly known as Dewale, now a question mark. Dewale, are you ready?
I'm still one and only at Dewale.
He hasn't changed. Okay, that's good to know. So what are you looking at in the news, Dewale? You, of course, are monitoring that Davido day in space, but are you also keeping an eye on Mohbad?
Mohbad, yeah, the news is unraveling it. But I think we're beginning to see some level of decay in our entertainment industry. The youngsters, this Mohbad and the Naira or whatever. I think it was Solid that was saying
your voice is somewhat distant, Dewale.
It's not distance. I'm using Bluetooth. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you better now. Carry on.
Okay, so I was saying that the likes of Naira, I think I heard Solly saying that there was no evidence that puts both Sam Larry and what is his name, Naira at the scene of where the deceased passed out. Well, they don't have to be there. They have their voice that work for them. Some of the voice notes, some of the calls, and some of the old videos that surfaced that actually link this to what this young man was going through at that moment. It's more than enough to implicate both of them. All right. It shows some form of gangsterism. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? Are you in the US?
Yes.
In Chicago, how come so many people don't get convicted on murder cases? Is it not because you have to prove it without a doubt? That keyword, without a doubt. So you must have someone that has a witness at the you must have a witness at the crime scene also. You do know that, right? To convict someone, not just hearsay.
Yeah, I know a little bit of criminal justice, but if somebody goes on the social media and says it takes a lot not to be a serial killer, That's a smoking gun. Any prosecutor will take that and run with that to court and say, you know what? Look at the mindset of this person that's been accused. They can take it up from there. It doesn't take much theory to prove that this guy can, that was recorded.
Okay.
So, but somebody said that even the deceased cannot be exonerated because it was part and parcel of it, or maybe in the course of trying to get himself out of the whole, entanglement, and he got caught in the middle and he couldn't find his way out. So, a lot of theories going out there, but I know for a fact that those young men are into a lot of criminal activities.
Sorry, just to establish facts. What is how did he actually die? What are the circumstances of his death?
Well, according to them, he was taken to the hospital. The whole thing was not clear because most of what we heard was that he was rushed to the hospital. Whether he was beaten before he was taken to hospital,
what led to him being rushed to the hospital?
Nobody knows. At this moment, nobody knows.
Oh, okay.
Nobody knows. But the fact that he was taken to the hospital, there was also someone who put a voice note out there, crying previously on the phone, saying that he was there when the young man was brought to the hospital. Now, he failed to mention the name of the hospital, and I'm glad that he did not mention the name of that hospital because by now, the Gen Z,
they would have gone to burn it down.
Oh, would have been worse. So, but what amazes me is the way everyone had jumped on that bandwagon of RIP messages on social media. It's baffling. The mindset of human beings. We capitalize on people's misfortune, just to track traffic, just to. And another thing I've noticed is that even before now, I noticed that some of these young folks, were bullying people, the musicians or anyone that is a celebrity, into doing their bidding and posting around all sort of things. I mean, RIP for the deceased. Even to the Ednut was bullied, he was harassed, he was, all sort of things. And I was wondering, what is in the mindset of young people? So posting it will create awareness. I think that awareness wasn't enough. I'm afraid that we might not even head to anywhere with this so-called investigation they said has been established. But
the police have completed their autopsy and they are waiting for the lab results, so to say.
Well, they might say that the hospital is wrong, that the hospital practice, it's the culprit because of whatever substance was injected into, or if there's any visible mark, well, I'm just speculating. But what I think is that the group that Mobad belongs to is dead now. I must be a little bit careful what I say. Is that this young man and the Naira Malis and the Sam Laris and the rest of them.
What did you make of that clip of Mobad's mom pointing in the direction of Naira Mali? I thought that wasn't on. I thought she was trying to set him up somewhat.
Well, I didn't watch that clip, but what I've seen is that he signed about some of their criminal activities. He talked about him doing Yahoo. He was arrested alongside with these folks at the time, for drug peddling. And Naira Marley was eventually made, what do you call it?
Diwali, your thing is quite choppy, but we can hear you, but it's quite choppy. But carry on.
Okay, so it's a lot of things that is involved that. But I can tell you, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, much better now.
Okay, great. I can tell you that these young folks are into some criminal activities. Of course, public never know. Nobody deserves to die, at a young age. At least we all wish to grow old. And I think the father knows a little bit about what was going on. The mother that just showed up and becoming the chief host now. I don't know. Still, maybe there's some other thing that they want to tell the public. But we'll see where the autopsy will, outcome, how it will be. Now, let me speak about this delusional human being called the. Can you hear me, woman?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. This man needs someone to talk to. Before him, we've had journalists that have built reputations that not scared of, fear of even the state going after them. I mean, we lived through the 1990s where the military juntas were terrorizing some of these media practitioners. And they stood their ground, you know, and they weather it. And at the end of the day, triumphs, you know, over their tormentors. And what were they doing then? They were reporting the fact, the truth. And they were not doing it, for their own gain or for whatever it is. But this young man, he just showed his video clips. He's heading to a ditch, and it's high time somebody who is close to him show him the road and tell him, you cannot make a state your enemy. If the state declare you public enemy number one, it doesn't matter how fast you run. It won't take time before they catch up with you. It may take a while, but it won't take that long. Like you said earlier, he's a small fish. I mean, do you think it would take much to pick him up in Ghana? That's as if nobody knows that he was in Ghana. People knew. The people in government know that he's in Ghana. He lives in Ghana, right? So, but they realize that who is he? But the
Even
damage that is
the Ghanaians will throw him to the to the wolves if it's just that there's no call for him. If Nigeria wants him, they'll tell Ghana to send him.
I mean, the fact that he leaked,
We
he
cannot do
leaked,
that. We
he
can't do
leaked,
that.
the
What do you mean
fact
you
He's
that
can't
our
do that?
guest. We can't do that.
hold on,
Your
hold on.
guest is a
What
guest.
of
They,
What of
they
Sunday
have
Igboho? What of
All
Sunday
the
Igboho?
Ghana.
all the free oil
Listen,
you are getting, eh?
What of Sunday
Ghana.
Igboho? Was Sunday Igboho as small as Benin
No,
Republic?
no, no, no. Those are
Was
two
Sunday
different.
Igboho?
Those are two different cases.
He is our guest and he has
No,
our
no,
documentation.
no,
He
no,
has
no.
an
See,
asylum documentation and he has a
Nigeria
travel
and
document.
Ghana,
It cannot
Mr. Vin.
happen.
One man, one man, what
Yeah,
one man, one man. Can
yeah.
you allow him to finish his I'm just listening very closely before we start responding because I've got a lot to. I don't believe that there are idiots in Nigeria still like this, talking like this because of your
All right.
bigotry. You cannot see the
All right.
truth.
Wait your turn. Wait your turn. And one more thing, Tone, mute the YouTube because we're hearing ourselves back from your thing. But they will back to you.
It's not from me. I've muted it.
If I may make a correction real quick, somebody just using some despicable word just now, calling some people idiot. Not on this show. That would not be allowed. You may disagree with others, but you're not going to call people idiots because they don't have the same mindset or share your view. Please, I want you to retract that. And when you are making your own
Yeah, no,
submission, don't.
I've explained the rules to Tony that
It's it,
we
this is
recoil from language like that. But
no,
yeah, yeah.
this is not afternoon or morning session where people throw jabs at each other. You may disagree, but you won't do that.
All right,
Anyway,
carry on.
so by the way, the Nigerian and Ghanaian government, I believe they have is it extradition agreement? I believe that you can easily pick somebody up from each of these countries. But the government hasn't put any charges forward for the fact that he leaked a confidential letters that pertains to the deployment of the troop to the public. It's a ground enough to charge him. But I guess Nigerian government chose not to pursue that.
And I think it's coming out now, in reference to this video that you're about to display or you've just displayed, uh, knowing or thinking that there might be a fallout after that. And for him to be protected is putting himself out by appealing and pleading to those who are in charge in Ghana. Ghana doesn't owe him anything. The Ghanaian government doesn't owe him anything. And the fact that also Ghana, belongs to ECOWAS, they could also throw him to the wolf completely. But what he's doing, you know, if you want to report on issues, report on issues. But where he has dug his own grave was when he publicly declared interest or a support to an opposition candidate. And as a journalist,
That makes him then a political actor,
yeah,
not a journalist. Yeah, that makes him a political actor. Yeah,
that's right there makes it more contradicting. You cannot be trying to be fair and just, but at the same time you're showing some element of bias in terms of your political leaning and all that. No, because people will perceive you as being vindictive, or what you are coming with is vendetta, and you will lose your credibility, which to some you've lost already. So people need to talk to him. See, you declare yourself, put yourself on exile in a neighboring country where nobody is after you. Well, you may say some people might, because this is Nigeria, some crackhead might decide, you know what, we're going to go after this guy. But for what purpose? Of what use? Like I said, it's a small fish. But a small fish can also become an headache. If the government want to deal with him, all they need to do is just to file the frivolous charges against him. In some advanced country, we may say, well, before any media goes into uh, publication of a certain story, they will check with those who they are the subject matter. And if they deny it or they have a ground for that story not to come out, they will let you know. And if you still go ahead to file the report, they will go ahead and sue you. And that is how it's been done. But for something that is as confidential and as serious as the deployment of the ECOWAS troops to Niger, to me that's where it crossed the. I don't even care about the Tinubu's pigeonhole he's trying to dig about his credential and all that. But when you put lives of people, you know, uh, 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 in uh, in a serious predicament, now the government of the day has the right to file charges against you. But for those who support him, he's ardent supporter. They might say, you know what, he's doing the right thing. But I wonder if their own person is the one in charge of the affair. Would they still say the same thing, or would he still continue in this light of trying to dig dirt on every politician, everyone? Well, time will tell. But I still seriously think somebody needs to talk senses to him. Not to back off. I'm not saying you should back off and do what he's doing, but there are some lines you don't cross. And if you cross it and you are declared, whether publicly or officially or not, you're still a young man at 30 something. But uh, we have the likes of Dari Barbarians, Bayo Nonogas, and the likes of them. Even in the Concord, Delia Lakes and Co. and the rest of them. Uh, they stood. This man that retired from Sun newspaper, I believe, I think that's the name, and Mr. Dingba. These are the people reporting during the Abacha era, and it was tough and it was hard, and they stood their ground, and they were still reporting. As at that time, if you are a friend of a reporter, you get picked up. They will pick you and lock you up in the Department of Military Intelligence, and that was how terrible it was. But in a situation whereby all you needed to do is just to publish a confidential letter. Such things attract what you call it. There's a charge for it. I forgot what it's called now.
All right, Dewale, bring it to me in a couple more sentences so I can. I'll still loop round, but yeah.
Yeah. So Someone need to talk to him. But uh, I mean, it's not different from all these millennials, trying to exploit every opportunity, trying to catch out on everything. Maybe it's running low on cash and it's no longer getting what it was getting, so it's crying out now. And even the interview that he granted to the local television here in Texas, I still believe that that was just a propaganda and he's trying to use that to catch. Maybe he's trying to use that for his asylum paperwork to America. I don't know, but there was no need, granting a local television uh, simply because there are some huge number of Nigerian living here in Texas. Anyway, that's that about that. Then we'll talk more about the subsidy later on. Let me let you the ground for this.
All right, brilliant. So up next, Tony. So Tony, you're up next. So you can speak to the headlines as presented, or you
Okay.
can
Can I
hold
ask
on,
politely?
hold on. Can you hold on? Hi. Yeah, you can speak to the headlines as presented, or you can free flow.
Okay, I'll free flow. But first of all, can I ask that person that is censoring my comments, please, yeah, because it's not a Gestapo. I know that, and this is not your private property. People say all sort of thing here. Can you please uncensor me, please? One man, if you can speak to the person, yeah. Because that's what they did last time. You denied
Yeah,
that nobody did.
they don't like
I did not use any abusive
foul language.
language on anybody, so why censor me?
Oh, all
You
This is
right.
just
I've uncensored you.
you
So
made
go to the conversation. Yeah.
you made
okay.
personal attack. You
Who
did.
is this? Who are you? Who is this? Solly,
No,
right?
go to the conversation. Go to the conversation.
I did not make any personal attack. So if you think it's personal attack, then yeah, okay, right. The reason why I even slid in when I saw the title, because we don't read. And I'm surprised, one man, that you heard that broadcast. I heard it from yesterday. I don't think the man has done anything wrong. Okay, the only I know for some people it might hurt their ego that what the things that he has exposed so far about Tinubu and everything. I know, yeah, it's not it's uncomfortable. Do I support it? Yes or no? My answer to that is yes, and my answer to that is no as well. Okay, right. Number two, for you to say, yeah, he's someone should speak to him and all. This is the same problem we have in Nigeria when somebody speaks the truth, especially with my Yoruba folks and all that will say eba soro, ọmọdé ló ń ṣe kẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀. All the things he has exposed, is it not true? Is 70% of them not true? Let's tell the truth. And like I said last time, one man, when we were here, we had a very hotter debate and all that. I was saying that the way forward in Nigeria is the truth. It seems that most of us are not truthful to the prevailing events that is happening. We have Sunday Igboho in another person's country, just for standing up for Yorubas and now speaking the truth. There was an attempt on his life. Nnamdi Kanu is there, lavishing in jail because they think he's a security threat. Then return him back to Kenya, where you picked him up from, and all that. The UK government, when Nnamdi Kanu was doing all those things, talking about attacking the government, I was his biggest critique. Anthony, was one of his biggest critique. So what are we talking about here? So when I talk and attack some people, they will say, "Yeah, I am IPOB and I am obedient." I don't hold obedient membership and all that. But I agree with with what they want to bring into Nigeria. Let everybody be answerable to be responsible and be answerable. Why are we going on like this? Look at the country. Look at the way the country. We are being laughed at. We are laughing stock of everybody through the world, and we still cannot speak the truth. If Tinubu is successful and does the right thing, I'll be one of the first people that will shout about him and support him. So until that happens, I'll be his biggest critique. Nothing personal. And like one man, I told you, I know this. I know this man even before he became a governor. I know him in person. It's not that way. I saw him in papers and all. I know him personally. If there is anything, if I want to go by sentimental values and all that, I should be shouting for him. But I do not think it's the best that Nigeria should bring about. There's a lot of criminality, and there are some certain things that happened back then, even when I was younger. Now is now beginning to fall in place and make sense. I believe all the things that is being exposed about him, 85% are correct. If he hasn't got a lot of ugly stuff in the cupboard, why is he actively preventing these things to come out? And besides, he had all the opportunity in the world to come out and say, hey, guys, these things, some of these things happen. Yes, it was years ago. I was young and all that. Let's carry on. Then unite the country. Look at all the appointments and all that. He said with his mouth, it's not like he said with his mouth, if you did not vote for me, don't expect to be part of my government. Is that the way to move Nigeria forward? So let's just forget all this and let's start saying the truth. You see, tribalism is tearing us apart. That is what we're experiencing. Tribalism, ethnic sentiments.
Sorry, Tony. When you say, I'm going to mute you because I'm hearing echoes back from you. So I'll ask the question, then I'll mute you. When you say tribalism is tearing us apart, are you saying that tribalism that supports Tinubu, or do you concede that the support of Peter Obi is predominantly tribalistic, or where exactly is the tribalism that is tearing us apart, Tony?
It is not. One man, with all due respect, here, I've decided I'm not going to be go on abusive and all that abusive word. I don't think is right with you. But if you step aside, step apart here and be reasonable, you find that the support for the Labour Party is not about Peter Obi, the man. It cuts across ethnicity. That's just what it is. That's what it is. But a lot of people do not want. A lot of people attribute.
Shall I tell you one thing that strikes me? I'm muting you again, so don't speak until I unmute you because people won't hear. Shall I tell you one thing that strikes me? Every single person that tells us that the support of Peter Obi is not tribal, they are all from the Southeast. I've not yet known anybody not from the Southeast presenting that narrative.
You're not talking to some a typical Southeast. I've never lived in the East. All my friends and associations are, when I was living in Nigeria, are Yoruba people. I speak Yoruba, as you can tell. I don't even speak Igbo that well. Okay, so it's you're not talking to a typical person from Enugu, then he found himself in Europe. You're speaking to a complete Nigerian. And if you speak to Max, I don't know whether Max is behind and all that. Even in the military, none of us, even in the military school, nobody, my colleagues, nobody saw you as Igbo and all that. We all saw ourselves as brothers. So all this divisiveness that we are getting today are all creation of politicians. Let's just look past this. If somebody is a thief, he's a thief. If someone is not fit to lead Nigeria, he's not fit to say, "Shut up, Ike Ogiame, you idiot."
No, all right.
See, that is what.
No. If you do that next time, then I have to remove you. We don't use that language here.
No, he should look at his language. Look at his language. He should just watch it.
It's that you are waffling.
Yeah.
So how does that then lead to calling him names? Carry on with your narrative. Just leave the comment section. They will always abuse you. You know
okay.
that.
So going about David Hundeyin, yeah. Are you saying that he's not? They have not recognized his asylum. What do you understand to be his status in Ghana?
I understand the status to be that of an asylum seeker who is desperately trying to justify reasons for that asylum to be granted. The reasons don't seem altogether tenable.
He's carrying a refugee passport, and when you're an asylum seeker, you're a refugee. So that your narrative is misleading, sir. Go and check again, please.
Okay, can I interject on some things that you said? If you are talking about misleading, when you spoke about Nnamdi Kanu, you said he proposed security threats. That guy literally on live stream told people to destroy places, told people to, I don't even want to say some of the words. You know, the live stream is still there. You can go and watch it. So it is a threat. If that guy said the same thing in, can you mute, please? Let me just, if that guy said the same thing in USA, I promise you that guy will not see, and this is not, I'm not exaggerating, I'm actually telling you for a fact, that guy will not see the sunlight again. He will not see the sun again. Then secondly, you are talking about Sunday Igbo. I'm a Yoruba person, and I'll tell you the truth. The reason why they did not pick him up when he was doing his push for Yoruba people at first was because he was not violent. This guy now started bearing arms, automatic weapons that you use in war. This guy was bearing it. No government in this world is going to allow it. I know maybe in other regions you think, okay, everybody is the same. It doesn't matter how much money they have. It doesn't matter how much power they have. You look at everyone as the same. Yes, that's fine. But in the real world, you are trying to fight against a government. When you look at Nigerian government, I don't think you understand how much power Nigerian government has. They can take over the whole of West Africa and enslave them. If they want to try it, they can do it.
That's not true.
I think he knows
That's not true.
he's an
Okay,
ex-army.
okay, one man.
That's not true.
Let me just respond.
All
Let me
right.
respond to him.
Yeah,
Let me respond to him.
respond to him and continue with your
Okay,
monologue.
Solly,
I think he gets it. Yeah.
Okay, Solly, you're taking over. You're taking my time. You're taking my time. Please, no, 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 no. You're
All
taking
right,
my
carry
time.
on, carry on.
Okay, Solly, yeah, respectfully, yeah, I will respond to you. I never said I supported Nnamdi Kanu. I'm not a member of IPOP. I do not agree with their ways. Okay. Now, what you said about those videos, yes, 100%, you're 100% correct. But then, when a court, my thing is that when a court, this is a rule of law, when a court has said that you should release this man, you should take him back to where you picked him up. Listen, the UK government is not stupid. They do not want to be associated with a terrorist. They will deal with him. That's my position on that matter. As Pam Nnamdi Kanu, and then Sunday Igboho, that you said that they were stacking guns and all that. Why did you not talk about Fulani headsmen that are openly till today, as we are speaking now, they are carrying AK-47 freely and walking? How many of you plus you, Solly, had this? Listen, I have carried guns. Yeah, I cannot even I cannot declare that I've not killed a man, but I've seen, I mean, I have been involved where people have been killed in a war situation. It's not a nice thing. Okay, I don't know how old you are. It's not a nice thing at all. So going forward to all these attacks and on this
Udein.
gentleman, yeah, Hundeyin. I don't think it's fair. It is not fair. The man is just being witch hunted because of what he has revealed. It's just a witch hunt. Come on, Nigeria should just take a chill pill and try to concentrate on the most important thing, which is the economy. They should just leave the man alone. Time will tell whether he was wrong, whether he's an idiot, and all that. Time will tell. Time will tell. That's my take. And then that of Naira Marley, I know that. But the Naira Marley issue and the young man that was killed and all that. Mobad, yeah. It all goes to show the level of criminality that is going on in our country. Why do you think all those big guys are going in there? Because listen, if they dig deep down, you'll be shocked at the revelations. You'll find out. Okay, remember, we should not forget that there was a time you wrote a petition about 2 months ago, if I'm correct. Yeah, talking about his people that were threatening his life and all that. The police never did anything. It wasn't followed through, and now he's dead and all that, and the police are see. I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in the justice system in Nigeria. The justice system is all compromised and corrupt. So it just a pity that the young man's lost his life now. So I mean, I don't know how he's going to turn out, but that's just it. So that's just
All
my
right,
take for now.
all right, but stay with us. We're still going to look around with Tinubu matters, Peter Obi's plot of land being taken away from him and all of that. But let's move the conversation on to Ajande Koko and let him have his 5-7 minutes monologue. So Ajande Koko, you are up next. So you can come at it from the headlines or free flow at it. Ajande Koko, good to see you.
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let me ask a question. Is Sudan an obedient?
He
Is
is.
supporter of Obi,
Yes, it's a self-confessed obedience.
self-confessed obedient? Okay. So as a journalist, then you cannot carry out a it's not it's carrying the job.
He
It's
cannot
doing the
claim to
job.
be independent.
It can't.
It's
So
impossible. Yeah.
it's doing the job for Obi. That's the way I can see what he's doing. You see, I don't have problem with the job he's doing if he were to be an independent reporter. But since he's an obedient, I think he's just doing that dirty job for Obi. So I, for one, I don't think I want to take him serious because he aligned with Obi politics. So he's a journalist being sponsored and being paid by the Obi.
Angelica, can I ask you a question? Or maybe
Okay.
in general, everybody.
Yeah.
When do you think the first time this guy came out to speak about this matter? Can anyone remember the first time he actually came out to talk? If the election has even started or whatever.
Okay. When I asked the question, do you have any contrary view?
Yeah, because you said it's for Obi. You
Is he
said
an
it,
Obi? And
No,
do
he
you
said
support?
it from Obi. He himself.
yeah.
Yeah.
He said
He
he
said
said
okay.
he supports
He
Obi.
He
supports
said that
Obi.
on Arise TV. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
he's
heard that too.
Yeah.
hold on. He's an obedient, and you know, to me, I think that is where he got it wrong.
No, Ajalikoko, what I'm saying is before he
Yeah.
said if he is obedient, do you know when he made that article, he brought out that information first before he even claimed to be obedient? Do you know when?
I don't know.
It doesn't matter when they confess.
No, it matters. It matters. Matters one man because it didn't just come out after the campaign started and said that Tinubu did this one, Tinubu did that one. He said it way before the election, even before Obi went to Labour Party. So
No,
you
he
saying
didn't.
that he's
He didn't say it. Let me tell you, he didn't say it way before the elections. But that
no
story,
before Obi went to Labour Party? That's what I said.
no. That story had been in circulation for the past 5-6 years. So he didn't break that story. So I suspect you think he did. He didn't break that
No.
story. Yeah.
He didn't break it. I'm saying when he himself came out and talked about it. That's just what I'm saying. He didn't break the story. We all know that the story has been there a long time ago. But when he himself came out to break that, have I would say another perspective to it. That's what I would say. Because it's even before when Obi went to Labour Party. So if you're saying he's a obedience, I don't think it's fair to him. That's what I'm saying. Because he's done this research way before then. So I don't know why all this he supported Obi. So everything he says is for Obi. I don't really get that.
Yes. You see, why I don't really see any seriousness in what he's doing is because of the fact that he openly said
I think Adanle Koko just dropped. All right, we've lost Adanle Koko temporarily.
One man, can you ask Eze to unblock me, please? If he wants to go personal with me, I'm going to find him, you know. I'm going to look for him through his IP address and find him. Tell him please to unblock me.
Tony, let me
Tell him to
advise
unblock
Tony.
me. Tell him to
Let me
unblock
advise
me.
Tony.
That's all. Because some people have said terrible things. I've not said any terrible thing to anybody. So why is he blocking me? I'm making complimentary comments about me. Why?
Tony, how many times do I have to do this? This is the blocked list. There's only one name there, and it's not yours. That's the blocked list right there.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. All right. All right. Let's go with yeah. I think Adanle Koko is back. So let's allow Adanle Koko to complete his monologue, and then we go on from him to was it yeah, I think it was Vin. Yeah, Adanle Koko, back to you.
Okay, thank you, one man. So so for the fact that it's not seeing anything wrong in article, it's not carrying out investigation, it's not doing anything to reveal any shady deals and corrupt practices that article perpetrated in the past, and Obi's what do you call it, the Pandora newspaper, those one doesn't matter to him. It's only Tinubu. It just shows that he's a biased journalist. He's not a good journalist. Journalist that is really fighting for the interests of the people must go after that is showing that is trying to you know unveil the practices of politicians. It must go at all of them, not single out one person. So that is where I have problem with him. I don't have problem with him as a journalist doing his job, or but going after one man, only one man among men that are all corrupt.
Adanle Koko, I'm surprised they're not dissipating as much energy on Peter Obi's credentials. They had to force him to bring out his university certificates because he, of course, only submitted a school cert. So why is nobody unpicking that storyline?
That is my problem with this guy. Everything that we know about Obi corrupt practices when he was
and also Adanle Koko, do you remember when we went through Obi's remember when it was the details of his impeachment by Anambra State government, and it was reinstalled because the way the technicality. So
yeah.
all of those allegations still subsist. Cronyism, nepotism, corruption. Well, remember we went through the whole list.
Oh, yes.
Why is nobody unpicking that?
No. So what is the job this guy is doing? Focusing on one man among, men. I mean, that is identifiable men that are synonymous to corruption. I don't. That is where I have problem with him, and his asylum in Ghana, good enough for him. Is granted asylum. I think it's in line with ECOWAS charter that provided that people that are running away from their country from political persecution, should be given that kind of asylum. So that's the same asylum that Ugbowo is enjoying in the Republic of Benin. So, we have to thank ECOWAS charter that make that possible for him. So, but I don't have problem in his investigation on Tinubu or, but, focusing on Tinubu alone and leaving Atiku and this thing alone, not even making attempt to investigate anything about them. Yeah, that is just a bias journalism practice. So that,
You know what they call that? They call that a hatchet man. It is a hatchet man. Yeah.
yeah. So that is where I have problem with him. So on this boy, on this young star that was killed,
More bad.
Mobad, I think police is culpable in this guy's death. If we really want to look at it, because this guy before his death uh, filed a petition with the police department, um, in which he mentioned that some people are after his life. Some people, he mentioned the names of people and incidents in which they have attempted to kill him. He was being, you know, um, the police failed. Police failed that guy. When they received his investigation, they should have swung into action, and then get those people arrested and do something about it. Maybe they will have prevented his death. But he filed his petition. He mentioned all the his cases and incidences and everything like that. But I mentioned names of people that are behind there, looking to terminate his life. But police failed to do anything. But now police is setting up a 40-man panel, to carry out investigation after his death. And they're saying, oh, no, even if it is required that we have to exhume his corpse to do autopsy tests and other tests, that they are going to do it. They are going to carry out thorough investigation. This is, I mean, police in Nigeria, police department in Nigeria. I think they failed that guy. If not, if they have taken action as early as possible after he filed, maybe they will have prevented his death. So, and the video that you just showed us some few minutes ago with Yabo Ojo and those people and his mother talking, I think they shouldn't have released that kind of video, because everything that being said there is, useful for investigation being carried out now. Those are the, useful investigation. Useful statement that we had. The mother was saying, oh, he mentioned some name. The mother mentioned some name and some other people. Those are the things that can help the investigation, to unravel those people that are behind his death. But you see, Nigeria being what it is, and people doesn't know that sometimes they don't have to allow, private discussion that is in private to be recorded and then pushed to the public space, because this is a private meeting. And who recorded it? Is it Yabo Joe that recorded it, that posted it just to shine that, oh, look at when I was there with you? Who did it? It's just unbelievable that video can be released. It shouldn't be released. Whoever is meeting the mother or the parent now, whatever they are saying or they are saying right now, should not be recorded and should not be posted in the air, because police are going to meet them. That committee set up by police will meet them and want to hear from them, so that they can use every information collected from them, to carry out their investigation in the best ability they can. So that is what I have there. Anything at all that I should talk about? Is that all?
No, there's still plenty, but I'm going to move the conversation round, and then when I loop round, I want you to speak to this. When I come back in the next round, senior U.S. judge delays release of Chicago University records to Atiku after Tinubu pleads life damage. So it looks as though Tinubu is trying to prevent that Chicago records to be released. But we'll get into that in the second phase. But let's move the conversation on and bring. So I'll read that piece out actually, because it's important that we know what the backdrop is. But let's hear opening remarks from Vin there in Ghana. Here in Ghana.
My friend in Ghana, what's going on? Are you moving your cow? Are you moving your cattle and everything back to Nigeria? What is going on?
The Dangote of Ghana.
No, land plenty
moved,
for Nigeria. Oh. If Ghana one day colo too much, I better come back home. Your father's home is big here. Don't worry, just come back home. Or your mom's
Ajale
home.
Baba,
Eh?
Ajale Baba, I dey
Eh?
greet you.
Make you
Ekushe
come back
o.
home. If Ghana one day tough, come back home.
No, no.
No.
This is yeah. Thank you, sir. Ajale Koko,
Well, well.
You
my
have you
elder
have
brother.
you have to start with your catchphrase, Ovin.
Now, you see, I cannot move
Here
my
in Ghana, you have to start
here
with
the
here in Ghana.
Ghana, here
Yes.
the Ghana, my
We
brother.
have to go and bribe unknown gunmen. Make them not think say you be full of DS men. Those crazy boys.
Ajale Baba, thank you so much. God bless you, and I'm very much happy to be in this platform. I entered this platform when it was newly established by the great Oyo man from the Alafi kingdom. You see,
Those were fun days when do you remember Morris and Sally Beats and all of these people that have run away because Obi has lost the
yes. I have been here, and I will continue to be here at least to express my own opinion on what is going on in Nigeria. Um, uh, and I will not refrain from telling you that I'm a Biafran. My mom is a Biafran, and anything that concerns and happens to them is my own interest. That is my own opinion, and I don't believe that anybody will challenge me on that. If you disagree with me, then we can have a debate on that. You see, one man, my cattle are in a ranch. It is my personal business, and I will not, even the Ghanaian, livestock policy will not allow my cows to roam about and to cause nuisance to people, irrespective of how poor we are in Ghana. We observe the rule of law. And to remind you also, today there was a protest that's supposed to go on, and those people were prevented. We are challenging the police as we speak right now. That is how a country should be. That's how a country should be. Not a country that everything goes. You know, speaking to this guy, this Nigerian artist, that prospective Nigerian artist, that guy could have been in the near future, could have been the likes of Olumide, what do they get? Two Baba, Two Face, Dibia, Davido, and the rest of them, because he's just a young man whose life has been snubbed out of him. This is where I blame the authorities. Woman, are you hearing me?
perfectly. Carry on. Perfectly.
Oh, thank you so much. This is where I blame the Nigerian security agencies. This guy, I don't know him, not until now. A country that cannot protect the lives and property of her citizens don't supposed to be among or recognized in the members of the nations of the world. Now, as we speak today, I will still, reference my point on what Abacha did. Abacha did so many things in Nigeria. Abacha spent Nigerian money to pay spies to spy on biggest countries in the world as we speak today. And one of them was US. When we were in Liberia, Abacha paid so much to find informations
on what is going to benefit. Where I have problem with him was when he was doing who the cap fits to become a life president of Nigeria. That was where most of our people and my colleagues got angry with him. Okay? You need to be proactive in your investigations. I remember the DMI, Directorate of Military Intelligence. They were doing wonderfully well during that time. That was military regime. Why can't the same thing be done when you have democracy? A democratic elected government, your constitutional mandate is to protect your people, not to come and give us, the job of coming to talk when a citizen is killed. What led to his death? Just like Ajanli Koko said, and what I read today, he was crying out that his life is in danger. What did the security agencies, the intelligence department of the Nigerian government did? Did they go after to go, and even if it is lies or he was making false statement, did they go in to find out the people that were after his life?
Vin,
Max,
can you give me
Max,
30 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Hold on,
Max,
please.
Max.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Yeah, please. One man, are you there? One man.
I'm here. Carry on.
Yes, please. Can I please seek your indulgence, please? Let's change this word being killed. Let's use allegedly killed.
Yeah,
Okay.
pie as they call it in
Please.
yeah,
Okay,
Yes.
that's
pie.
fine.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Allegedly pine. So nobody know what happened to this guy till now. So until the autopsy carried out, the fugitive were being arrested, they confessed, they were being convicted. So that is why we will say they pine him. Please, allegedly, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Thomas.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, bro. Thank you so much. Um, I'm still hearing myself at the back. Okay, now it's better now. Allegedly fight. Is it not the responsibility of the Nigerian government, who is mandated by the Nigerian Constitution, as bad as that 1999 Constitution is concerned, to protect the lives and properties of Nigeria? If they did that, we will not have this kind of job now, postulating, talking. Nobody knows what bite that guy. Nobody knows. I heard on the news today from some of the bloggers that the nurse has been arrested. They fingered the father. They have also so many things that have happened surrounding it. There's so much confusion. Do we supposed to have this confusion, the era of confusion that we are having today, for someone that is senselessly bite? If Nigerian government and the authorities, the investigative apparatuses of Nigeria was proactive, investigate this, because me, I don't even rely on the present investigative apparatuses in Nigeria, because there are so many Nigerians that are being fired today and even before now, that you cannot lay your hands on them. No prosecution, nothing. That is why the incessant of these buyings are going through. People are taking advantage of the inactions of the government of the day to protect their people. So I don't know this guy. I have never met him before. I had opportunity to listen to two of his three songs today. That guy that guy should have been one of the people that can even win awards for Nigeria when it comes to music industry. That is that. That guy has been, denied he has been denied totally to live in that Nigerian geographical zone. That is what I would say on that one. As for Hundein, one of the speakers here was telling me, me, I'm a Ghanaian. My mother is from Biafra land, and I'm a Ghanaian from the upper eastern part of Ghana. Ghana is a sovereign state. Ghana has their diplomatic policies and international relations, and so on and so forth. There is no country, even the United Kingdom that granted us independence, will not come in here unilaterally to take over Ghana. Not to talk of Nigeria. Not to talk of Nigeria, my brother. So for you to come out here to tell me that Nigeria has the power to enslave the rest of the people, that is a fallacy. And
Max,
if you are
Max, you were there when the army was the real Nigerian army. You tell them, because people don't just understand. Maybe they think they are talking to some 22-year-old or some 25-year-old.
my brother,
When
senior
at my
comrade,
age back then, what I achieved, a lot of the people here, with all due respect, would not even dare to do what I did, and yet they can come and just talk to you anyhow
senior
because everybody
comrade,
has access to the internet.
senior comrade, I would tell you that what the Nigerian army achieved when they had the reign of power in Nigeria, these civilian dictators, criminal, politicians that have made Nigeria to become a laughing stock today, can never do it. All these insecurities that are going on in Nigeria, if the army was there, all this is would not happen.
Yeah,
I know the road.
Vin, may I interrupt you, please, just for a moment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Well, I commend you, and I want all the folks here to listen very well. Learn from Vin, because he promotes his country, Ghana, vehemently. I've never, with all the problems in Ghana, he has never come here one day and accept anything. He's always painting his country in good colors. Now, Vin, let me start. During the Abacha time, you said,
Baba, make it a very short because I want to round Vin off and then move on
yeah,
to.
did Guazo not bring to Ghana $5 million to Jerry Rawlings?
Yes, he took
And
that
out
money,
of which
didn't he?
Rawlings claimed he got only $3 million. I agree that he got only $3 million because a typical Nigerian, you can't send me on an errand with $5 million to deliver something you are not going to check, and I will not keep some for myself.
Yeah.
Is that true
Yeah.
or not?
It
That is
is
true.
true. That is
Okay,
true.
wait. Another question for you. DAPA, recently, the parliamentarian, they discovered about totally, if we sum the whole thing up in cash
All
plus the
right,
euro.
Baba, it's meant to be a monologue just because we are using
No,
it
I
to
just
try
want
to
to ask
manage.
him another question, and
All
then
right,
I'll give up.
ask the question and then round it off very sharply, Vin, and then we move on to.
Yeah, they discover cash totaling about $1 million in DAPA's house.
More than that.
Very good. She was an ex-minister, right? Am I correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, carry on. Until I have my time.
The minister in question has been sacked, and the OSP, Office of the Special Prosecution, is on her case as we speak. That woman is going to be prosecuted. And if I would tell you, I don't want to preempt what the judges and the judicial system of Ghana would do. That woman is going to end up in prison. Because when we were asking for dollars to come out, don't hoard dollars, she was hoarding dollars in her house. That is how our judicial system is. The OSP, Office of the Special Prosecution, has given the Constitution and the Parliament has given him all the necessary, support to prosecute that woman.
And I know what is happening in that place. What about the cathedral?
The cathedral has
national
been stopped.
cathedral money.
All right, all right. Round
I
it
don't
up in
want.
a
I don't
couple
want
of
to.
months.
I don't want to go into that. As for the cathedral, we have stopped it. The Nigerian people has. I mean, the Ghanaian parliamentarian through us has stopped it. The president cannot come and give us, promise, a personal, promise to his God, and now turn around to use the taxpayers' money to facilitate the project. We have stopped that as well. If you go back now, you will see it has been stopped. The voting of money to it has been stopped. And that is who we are. We don't have money. We are poor, but you cannot extravagantly spend.
You're bankrupt, really. That's really the
Yeah,
word.
yeah, of course, yes. We are under IMF. I've never disputed that issue. We are under, but we are holding our people, the elected people, to account. That is the difference. In Nigeria, somebody can just steal any amount of money and tell you, "Do you know who I am?" That is the
Same thing
reason
in
why.
Ghana.
Yeah,
When they
that
get
is
to
the
my
reason.
turn, I will debunk all your stories.
My brother, you are entitled to your own opinion, but we will
My
vote and
opinion
we
is
vote
solid.
now. Oh. One man is giving me, sometimes you keep interrupting me. You see, my brother, the only thing you will know that, yes, I said here, you cannot rule that out. We are poor nation and we manage the little resources that we have. And anybody that is going to recklessly spend our money will be dealt with. That is how it is. And it is ongoing as we speak
My
right now.
quarrel
So
with you is that you don't run my country down just because you want to elect.
my brother, if you are you see, these are some of the things that you people don't like to hear the truth. Is it not in Nigeria that 2 point something billion that Suki get? Have you ever investigated it? Who has been prosecuted by it? Who has been jailed for it?
Peter Obi
What are you
was
telling
fingered
me?
in that. Peter Obi was fingered in that.
Of course, one man. Of course, one man. Somebody would take over 600 billion naira for cutting grass alone. Who have you been jailed about it? My own minister, a lady minister that did the same thing, is under prosecution right now as we speak. And you come to tell me that I'm
1
denigrating
out
your
of 100.
See, let me tell you, I bore the flag of Nigeria. I bore the flag of Nigeria in Yugoslavia for 1
I don't
year,
want to
6
hear all
months.
of that. If you bought a flag, then don't run the country down. Just
What are
speak
the
plainly.
reason, can you just hold on? When you get to your time, then you talk. You are taking my time. You are taking my time. If you cannot prosecute,
One man when
your
it
own
gets to my
people,
turn. Don't worry.
if you cannot prosecute your own people to a conclusive end, then that is your business. And that is the reason why we are here today talking the ills in that country. If Nigeria get it right today, countries like Ghana will not suffer. Because you have the resources, you have the human capital. But you failed. That is the reason why we are suffering the way we are suffering. The rest of the African countries are suffering the way they are suffering. If you stand up for your own country and make it right, people will be coming there to at least take examples from what you have done. But you have failed. And when I come here to speak, I am not exonerating Ghana. If you hear me very well, I am not exonerating Ghana. I speak the ill in this country as well. But
No,
because
I've never had you for one moment do that.
but you have had me now. You have had
Because
me
I
now.
confronted you with facts.
Baba, if you interject him, then I have to give him the window to respond. Then he elongates it more. But I want to try and get to Uptown quickly. And the reason is there's an incident happening in Lekki, and Uptown lives in Lekki. So I want to get to him just as quickly as I can. Land it in a couple more sentences.
You see, one man, if you look at during the military regime, while I was in there serving as an active service member, there are so many Nigerians that run to Ghana for safe, for safety. One of them, even this Bola Ahmed Tinubu was also in Ghana. I'm the president of Nigeria. This Mahmoud, who owns Ovation, one of the big time magazine company in Ghana today and in Africa, ran to Ghana here during Abacha's time. That time I was also in active service. We have played host to so many, irrespective of what happened in the past. Ghana was the first to adopt what they call Alliance Compliance Act to sack Nigerians. I'm against it. And when Nigeria did it, Ghana must go. I was also against it. Two wrongs cannot make a right. That is what I've come here to tell you people. So for me, if you look at this Hundiin, is he not a Nigerian? Is he not entitled to expose anything exposable, to hold you those that you called, we call the political leaders, to account? Where in these things that this man has said that is a lie? Just like one of my brother said, Anthony, where did he not pay $460,000 in the United States in order to, to free, not to go to jail? That it is as the facts. They are there. These facts are there for you to verify. But when people come out there to speak all these, ills, and people will begin to challenge you because of where you belong to. I want a stable African continent. I want an African continent that can challenge the entire world. So that is what I'm trying to say. So for him now, we have given him safety, just like we gave to other people in the past. Those that are leading the Nigerian, politics right now, we gave them safety as well. Most of them were chased away by the military, and we gave them safety. So this guy is not an exemption, and we protect him. We are a sovereign nation. Ghana is a sovereign nation. You cannot come to Ghana to pick someone just as if you are picking a chicken. No, you can't. We will not allow that to happen in Ghana, irrespective whether Ghana has.
Buhari had a method back in those days. You just put them in a diplomatic bag, maybe. And it's not a tiny little guy. I'm sure the bag doesn't have to be
Of course. The one they did in 1983 against Omar Odiko in the United States, did Nigeria not pay the price? They paid the price for it. They paid the price. Nigeria is known to abuse international conventions and laws. And they did it. They also, hold on. They also wanted to do it against Igbo in Benin Republic, that tiny country. But that country stood against Nigerian intimidation and so on, and they did not take Igbo from there. They could have taken Igbo from there as well, just like the way they took Mazen Nambekano from Kenya. On up to today, for those people that are saying, oh, Mazen Nambekano committed all kinds of terrorism, why didn't the United Kingdom prosecute him and trigger
all right, that's a good
this extradition process to bring him back to Nigeria? Why did they allow him to go to captured him in Kenya and they brought him to Nigeria? And even at that, the court has said, discharge this man, and you are still holding it, and you want foreign direct investment to come where you don't have a suitable justice system. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So we must leave it there. So thank you. So I'll come to you next, Desmond. But Desmond, I want you to be quite concise and succinct, and with just as little interjection as possible, because the interjection elongates what's meant to be a 5 to 7 minute monologue. So I'll come to you next, Des. But before I come to you, Des, this comment was just pointed at you, and somewhat the frustration you were hearing from Baba's voice. This is Zita. It says, one man, I am beginning not to understand why you are allowing that guy to run Nigeria down anytime he comes on your platform. So the patriotism, Nigerians don't like to hear their countries criticized. That's just the thing.
It's just like people refuse to see whatever that we say here. Whatever that is we say here is flies across the face of the of the Nigerian people.
Talk
and everybody
about your bankrupt country.
All right. And then this comment from Ayo as well. It says, Obi was part of the Dasuki Gate. Yes, Obi was fingered in the Dasuki Gate narrative. So because if you remember that Dasuki Gate, they took out that bunch of money to prosecute to prosecute that 2015 election. And that was really the narrative of the Dasuki space. They took off monies from the arms military sort of thing. I think it was about $2 billion to prosecute the 2015 election. and then they
Yeah, one
shared.
man about 2.1 or $2.2 billion. Yes.
Yes, and then they shared that money along geopolitical spaces to all their heavy hitters in order for them to use that money to bring Good Luck Jonathan back. And the one that went to the southeast, it is speculated that it was Peter Obi that he went to. So Peter Obi was fingered in the Dasuki Gate. But up next there, so Des, be succinct and to the point. Desmond, you're up next. No, there's.
All
All
right,
right.
one man, I'm
Oh,
here.
all right. Oh, all right. There you are.
Yeah, I always keep it short. No need of talking very unnecessary points. Yeah, everybody, good evening from here. Um, I urge you to subscribe and like. It's been a while I said that, but you should know what to do by your age at this time. I don't even need to tell you. Um, Yeah, let's get to the topic. I'm not even going to go talk about David Hunde. You guys have actually validated the guy, by keeping him in the space, which I like. I mean, you coming out and bringing out a story every single day. People will still be talking about him. So, I mean, it's your own fault. If you keep saying that he's chasing shadows and all that, words you guys use. I mean, you validate it by bringing him for us to talk about. But let me get to the situation in Nigeria, which is you're talking about Tinubu, Tinubu bringing back subsidy. when I say that, when we say that this is Buhari Pro Max, it's
Tinubu,
as if we are,
he has actually brought it back. It's not that he's even
yeah,
bringing it back because
he's brought.
apparently they paid subsidy in last month.
You can imagine one man. I mean, just imagine. I don't know what all these people that say the Nigeria needs to suffer in order to all those people that keep saying all that stuff. I wonder what they're going to say now. Maybe they're going to come and say maybe he's just trying to help Nigerian people. He doesn't want them to suffer and all that stuff. I mean, we know what happened during Buhari's first tenure. He removed subsidy after a few months or yeah, he brought it back. I mean, this is just he's just using Buhari's templates, traveling around the world trying to validate himself won't help anybody. Um, we all know what you would have done if you're trying to actually, you know, this subsidy of a thing. We talk about how many people are actually even driving. How much does Nigeria actually consume in fuel? You have to see all those things and try to analyze it properly for you to I don't see any problem with paying for subsidy, but is the how much are we supposed to be even paying for that subsidy? That is the problem. That is where the mago they enter. Because when you're talking about billions of naira, millions of dollars, you can you start to imagine. I mean, this is the oil that we have here. How do we have to be paying such amount of money to subsidize it? It doesn't make sense. Even if okay, you say, yes, we basically consume this much more, this much many of a fuel, then what you would say, okay, how would you reduce that consumption? How can you reduce it? It's a very simple thing. I'm trying to tell them the solution. I can guarantee you that most of that fuel, a lot of it is consumed by generator, people trying to get power. I can guarantee you this. Not even car. How many Nigeria get car one? Not a lot of people get cars, and they don't even drive it as much as we drive it over in and abroad. you know so you can basically say that 80% of this fuel consumed is mostly people buying fuel to
You
get
you
some
know
sort of
you I agree with you. Not the percentage, but but certainly the consumption of petrol in Nigeria has to be more for generators than for.
Yes, it is. So now, what would you do? You have to find a way to fix that electricity. We've been hammering it. There's no point traveling around, going this place, going that place. When there is a very fundamental issue, you have to actually start from solving here. So now you're wasting money subsidizing. Fix that power issue first. Try and hammer it. Try and fix it. If you want people to start liking you, or try to start, people to start believing that this is actually going to work. This is what to do. Except you want to create some propaganda, traveling around, trying to create some sort of illusion, give some people some sort of illusion that you're bringing foreign investors, which will take years to come, even if they're gonna come. I mean, you see people like Olata coming here and telling us, "Oh, the speech was nice," or that. I'm like, "Come on, bro. Are you? I mean, we're all smart here. We know what he's doing is basically a waste of time." So this is the main issue here. I don't want to talk about Mobat. I think my brother um my brother Uptown, we take care of it because it's in the
Yes,
city. Is
I'm glad Uptown is here because
yeah.
everything about that story is Uptown.
Yeah.
Is a musician, is a yoppie, is a electric boy, is all of everything about
Everything. So he
yeah.
should be able to tell us properly what is going on. So I
Yes.
don't even want to go there. Yeah, but one man, like, I don't take much of a time, so I'm gonna hand over back to you and you can continue. I'm gonna be listening.
All right, brilliant. So succinct and to the point. That's just exactly how it should be done. So Megida, the Jagaban of Alaba Market, the Igwe one of Okitipupa, the Bashorunga of Sokoto State. You know him as Ekene. Ekene, good to see you.
One man, let me get all this now. Thank you, everyone.
Can I welcome?
Yeah, thank you, all the panelists. Thank you, my fellow obedient uptowners and all of them, and the other versified. I thank everyone. One man, I don't want to take too much of time, although Des has touched on what I wanted to say about the subsidy. Well, first of all, I want to make a special comment for some people. What I wanted to say is that the world will only survive, or Nigeria will only survive when we rely on the truth. And anyone that says the truth should not be condemned, no matter where the person comes from. So, truth is always the truth. And there is a blessing for always saying the truth. So it doesn't matter where you are saying the truth from, whether from Ghana, whether from South Africa, whether from Togo. You just say what you feel is the truth. What matters is that you say the truth, and the heaven recognize that you said the truth. So it's left for you and God. So it's not for us to come and condemn where you come from. You don't need to speak the truth. If you say what is the truth and the heaven recognize it, that is the truth. So we don't have to condemn those people. We are all Africans, and I believe that Nigeria needs to do a lot to promote other African countries. It's a fact. So anybody denying it, I don't know how we want to position Nigeria. Nigeria is the giant of Africa, and we must do a lot of homework to promote other African countries. We are the largest in population in everything, in economy, but the mismanagement has let us down. So I believe that any day that Nigerian rises, other African countries will rise with us. So I don't feel intimidated when a fellow African man comes here to say his concern about Nigeria. There is
That
nothing to
is what
shy
I
away
said.
about that.
That is what
Not
I
when
said,
it's
and they are
derogatory
attacking me.
about it or saying it with
There is
relish.
nothing like derogatory about it. That is what I said here. I mentioned that Nigeria is the giant of, and Nigeria, once Nigeria get it right, every of African countries and the black race will follow. That is what I
That's after I
said.
called you
And
out.
what is happening? What is happening there is not good to me. In a country that I served for 18 years, I'm not happy with what is going on there. That is what I said. And when you come, you will begin
You
to
did not
attack
say
me, attack my
respectfully.
person, attack my person. How do you know that it's respect? How was I disrespectful to it? A
You were
country
saying
that
it's
I served.
relish, as if the country is just trash, and yours
Baba,
is
what are you
like
saying?
a
Baba, what are you
paradise.
saying? What Kene is telling you now, and one man said earlier on, does it mean that I am denigrating Nigeria?
You were,
Is that your own
in
understanding?
my considered opinion, you were saying it with relish. If you have to criticize, come to
What
the
kind of
USA.
religion are you
Let's anybody.
taking as are you presuming what I'm saying or not?
Gentlemen, please.
You don't.
That
My system
assumption is wrong.
all right,
Even
gentlemen,
in
please.
America here, you don't
Max,
stand
let
in
it
your
go.
Baba,
dumb mouth
Max,
and start to
Max,
rubbish
just hold it.
Americans.
What's
Hold
going
your
on here?
peace. Don't reply again, Max. Please don't
All
reply.
right,
It's okay.
settle down. My system dropped for a moment, and I come into a fight. But Ekene, you have the floor.
Yeah, so everybody should calm down. We're trying to build Africa. Uh, I'm not only concerned about Nigeria, I'm concerned about some other African countries. So if any other African country survive, it's a very good thing to me. I can easily go to travel to Ghana. I have my immediate brother there. So visiting Ghana is not something to me. So, but that is why we are Africans. We can just go there, visit some space there, come back, relax. So no need of traveling to Europe, just to develop our space and make everyone happy. So one Africa, one love, and that's how we continue to progress. And another thing I wanted to talk about this fuel subsidy. You see, all our progress as a nation has been on paper, and I want everyone to check it. Every progress we have made as a nation is always on paper. We have never seen it in the life of the citizens. You can check it, and that is why we promote uh, good speech, good certificate, good PhD, master's degree, instead of looking to realities of life. So, and sometimes it worries me a lot, and a lot of things need to be done, but I'm not seeing our leaders doing it. Coming down to the level to listen to the poor masses and know their plight and apply some measures to cushion those effects.
Ekene, do you think they are right to introduce some sort of a subsidy to stabilize that fuel price? Do you think it's the right thing to do?
No, it's not the right thing. It shows that it shows they lack the political will and the proper planning entirely in that space. So they just did it just for doing sake, or because everybody has accepted that the subsidy must go. So it shows that they lack the political will, they lack the intellectual capacity, and they lack the proper management of that space. So it's a fact anyone can dispute it, but that's how it is. Because for me, as a Nigerian, I've already accepted that the subsidy should go. And not only me, everybody has accepted it, and we are adapting to it. So them going at the back to pay subsidy again, it's like betraying the trust we have already developed for them.
Would you adapt to it if you go to the pumps and you buy petrol for 620 naira today, and then tomorrow it's 850? Would you adapt to that?
One man, a lot of people have moved on without petrol. A lot of people have moved on. I'm telling you for a fact. Somebody like me, I've moved on. If I need to drive a car, I know what to do.
But you can't move on when the price, as one man mentioned it. If you have a unstable price, it's jumping from one price to the other, higher price every day. There's going to be
Yeah,
hard price.
we cannot.
You guys
When
not
they cannot
move
do,
on.
when
You
they
will not
cannot do
move
that,
on.
when they cannot do anything to stabilize that price, as in when they don't know what to do, they wouldn't have come up to remove it in the first place. But once they have removed it, they should have the political will to stand on the proclamation they have made.
Let me give you this bit, Ekene. Let me give you this paragraph. It says in the last week of August, petrol was trading for $1,031.11 per metric ton at the international market, compared to $859.25 it traded in July. So now the price between July and August, it went up by nearly 20%. So now, if the government does not insulate that tells you then that an NNPC then it says the international oil benchmark Brent crude futures crossed the $95 per barrel. And this was after NNPC had already set the price at 617. So if it jumps up by 20% within 1 month, and then it jumps up by another 20% within another month, and of course, that continues to reflect an impact on the everyday person. If the government does not insulate that, what do you think will happen?
Well, woman, for me, I know it's not good for Nigerians, but that shows that the government doesn't have any plan for that. Because if you do that, and also, the effect of this jumping of prices because of the unification of the currency. This fuel pump price is affected by the dollar increase and all that. So if they have maybe removed fuel subsidy, then go back and look on, maybe wait a little bit before they unify that currency. Maybe they would have gotten the right equation for that. But because they were not prepared, you remove first subsidy descended, unify the naira descended, then everything begin to jam back itself, and there is a lot of friction. So now balancing the equation is becoming problematic to them. You understand? So yeah.
One man, can I ask again?
No. Sorry. Let him have his monologue. Sorry, we'll get to you quickly. About Karen, can
So that is what I understand, and that's the problem that they are facing. The challenge is now, and in this industry, both the dollar and the oil sector, you have a lot of cabals that Tinubu needs to deal with before he can get it right. So he would have first of all faced the first cabal, which is in the oil sector. Then if he's able to defeat them, then he can now go to the dollar. Because this is a cabal. These guys cannot just easily give up. So he needs to have the political will to fight them. Because somebody like me, I still imagine what that NNPC was. What is the name?
But it's not the cabal now, it's the market.
No, one man. It's the cabal. There is a lot of things going on in it's the cabal. How can you tell me that we cannot have a good refinery as a country, as big as we are?
Yeah, no, we can have a refinery, but we don't have one at the moment. So what happens?
Yeah, that is the cabal now. That is the cabal. It's not that we don't have the money.
Hold on. Let's make the conversation coherent. Yes, we know we have a cabal as a backdrop, but we're talking about the situation now. So he has removed the fuel subsidy, which is heavily a corruption-based space, but then he floated that space, and because that space is also pegged to the price of dollars, the place is hemorrhaging quite heavily. And the affordability of Nigerians, they cannot afford it. So what does he do? He either lets the country implode, or he will introduce some sort of a quasi-semi sort of subsidy. so I'm not sure that there are other options out there other than and that subsidy, by the way, is I suspect is temporary until they find a permanent solution, which might well be the Port Harcourt refinery.
Yeah, there maybe we wait till then. But for now, they have not found the balance. Wait till then. They say December. Then when that refinery comes on board, even the Dangote refinery that we are relying on, I have not seen any positive impact. It's only that Port Harcourt refinery that there might be some positive impact. But we'll wait till then because I believe the government is still new. They are still trying to find balance. So balancing the equation is the most difficult task for them. Which I faulted them in the beginning. They would have gone one after the other. You can't just make the whole policy the one day and try and they expect everything to balance at the same day. It's not done. It's one step after the other, one step after the other. They would have gone maybe first of all that fuel subsidy, then later the unification of the currency. So then maybe by then they would have balanced the equation and all that. So, but if they go back now, Nigeria will see them as if they are not sincere. They don't know what they're doing. That's how it looks like. That's how it looks like. Nigeria will be seeing them that they don't know, their plans are not okay. They don't know what they are doing. They just come there to maybe talk because they want to talk, or remove first subsidy because they want to remove it. So, but maybe before that December, they might find that balancing that they need, because everything is just going zigzag. The dollar is going, the fuel is going, everything. So I pray they find the balancing that they want to find, so that the country will continue to move forward. But going back to pay that subsidy again, if they continue that way, I don't think that Nigeria will trust them again. So this APC government, they need to get it right within a very short period of time. That's all I want to say, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So we go in the order on the screen. We go Uptown, and then Man of Prestige, and then we go Baba, and then of course the majestic, enigmatic Hondi. So Uptown, you're up next. Also Uptown, good to see you, my man. How have you been? Uptown the homie. Look at that. Tell Idioma to leave you alone for a moment, Uptown.
He's been working with their tribunal lawyer. So they just have a free time now.
Aja Baba.
All right. You know, yes, we can. Are you in the countryside? Because usually when you are in the countryside, are you in the countryside?
I'm not even in Nigeria.
Oh goodness me! Where are you? Is it something you can disclose?
Yeah, definitely. I wanted to ask.
I think it's in Canada.
After you don't need me to be fighting this battle alone.
Jackpot, we always catch up with
them. You see your brother not left to be behind, though. He don't run away.
You are next, so you can. You two will Jackpot at some point, whether you like it or not. I suspect you're in Canada because I know you have.
No, Jackpot don't have my body. Jackpot don't have my body. That one is for sure.
Yeah, I don't see Jackpot in the Kenneth body. Definitely not in mine as well. But one man, I didn't go too far. Just close by. That's why I wanted to interject and ask my man, the Ghana guy, where he was, because I'm in Ghana. I'm in Accra. We came for a show.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Up front and grounded, yeah. So we've been here for like 4 days now.
Hey, Uptown, I would like to see you.
Are you in Accra? I mean,
no, I am. Okay, East Legon. I'm in Upper East region.
Well, I have both of your numbers. So if you are both happy for me to exchange it, then I can pass it on to both of you.
I can call him.
Yeah, sure.
All right. I'll exchange numbers with you off screen. Yeah. So because there's something going on in Lekki, which I thought you'll be able to. I hear that they are tear gassing and shooting them at Lekki, the protesters.
Yeah, one man I sent you some of the clips. I thought you might be willing to show us some of the clips.
All right. Where did you
I
say
sent you
this?
on Instagram. On Instagram.
Okay. Okay, I'll take. Yeah,
Yeah,
carry on.
yeah, they're pretty short clips. Yeah. I'm not. Sadly, I'm not in Lagos now. Obviously, you know me. I'll definitely be on ground. Um, but I'm in sync with
It's
some
too
friends
graphic.
there. Huh?
It's too
You can play
graphic.
the non-graphic ones. Maybe you check it first. But one man, I'm in sync with what's going on in Lagos and everything going on there. I've just been away for just 4 days, so I mean I've been there. But with Mobad, I mean he's gone now. It's pretty sad. Um, the controversies surrounding his death is really very massive. I've had a lot of conversations from different angles with several people. But one man, I'm gonna in addressing this, maybe for the first, I'm not going to go into very specific details for some reasons. I'm just gonna just give some pointers. So most of us that are in the entertainment industry in Lagos, in Nigeria entertainment industry, most of us, especially that's working with some artists behind, maybe you're a producer, or maybe you're a PR person, you're an influencer, or you have influencer within the circles of influencing and all that. We know the goings on in within that space, one man, and the direct link between politics in Lagos and entertainment in Lagos. One man, if I start speaking to it, maybe some people might start understanding some of the reasons why vocal people like me decided to start taking active part in politics. It wasn't because maybe we were less busy or anything, but we were able to trace most of the issues, endemic issues we were having to that space called politics, to the government. So most of us that was as brave enough, it's like, you know what? We are going to have to enter that space if we want to liberate ourselves at all. One man, whether you're talking about uh, drugs, whether you're talking about cultism, whether you're talking about violence, gangsterism, whether you're talking about some sort of murderous underworld cocoons, whether you're talking about with money laundering and all of that, what is going on in the entertainment industry in Nigeria and how it is interwoven with the hegemony in Lagos State. If I'm given an entire 24 hours to speak to it, and I'm given the liberty to speak freely, maybe some people might start to understand why some of us who participated in NSAS, who are participating in what they are calling obedient movement now, and whatever else that is going to be called in future, why most of us decided to join that. What prompted it? You know, but most of these things are not being said. Everybody's living in fear. You know, there is state capture of a hegemony of criminals from the top of the political hierarchy of Lagos State, and the wings. Okay, I promise not to go so deep. The wings of that is entertainment industry. The branches. But let me stop. I mean, it's a public platform. I mean, I still want my safety, but
There's
issue is
there's a lot of dark goings on within the entertainment.
very dark, one man. Super dark.
It's heavily enmeshed in drugs, which is not peculiar to Nigeria. There's a lot of drugs within that entertainment space, but there's a cultism, almost occultism, and then there's some strange practices,
Gangsterism.
gangsterism,
Thuggery.
and
Voodoo.
of course, I mean voodoo is standard
Thuggery.
fare, you know.
And all these
I
are
heard
being
of I heard of a person, a male artist of some form, a male show business personality that
yeah.
was forced to have copulation. Let me put it that way. Was forced to have copulation with his fellow man by virtue of being able to progress in his career. That sort of thing.
One man. Any day you see people like musicians like Faust, any day you see artists like P Square, people like Macaroni, and some of these very vocal artists and within the entertainment industry. I don't know how Yoruba people greet, but you just need to greet them because I don't know how they get that courage, knowing what is on ground, to even dare to go against the establishment and speak up. Any day you see those names and some other ones, respect them. When they call out the government and call out the establishment, they're not just calling it out. It's not unconnected with their field. No, it's not. There are certain underlying things that I'm not talking about, but they're like, if we cut off the heads, automatically the hands will let go. But on this, specifically on the space of Mobad, one man, he's gone. May his gentle rest in peace, first of all. Sadly, he was 27 years old. He had issues with Naira Marley's record label, like I assume most of you will know, and he left sometime last year. He made a video.
That is not uncommon though.
Yeah.
Uptown, it's not uncommon that the relationship between record labels and upcoming artists is usually exploitative, and it's not unique or peculiar to. They always exploit upcoming artists.
Yeah, woman, I heard when you said that when I was listening from the comment section earlier at the beginning of the show, and I thought I mean I wouldn't blame you. I think speaking out of a little bit shallow knowledge of what with the particular issue. Now, what you talked about exploitations and all that, that's not really part of the issue because I don't think anybody's going to an entertainment industry and whether you're going to content creating or you're going to music or movies and you're not expecting some sort of exploitations at least at the onset of your career and what have you. That's standard practice. That's not what we're talking about here. We are talking about where you can be blacklisted in a gangster ring where if you talk, you die. If you don't talk, you die. That is between the devil and the red blue sea. Nobody's talking about exploitations, maybe taking your show money, not giving you only 5%. Nah, nobody's really worried about that. There's a lot of, from Runtown to Scales to even Whiskey was exploited by Banky. Those are standard practice. Nobody's worried about those. We are talking about one man. Have you watched King of Boys? It's a movie.
Yes, of course. It's a series. Yes.
King of Boys didn't come from the air. It wasn't. It's not really so much of a.
Oh, don't tell me I've dropped again. Have I dropped again?
We can hear you, one man. It's
all right.
I think it's Uptown that dropped.
All right. Uptown. All right. As we wait for Uptown to make the reconnection, let's go to Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, brilliant. Let me give you a headline actually, because I've been hearing you playing Naughty Boy on some spaces. So let me give you a headline.
Am I back?
Oh, you're back. You're back. Yeah.
Okay,
carry on.
good. I think I mistakenly clicked on my Siri. Okay.
All right.
So when you're being blacklisted, and if you talk, you die. If you do not talk, you die in silence. That means if you talk, you die talking. If you don't talk, you die in silence. What is making Mobad issue more prevalent now is because the youth space is being charged already. And when the charging started from 2020, right?
Pardon me for 1 microsecond. Look at the
Yeah.
size of Thomas's ego. Look at the size of Thomas's ego.
What was
Look, he has put his own picture as the backdrop to his own. My goodness me.
Yeah.
The ego bigger than Mobad. But carry on now, uptown.
I love the color of the suit though. So woman, where you cannot perform without being harassed. And again, I know if I say this, people that are in support of that from the political angle might think because of my political leaning, that's why I'm saying it. But as far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm speaking to this issue, I don't see why I should intimidate myself in not including it. The structure, the hegemony in Lagos State under an party called APC is breeding or has breeded successfully, which obviously I think is a tool they use to capture the state, a gangster ring. That gangster ring is what they are using to sustain power in the state in the last 23 years. But everybody is talking about the actions of those gangster ring across the entire local government during elections. But what people are not talking about is what they do when election period is over. What that ring does when election period is over. And after politics, the second most active space in Lagos is entertainment. So that's why it always falls on us. So when they are done with them and they win the power and they moved into the air conditioned offices, they go to the next ladder, which is entertainment, and they wreak havoc. I don't know who is listening to me, Shao, but as far as I'm concerned, I've not called names, I've not mentioned names, or whatever it is. I've only called out the government, and I've only called out the structure going on.
Let me interject you. Let me
No.
interject you. Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Please,
let me
go.
interject you. Look, for you to describe the problem going on in entertainment industry, the use of talks and this thing to relay each other and describe this as having a political undertone to it. I think I want to disagree with you. Why I want to disagree with you is we have that problem has been known in entertainment industry from time immemorial. Musicians, their fans, particularly those I can say of those of Fiji music. Maybe they are now. Since you have this your what do you call your Afrobeat with
Afrobeats.
most of the crazy young guys all over the place. Maybe and with what do you call this thing? The cultism that's injected into it, to the life of all these young people all over the place. So they have their groups of cultism fighting each other at one point or the other. So for you to want to now describe this rivalry and cultism membership, members behind each pop star, and want to describe it as if politicians are behind it that are APC are going after you, obedient musician. No, no, no. I don't want to buy that because we have been saying that in Yoruba land for decades. For decades. From time immemorial, we have been seeing musicians, fans and their thugs fighting. Sometimes even some musicians in some area, some thugs of their rival politician, musician, wouldn't want them to play there. We have seen it at several places in Yoruba land. All this Akpala music and Fiji music and all the rest, even Juju music, they used to do dance back in the days. It's not just a new thing. So don't bring politics to want to rubbish some people down because we have people APC controlling state. They are using that to molest you, obedient musician. I don't want to agree that with you.
Okay, Baba. I heard your honest submission, and I believe you spoke to the extent of which you know. And I can debate with you with what I know and what is on ground. I cannot debate with you with what I don't know about, maybe something that happened
Playtime.
30 years ago or 40 years ago,
Playtime.
yeah? So that
Playtime.
one is exclusive
Playtime. Can I
knowledge.
just respond to Baba Jelokoko? Don't you think, sir,
Yeah,
that
sure, you can.
don't you think that since he's in the industry, he might be privy to some information that we do not have
I know names,
access
bro. I
to?
know names.
So I
I'm
don't
not
think
talking
it's
about
anything
an
political.
umbrella thing.
Even I heard recently that even in Imo State and Abia State and all that, there's some involvement with drugs with what is happening. So it's nothing political. He's not pointing hands on any. He's not pointing at any political party. So I don't think this thing is about politics. I think they're just a dirty business and are going on. There's some prominent individuals that are behind all this, and it's all down to drugs and money laundering.
Okay. Um, Initially, I didn't even want to bring in the powers that be in Lagos State because I know it's going to bring a political undertone to it. But that does not change the fact that it is what it is. What is going on? I took part in NSAS, even though after everything that happened in NSAS, some people, I know a few people that came to the platform and said NSAS was, and I wanted to write history. NSAS was Igbos trying to destroy Yoruba land and all that, which is really very unfortunate. So I took part in every bit of NSAS. I took part in obedient movement. I took part in all the campaigns in Lagos State. That means that I took this my body heads inside every creek, inside every hood. I wasn't getting paid one kobo. I don't know. Well, I wasn't going to go to Aso or govern or do anything, but I know I was fighting for myself and my kids. I took some risk. I saw blood. I saw people attacked before my eyes. I lost a friend. So I know the challenges we faced. I know the cartels. I know the ranks. I know their leaders, and I know their sponsors. I know people they report to after the day's job. But we don't talk about this for the fear that this is public platforms and all that. But that is just a little hint. But one man today, a protest was a candlelight procession was going on in Lekki. I was hooked up with the live video through my friends JD, and these guys were attacked again. Canisters and what have you.
Yeah, I could
sent
show
you
the
some of the videos.
yeah, I could show the clips, but it's too violent. Yeah.
Yes. So
Let me play one of them just so that people will get a feel of the non-violent one. Let me play that one so that people can get a feel of what you're talking about. Is it the first one is not that violent, Abby? Uptown.
Yeah, I don't know the sequence, but I know like one or two is less graphics. So I think last one. I think this is okay. This is okay.
Yeah. Let me play this one. So this is what is going on. This is Lekki, right? Is this Lekki?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Tiagas, Brescia. That's Tiagas, so. So, Toga. I saw one girl with my eye like this. I said, she don't keep for that. She don't keep again. Oh, Tiagas, somebody see that my eye. I swear, that's my eye. The devil na blood. Tiagas.
Yeah, so there's the concern. The other one, there was a leg that was almost severed off. So I'm not quite sure if YouTube will want us to show that. Okay.
Okay, 1 month.
Yeah, go
Okay.
on.
So look, yeah. So 1 month, these young people were attacked again. Is it that our government do not learn? What exactly is going on with our country? Is it that people think they are going to
Can I
suppress young
interject you,
people
please?
to silence? Yeah,
Uptown,
please go.
can I
Go
interject
on.
you, please?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Go on.
If you don't mind, please. Been feeling this in my spirit that the Gen Zs, they want to use this avenue again to come on the street. And I envisage this attack that they're going to disperse them, they're going to scatter them. Because this Mubad thing may so rest in perfect peace. It doesn't warrant all this. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry for saying this. I'm not being mean here. This kind of you know what I mean. It doesn't warrant. I think people are going too far. I don't know. But I think
And also, no crime has been established yet, so I'm not quite sure why people are no crime. Yeah.
One man. That's what I said earlier on. Let's say allegedly one man. If I say this, people will say, this guy, Thomas is too mean. One man, this guy can even take his own life because of people are threatening him. Anything can happen to this guy. Nobody knew how this guy was taken down. He can even take his own life because he's being bullied all around. One man, people took their life because of bullying, only online. Not because of this guy that was being. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please.
And when
It
Thomas
wasn't a
finishes,
suicide now. What are we talking here?
all right. And when Thomas finishes, I want Uptown to round off, and then so that we can move on. I think we've been Uptown for a while. So Thomas land it and then respond Uptown, and then we go
Yes.
to
Thank you, one man. People were being bullied online. They go into their own houses, took their life. Someone here, as it happened to one of my job member child here, she nearly took her own life because of bully online, not because of this guy that was being beaten around. So please, let's calm down. Nigerians, calm down. We will find the roots of this thing. I heard the cops have been exhumed. The proper postmortem will be taken out. Then we will know the outcome of the
No,
death.
they've already done the postmortem. They're waiting.
Oh,
for the
really?
result. They're waiting for the result. Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah. Uptown, go on, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Thomas. Let me correct something you said. You said he may have taken his life because he was threatened and bullied. If you threaten and bully and beat up and lead to person taking his life, you are the killer and you should be picked up. And the point people are trying to send out is what you don't understand is that these young people know far more than most of you guys in diaspora because they are on ground in Lagos. They are in Surrey, they are in Oshodi, they are in Ikorodu. They know what is going on. There is something knowledge they know that is packing up their fire that you might not see. Might be, oh, come on, it's just some 27 years guy that died. I mean, yo, to calm down and sit tight or whatever it is. No, there are build-ups to it. There are certain things that needs to be addressed and that cannot be addressed by allowing the system, which they know is umbrella covering the perpetrators, to just do it out of their own voluntary free will. They know the only way the system can do it is if we apply that certain pressure that we take off that umbrella of which you, the system, is protecting those same people, and you will do it because we are now applying the pressure. That's why they're doing it. That's why Davido is out on the street today. That's why Fowles is out on the street. Even Eniola Badmos, the APC spokeswoman, is out on the street. That is why Bella Shmurda, now let me tell you, Bella tweeted, who is somebody you can call best friend of Mohbad, tweeted that he does not have, from what he knows, that you cannot be seeking justice from people who are protecting the person you want justice against. For him, go and check Bella's tweet, that for him, that what you guys are doing on exercise on fertility, that he's going to get it from illegality and from the street. And I think he even called out cult boys that, I mean, this is a street thing. This thing people are doing with government and police guy is not for me. He said he used to see Mohbad when he wakes up in the morning. He sees it at night. The boy is almost hallucinating now on Twitter. And of course, if you know how close he was with Mohbad, with everything that was going on, and how he has been speaking uncoded languages about this going on.
Do you think they are starting to politicize the narrative? Because if that space is hijacked by the obedient space, then it will lose its purpose.
I think that is again what you people don't understand. What you guys call obedient space, maybe because I think what the wrong thing about it is even forming that name with Obi in front of it. Maybe if it was some other whatever name that doesn't have anybody's name attached to it, maybe it would be better. I think that is what is confusing.
Thank you very much
from what is going on. So I think that's, I don't know who came up with that obedience. Maybe the person should have thought of that. Maybe just thought of something a little that doesn't have Obi in it. Or maybe the person just want to personalize it for a more sense of belonging or people to carry on. But I don't know. But people need to stop mixing it up. Because the more you're mixing it up, the more you don't understand, and the more you use your hand to cause more problems, like sending canisters to these youth. You do not quench fire by pouring fuel on it. These youth already have agitations. And if you can come and try to, like they do in the last election, try to put in tribal sentiments, ethnic sentiments, to try to divide the ranks and files of the youths, at least to make it less potent. I should give it to them. It worked a little bit. But I think it's very temporal. If people know how Gen Z is united with internet, they will know that even the tribal, whatever that's token, will probably, it will just last a little bit. And it will take another event to bring them all together again. Now go out on the street, obedience are there. People that supported Tinubu are there. People that supported Atiku are there. So guys are there. So people need to, I think these guys in power need to surround themselves with people like myself and Ekene and all these people that can enlighten you and give you a leeway into what is going on.
Playtown, hold a minute. One man, hold a minute. One man, can you see what Kulata just wrote? Why is somebody not banning him? Why are you preventing me from commenting? Just see what he's just written. Is that right?
It says, what is APC's business with?
No. It says Obedient want to use Mohbad to fight Tinubu. What is that? A sensible person will he be making that kind of statement?
It's a political platform now, and it's
no. You're getting it wrong. You're saying that you have not banned me. That you not put me on timeout. Apparently, someone is putting me on timeout, and you're looking the other way. Let's be
all right,
truthful.
all right. Stay where you are. Just stay where you are.
Woman,
Hold
I'm
on,
good. Sorry, who
hold
just
on.
spoke? Okay.
No, that was Tony. That was Tony.
Okay.
Tony,
Yes.
again, this is the band list. These are the moderators, the senior moderators, Eze and Ayo. And these are the other moderators at the bottom there. And then this here are approved users. There's nobody there. And you see this hidden user here. This is the band list. Can you see your name there? There's only one person there, and it's not you.
Timeout. I even
Well,
closed my browser and came back again. I mean, I find it strange, you know.
so there's nothing I can do. You are not banned.
Okay,
Only
that's
one
fine.
person is banned, and it's not you.
Okay, and please tell my brother
It's
Kulata.
me that is banned.
Okay, and please.
Unless your name is Golu Agades, then it's not you.
Okay, and please tell Kulata he can't be making this kind of statement. We're trying to heal each other, and you're
They are
making this kind of
asking
statement. Obedience
they
want to
are
use mobile to fight Tinubu. What is
they
it?
are they are asking if you need milk, and I could get it will buy you milk if you need some. Do you need milk? Eh?
I don't drink milk. I
Eh.
don't drink milk at all. And then
Okay,
if
what about a pacifier? Do you need a pacifier?
well, Kulata, I'm gonna come for you one of these days, and you're not gonna like it, honestly.
All right, bring it on uptown. We've not heard from
Okay.
a man of prestige for a while, so yeah.
I'm going to bring it home. I just find what's going on for I think my brother didn't join us during the election time full time because I
Look
mean
at that. Imagine somebody as sensitive as that being at the heart of the battle. He would have
That's what
come
I
in.
that's what I told him now.
I mean, come on, are you serious? I mean, that comment is the list of is the list of that comment didn't really even cut one fiber, you know. I mean, we've developed a
You
top
you
skin
you
already.
you you know you know
I
you
pray
know
you do too.
uptown. We've had somebody cry. The person he appears regularly on another platform now, so I'm not going to name him. But I suspect Ajale Koko
Okay.
might know. We've had somebody cry on this platform, not once, several times. At the heart of it, they will just burst into tears. Not she, burst into tears. But I carry on.
No, one man for you to come to this platform, you have to be less emotional. I mean, there are so many reasons why you have to be emotional about a lot of issues in Nigeria, yeah. But as far as one man collateral is concerned, you have to build some tough skin. Uh, that's, comment sections
I've
Basbos.
had somebody
If you
come here and
start
call my
taking it
mother a
serious,
prostitute. Can you imagine?
if you
I've never
take
said it before, but on my platform, they come here
Just
and
like
insult my mother.
just like me, I've grown thick skin to come in here.
Okay, one man. Let me just correct you.
advice.
Let me just correct you. Eze have just owned up that he placed me on 24 hours timeout. Why is that?
All right, well, take it
Eze
up
is
with
the
Izzy.
biggest now.
No,
Izzy
no,
is
no,
the
no. You are the owner of the channel. You give the spanners to these people to
do you
torment and all that. Man, he claims
do you
as an
know
Igbo
do
and
you
all
know
that, and
do you,
he's behaving like an asshole. I'm sorry that
oh
I have to
God,
use that word.
no, and that was why that you you've now explained why he put you on timeout.
No,
But
you shouldn't put me on timeout.
oh, all right. I did say that that's not the language of the space, but a more elegant company, perhaps, the Silky Tones off. So hold steady, celibate. We'll get to you quickly. But I bring it home uptown, and then we move very quickly so we can land on Celibate. The Silky Tones
All
is
right.
back.
Please, my brother, don't be agitated, yeah. Welcome to one man's platform. I've been called a lizard. I've been called a lizard in this platform, you know, by somebody. I'm yet to get an
After,
apology for that. And
after, what about me? What about me? You go to the comment section, you see.
but
Who they even look the comments itself? After who get time to look at the comment?
no, I mean, if you
Those
look
are
at it,
comments.
you'll
Yeah.
be depressed now. Why are you not in the comment section? But let me just round it
I
up,
don't
please.
get time to look comment here.
On a more serious note here, one man, the guys in government need to understand that times have changed. Now, what they don't understand is that when the youth awakening started in 2020, And it started in a very emotive way, because a lot of people felt it personally with the police brutality. They felt like they were in cage in their own country. Like, you step out of your house and you are looking at the next mile if you're going to make it in the next mile without being extorted or being thrown into a little bus and van, extorted somewhere of your little money that you're using to package your life in a country that has not offered you employment and does not offer you anything in your 20 years or 25 years of life. Now, people, that led to an awakening, and people were told, no, that is not the best way. Join politics, pick a leader, go and try it. Take your anger to the, I think the popular phrase then was, take your anger to the ballot here. And people started strategizing from that. They took their anger to the ballot, they did it. We know what happened in the election. They said, no, 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 don't do anything. Judiciary is your last hope. That tried judiciary, we are seeing what is playing out in judiciary. What people don't know is that there are stages to a revolution. And like Sowore will say, Sowore has been saying the only pathway to Nigeria is revolution. I don't agree with him, but then I'm going closer now and I'm seeing him just in front of me, like, it's like I'm arriving at where you are, Sowore, at the end of the day. But I don't pray that happens, but the leaders need to understand that they should, first of all, remove the name obedience and try to use microscope to look at what's going on. Else, there's going to be
all right. Nobody interject. Sorry, Ajanle Koko. I want to get to. Hold on, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah,
I want to
make this message.
I don't want us to lose Sally, and she only has 17 minutes left on her phone. But I made that point, and then I'll go to Sally after that. Yeah.
Uptime, don't come to us, so we don't bring your badge to we show.
So you people say the way forward is revolution now. You guys are already ST.
Don't bring your badge to show. We don't want you people. Stay where you are. Bye.
All right. Uptown. Let me go quickly, and gentlemen, let me go quickly to Sally Bates. She has 17 minutes on her phone, and she's one of the favorite voices on this platform. As you know, the Silky Tones of. She had umbrage because her Peter Obi lost, but I think she's getting over it now. So the Silky Tones of Sally Bates, the Iyaloja of Knightsbridge, Southwest London. So Sally Bates, it's been a while. It's been a while.
How's the new
Thank you for that excellent introduction. Iyaloja of Knightsbridge. Yeah, I don't follow the royal family of Chelsea and whatever. Anyway, it's been nice to see you all guys again. I've not seen much anyway, but you know, every now and again I have strolled around the show and seen that, you know, one time.
Have you taken a hiatus from Nigerian politics? Because I was speaking to you know Collins, the one with the deep voice. I was speaking to him a couple of days ago, and he said he could not bear the Nigerian political space anymore. It's depressing him. So did you take a holiday from Nigerian politics or just from us?
You know, when you've been in this game here, it's just like a business, right? So when it's like a business, when you have your faults, all you do, you basically inject, your tears, So this is business. Business school, that's what they teach us. You're not going to be excelling all the time, but when the chips go down, then you have to find a way of mending it and just moving on and believing in your principles, your brand, and what you want to achieve, your objectives, and so on and so forth. And so I'm just like that. There's no way that life will promise you that it's all going to be excellent. These so-called big organizations and countries, companies, and so on and so forth, they went through a lot. And so we have to also see ourselves like that. But what I don't like is for us to okay, we're just gonna let things just go on. Let things just go on. Never mend the situation.
Sally, the last time we caught up, you were on your third, or was it the fourth masters? Have you completed that?
Well, I'm doing now is more than even a doctorate, because right now I'm just doing some prototypes for the Sustainable Development Goals, and there's no time, because we're already on 2023, and it's supposed to end in 2030, and even the 2015 Millennium Development Goals, we are nowhere. So you see, Africa is rising. I'm moving more into Africa, because I know that that's where, when we get together as Africans, we'll begin to go somewhere. When we understand what our needs are, and when we stop seeing our people like just ordinary, like rubbish, and begin to see them as citizens, as people who are worth it. Every little child, whether disabled, whether good or bad, every single person, old and young. And we believe that there's a place for them in the society, and that they are citizens. We'll begin to, go places. So the bad governance that we have is just a default situation that has been created by our colonial masters. As you can see, what's going on, with the France. Oh my God, not now. Decline this call. Sorry, my nephew is on my back because I'm looking after him. Okay, so boy, come on, man.
You can take the call and rejoin us, Celis. I think that
No, because I've got this little time. Let me just say what I've got to say. The boy is not understanding. The boy is like a baby, big man picking. Oh God!
Everybody is like a baby, or even 70, 80-year-old boys. They're still
No,
like
my
a baby.
children don't behave like that. My children, if I just stop them, they discipline themselves. You see, the boy is calling me now. Big man picking now. You see?
And now, what does he want? Food? It's usually food, isn't it?
No, he's staying over with. I'm supposed to be mentoring him. He's staying over with me for mentoring, but I'm actually in a different place now. I'm at the flat, another flat. So,
all right, all right.
He's expecting me to
Okay,
be home.
you are in Chelsea, not Knightsbridge today.
Yeah, he's expecting me to be home, but I need to take an Uber back home. I'm looking after him for now. He's got some issues. When parents send the children to you to look after, because they know I can handle children very well.
You are taking Uber. What happened to the limo? Have you sent Jeeves on holidays?
I've not been driving. Which limo? I beg, leave me. I've not been driving in London. 20 miles an hour for what? I'm not driving, because I drive more speed than that. So I don't want to enter Wahala with police.
Sister Sally, I just drive over 10 hours now from Upper East to St. Accra.
I just came here to look at a few things and run away, but then, okay. So I'm just saying, relaxing a bit because it's quiet here. Nobody's here. It's just me. But
all right, Felix, give us a few words on where you are on Nigerian politics, and then and then we go to
right now. One man. Right now, I'm kind of moving away to a more holistic view about Africa. So I'm not just looking at Nigeria. I'm looking at all the other countries and all the issues we're having in Africa. I'm looking at BRICS. I'm looking at what has recently happened. You see all our leaders going there. Even our man, that's your man, Tinubu, he tries more for the United Nations there, because we have to assert ourselves. See, it's not all this our local politics. These politics have to go global, because we've been so much cheated. And I think that's where we should begin to look at how are we going to attain, let's just say even the 2030, where would we be? China, everybody is making it. Everybody has done, even a country like, look at it, even Kenya has gone very far in terms of education. Where are we going? This is what we should be talking about. Not worrying about, too much about all these arguments about who won, who did not win. Obviously, we know that everything was inefficient, and that's a fact. in terms of the elections, everything was inefficient. 300 billion naira. We could have used it to even buy granite or do whatever we do for our people, than to use it for an election that we never even meant to use the beavers, or never even meant to use anything that we actually prescribed. So at the end of the day, who are the people? Who are the rulers? Who are the, these are the things that we have to like put into perspective. Because I think the Nigerian citizens are bigger than the government, and yet we cannot get what we want. So it's not a matter about who. I'm not tribal.
Does that not then tell you that the Nigerian people are not bigger than the government?
The Nigerian people are bigger than the government.
Well, it's one or two things, isn't it? It's either that the Nigerian people are not bigger than the government, or the obedient narrative is not representative of the Nigerian people's will. So
it is to a large extent.
Then it's a binary choice. It's a binary choice, yeah.
To a large extent, I think the obedience are bigger than the government, because the government are how many people? Even if we look at the elections, even if we look at the number of people, like if we look at Atiku's side and look at Obi's side, and we look at Tinubu's side, what is got is not even 30% of the Nigerian populace.
Yeah, he got more than most. That's the requirement of the law. He got more than most.
You keep saying the law, but how is it working in other countries? How is it
that's generally how it works in every country.
No. How are other countries making ends meet? You have to get those metrics together. So it's not a matter of just jumping in or saying, okay, so you won, so what? How much of the population are following you? It matters.
To the victor, the spoils. To the victor, the spoils. So he wants. So what? To the victor,
see,
the spoils.
the election, basically, as well as I know, it cannot happen in Kent. I was in Kent, by the way. We had our Unijust.
Why didn't you call me? We could have gone for
I was in Strood. Is that where you are? Strood or whatever.
I'm in Dartford.
Okay, so I went past. Anyway, it was on the way to Dartford, I think. But I think it was Strood. Strood Station.
Yeah.
So that was where we had it, somewhere around Strood, St. Francis Strood. That's where we had our Unijust kind of like get together, meeting, all that. So we're still on all of this. These are issues that we as Nigerians, those of us who have managed to have that exposure and see other climes, how they work, it's the onus is on us to begin to try and exude what we know to help our people. So it's just for our people to feed, live. Look at how they're throwing rice. People are picking rice with sand. Come on, guys.
It was quite
how does that look to you?
The way they disbursed that palliative, it was quite. They were
that girl from my own area, or a BBO girl, that that's Calabar woman. She said she's a doctor. Come on, man. Come on, man. Can this happen here?
Is it the Edu girl? Is it the?
No, the Edu, but she's from Cross River. But look at her throwing sand on the, throwing rice on the floor for people to, come on. These are the things that, come on, is it not embarrassing for you? So we're just looking at this thing. This thing now is not even a matter of Tinubu or Obi or anybody. When are we going to get our pride back? Because even in my own village, I took my village women to meet Amechi on his 1 year in office, and they saw soldiers flogging people. They said they're going back. They don't want to be there. Then eventually I begged them, and then I got some other people to beg them. I told the soldiers, look, these women are frightened. We eventually got in. When we got in, they saw all the Port Harcourt women scrambling for food, fighting, going into the bags, scattering all the food. And they said they're going home. They're going, they're leaving. These are women from village. And they said they want to go. They said they can't, they've never seen anything like this in their life. So what I'm trying to say is that we have to have a brand. We have to have a brand that we project where our country is going to have that respect. Our people are going to have the respect, and we're going to treat our people with respect, regardless. And for me, that's me now. I'm not even bothered about who is in government, but so far as we're going to be, look at what happened to my young man, Mobad. I'm so upset. I was so heartbroken. That guy been the same my life. Oh.
Are you in that space? Do you follow his music?
That boy, if one time things gonna happen to me recently, you know, see me, nothing will not happen to me. But when I did listen to that boy, waiting be this one like this, hey, the boy they sing. I can't love the boy. I don't even know who he be. Then when I now suddenly I just opened one other page, German first lady. Aru IP. I wanted to faint because I've been using his music to get myself to, you know, get going with all the things that are happening to me and all the stresses I've been having and all the work that I have to do.
His music is quite therapeutic. I'll agree with you.
I said, that boy, what happened to this young man? 27 years. Oh my God.
Is that not the life of show business though? Live fast, die young, have a good-looking corpse. That's show business, isn't it? Live fast, die young, have a
no. That boy didn't deserve that. I think he wasn't helped enough. If the police had helped him from the beginning and start checking what he wrote, all those things. I didn't know even his song was telling the story of. I didn't even know. I just thought he was just singing, and I was just enjoying it and saying, God, at least this young guy is singing my life for me. So let me just go on and do what I need to do. You understand me? So I was encouraged by his song, you know, and then suddenly to see that he just was, you know, they say that he was not even dead when they buried. No, the whole stories. When I see it, I just pass. I'm so heartbroken, you know. So all I'm saying is that Nigerians should just wake up and realize that we have to be Nigerians and we have to own our country. Don't matter who is there, I don't care. But this impunity.
If I get the sentiment you're expressing, then I'm on board with it. What you're saying essentially is that people should not wait on the state because the state will perpetually fail. But we as citizens, we can build that country outside of the state by our individual and then by mass collective action.
I agree with you. And let me tell you something, right? Part of one of my projects I was going to do for my doctorate, which I've decided not to do it because I just tired for school. But what I wanted to do, maybe I'll do it.
You might as well do the doctorate. I've accumulated all these. How many more masters do you want to accumulate? Just do the doctorate.
No. I just want to do a prototype project. And that project should start from the prism of the people. Get them housing, get them decency, teach them. Look, Chinese, all these people, they're not better than us. They're not better than us. Because me, I'm into building, I'm into, you know, quite a lot of art and other things. Forget about the academic side. But the real thing is that you have to grow your seeds.
Did you not promise that you were going to dance for us in traditional gear? You think I'd forgotten?
Not be today now. Me, I not there for that one today, you know, but maybe
not
there's
today,
quite a lot going on.
I've not forgotten. So you still have to do that traditional dance in traditional wears for us, yes.
I don't have no traditional wears in this country. I one time I got vexed and I said I'm not wearing that traditional clothes again. So I shipped everything to Nigeria. And now I don't have no.
I wear nothing but traditional wears in summer. During the summer, I make sure that I always
this summer I've been out of it. I've been wearing shorts. I've been wearing my tennis dresses. I've just even not covering my hair. I've just been like wild, like just being myself. How God made me. I don't care about religion or anything. I just go my way. And you never see me in glasses. You see me in. Let me show you. I wear my goggles. Nobody see my eye. I don't want to know. I just want to get to where I want to get to.
Are you going through a punk? Are you going through a punk renaissance phase? Do you want me to play that? Do you want me to play Do you want me to play them your clip of you singing "Lollipop, Lollipop"?
No, please, no, 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 no. That was my no, please, no. That was my mom's time. My mom, their time. I remember that song. We never used to rest in that house. My mom would play it 100 times. Boy Lollipop.
How does it go again? Remind us. How does the song go? Come
Boy
on now.
Lollipop, to doom to you make my heart so giddy up. I love you so. I love you. I love you. You know, that was a childhood song that I knew. Anyway.
Yes, I saw you all leathered up like some punk from the 80s, you know. Yeah, look at that, that rascality. You're not going to give it up, huh?
Remember, say I be allowed die too. Let it play. Now we start this Nollywood where they make on our money now. Now we first start.
Waiting be your contribution to Nollywood, eh?
Of course, from NTA, we produced Leisure District.
Yeah, you used to work
we
for NTA,
produced Stella Moye. We produced, I can't even remember, even Zebuludaya, all those people, we were all producing them. But I wasn't working in that department. I was in Young World. So basically, I was producing
that's
the
new
younger
masquerade.
generation was coming up to, you know, whatever. And
Yes,
at that time, we had link with Universal Studios, Sony, all those places. We just one phone call, because I was a researcher as well. So everything that we needed from the questions that people asked, you know, and we produced live. It was hard work. It's not like now. Now you can just stay on your phone and be, you know, anywhere and just record. But then it was them days, it was like live. So when they say action, you know, studio, standby, bam, action, everything is recording, everything is going on. So if I'm not presenting, then I'll be on the video mix console with the director, and we're working and we're broadcasting. So that's how it was. It was no joke. It was like every time efficiency. Efficiency was very important.
Yeah, claiming ownership of Nollywood. Yeah.
Of course. Even when Nollywood was coming out, because in my house in GRA Port Harcourt, we have my mom and me, we had a kind of like a video shop. So all the music, everything coming in from Giacomo, I mean they bring and come London. I mean they bring and come. I'll go Brixton everywhere, distribute them. I'll distribute them to Kiss FM, all my friends there, Cody, all of them. I just give them Nigerian music. I didn't allow anybody to rest with Nigerian music. And so in that case, and then I was promoting anyway. So I was doing like...
Sally, are you sure you don't want me to play this clip? It's such a delightful... let's share it. Let's share
it. You see now? Oh my God. Play them.
I want people to see you.
Play it. I'm on 8 minutes now, so play it quickly.
All right. This is Sally in the fullness of her glory. This is Sally Beats.
We're not seeing anything.
Oh, sorry, I was sharing it, but I wasn't sharing it. Let me share it. I think people will enjoy this. Let me share it. This is Sally Bates in the fullness of her glory.
Oh man, not in the show, not in the show.
I can sing better songs than that too.
All right, Sally Beats, explain yourself.
All right. Mama, can I say something to her?
How many glasses of Cavassier found a happy home before that? Yeah, Sally, meet Ekene. You see, it's been that long, you don't even know Ekene. Ekene wants to have a word with you, Sally.
Yeah,
Go on.
yeah, Sally.
Yeah. Hi, Ikene. Is it Kene or Ikene?
I'm
Is
happy
Ekene.
to hear. Yeah, I've not met him on this platform before. This is my first time of seeing her. But I love her smile. I love her confidence. I love the belief you have in our country. So seeing that you are also obedient, you fight the cause you believe in, even though people think we didn't succeed. But I think we succeed. I think just that most of us, the obedient, didn't see the positive side of our impact in the last election. If we look very well, we know that we succeed. And in knowing that we succeed, we draw our strength from there. And I think we can do more better. So just believe that we succeed. Don't believe that we didn't do anything. We did a lot of things. We did a
I
lot
know we
of
did.
things. So we cannot just say we fail. People go back and relax. We're not going to say the truth. We're not going to fight for what you believe in. No, you continue to fight. People like us, we fought. We're in Nigeria. I'm in Nigeria. You guys are even enjoying more better than us. But we here in Nigeria, we are still doing a lot. So I'm happy to meet you. I love your confidence. I love what you did. I love every word that come out from your mouth this evening, and also it gladdens my heart. So I'll still go out there and say that I still see some obedient people abroad that believe in our cause. So together we can still get there. We fight. It's not like people say it's all about Toby. It's not all about Toby. I believe that tomorrow we can still adopt a better candidate, even if Obi is not there. It's all about getting our country to work the way we
Yeah,
want
it's
it to
all
work.
about getting our country to work, and it's
So
all about us being Nigerians. Because nowadays,
yeah,
to say you're Nigerian, it's like a tall order. The people start asking you things and all that, and who wants to be answering all those things? But at the end of the day, we are Nigerians, and we who are exposed, we who have the idea, we have to
yeah,
continue to look. We have to fight for change. Fight
yeah,
for
that is it.
change. Yeah. It's not like
So
boxing anybody, but we have to be resolute about change. And that is it.
All
yeah,
right,
thank you
brilliant.
very much. Thank you very much. Continue to be strong. Everything will get it right. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Sally, let me get back to Man of Prestige, who has been waiting for a long time, but you couldn't turn up after such a long. So I just had to clear the deck for you.
I
So
beg
that's
go one man. I beg 1 second. How na take manage those years? All those all on our way don't old finish. This song that I'm hearing from the background, it sounds like noise. I just
look
listen.
at this
I'm
guy. Look at this
like,
guy.
Guys, I have to go.
what's
My battery
happening
is
here?
running out. May I get the battery out, take call Uber, they go house.
All
They,
right, Sally, I'll
yeah,
call
we're
you
moving
later.
from this location now. There's no one here. But my nephew wants me so badly, so I need to go home.
All right, Sally.
Because
I'll speak to you.
basically, there's no one here. I rent this flat, Airbnb, so I rent this flat basically. In
All
case
right, brilliant.
anybody's interested, the flat is available for like short stays and all that. So I just
Yes,
came
but
to
who is going to pay $2,000, £2,000 a day in Chelsea?
no, it's only about £150 a night. But if you talk to me, I can give you a discount.
Can you leave your details, please?
A typical
One
Nigerian
man has
woman.
my details. Let him send it to you.
I
My
love
battery is going
Nigerian
down.
All right.
One man send him my details.
All right, thank you, Sally. I'll call you
Yeah.
tomorrow.
So good evening, all of you, and tomorrow I can join again. Okay.
All right,
If
brilliant. So
I'm
that's
free, if not Saturday I'm usually free. So I don't know
all
when
right.
you're going to start Saturday. So send me the link like we did today. Then I will join and we can talk better because I'll have my computer. I don't like talking on these little phones. I
All
have my
right.
computer and everything all set up. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So sing yourself out as you sang yourself in. The silky
Boy,
tone.
lollipop, to do, to you make my heart so giddy up. I love you so, Nigeria lollipop, to do, to.
I need you, I need you, I need you so. I'll never let you out, my heart so dear.
And there she is, the inimitable Celibate. So that's my Celibate, of course. If you don't know her, now you do. So the silky
You have
tones
to
of
invite me to Kent, so I will come and have a drink with you. At least jollof rice.
You know the drinks that World Peace sent during Christmas. You know it's still unopened. Maybe I'll send one of them to you.
He
Because
was meant to send me one, and when I asked him, he was a little bit awkward the way he answered, so I just left it.
No, I'll send you one. I'll phone you tomorrow, and then we'll make the arrangements.
Okay, no wahala. Take care, guys. Good night. Love.
All right, Celibate, the magical Celibate. So that's Celibate, of course. If you don't know her now, you do. So thank you, Celit. Thank you, Man of Prestige, for yielding that space. It's been a while since we heard from Celi, so we just couldn't contain ourselves. So, Man of Prestige, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh yes, I did say I was going to beat you over the head with something. Let me do that now.
Okay.
Yes, it's this. Do you want to read this headline to us? Because I heard you on To Naija, doing some. Yes, can you see this headline? Can you see it?
Yeah.
It says Tinubu becomes first African leader to ring closing bell at NASDAQ. And you were saying it was just a silly nonsense and you couldn't understand all the fuss.
Okay. And I'm going to comment on that. Before I begin, I greet everybody. I'm very brash on my opinion, and I'll be very apologetic about my opinion because I believe in my opinion. My opinion is right by me.
You will be apologetic.
Unapologetic, I think he meant.
We have start apologizing. Yamed.
I said I'm unapologetic.
Did you know Sally, by the way, Kulata? Were you here when she was around?
Isn't this Sally that sent one of our friends, a female, to come and attack me, and then she started crying?
Oh, yeah, she brought her cousin that was speaking grammar, yes.
I was speaking grammar, and she was arguing with me, and then she got frustrated.
Yes.
Okay,
of course, I
know it's my space right now. Kulata, just chill out, okay?
All right, sorry, carry on, Prestige.
Yeah, so let me begin my narration. I'm going to come back to this Tinubu stuff, but I'm not going to comment much about Mobile because I follow Nigeria entertainment, but I'm not in that space like Playtown is, so I'm not going to dwell that much on this. I'm only going to speak about 2 or 3 minutes on that space. Yeah, I'm familiar with Mobile. I follow his music, the feel good on and everything, which has gone almost about 10 million viewers right now, So he's a very good musician, but he hasn't got, he didn't get the platform. I think there's a lot, that play into his death and everything. Like somebody coming here, wasn't it Thomas that said he committed suicide? No, he didn't. He died in the hospital. So there's no way he's going to commit suicide. So that one is out of the range. So let that be. Playtime has educated us on what happened. But my only concern is the way he was buried. The next day they buried him. The father just put him in a coffin, very small coffin. He's not even a Muslim. He's a Christian. Stuck his head, in a very small coffin. So there's some foul play going on. I don't know if his dad is involved and everything. But let me not comment on what I don't know.
How do you think it's because as the story of that family continues to come out in the public space, they are not being painted in glory.
Right.
They're scrambling over money, fighting over estates. They're trying to outdo it's just a mess.
Yeah, it's a lot of foul play, but I don't like when people come here, and say the obedience has something to do with it. Like Kulata, I think recently, not Kulata, recently, Ajali Coco has been eating a lot of agbado. Anytime he says something about APC, he get very defensive. So he's been eating a lot of too much agbado these days. I've been listening to him. So I don't know why he tried to make it obedience. There's some political undertone when it comes to entertainment in Nigeria. There's no doubt about it. It's not about Lagos. Lagos is the maker of Lagos is the maker of in Nigeria entertainment. So anything the politician plays some role in it. Yeah, I can't say it's APC, but APC rule Lagos. So what Playtime was saying was correct. Even at all, I'm not in the entertainment industry. I follow entertainment industry in Nigeria more than I follow politics or any other thing in Nigeria. So let me leave it in there, so people who don't know what they're talking about, like Jalikoka, should just not say anything about that.
You must have Kulata on your brain. You've missed.
Yeah, because Kulata said something too. So because he made the comment on the chat, so I don't really pay attention to anybody that made something on the chat area, But Ajalikoka bravely said it here, So that's why I'm, concentrating on Ajalikoka. So I hope he's listening to what I'm saying.
Can I interject? So what in the world will an entertainer die? Probably cult related or record com related or something. And you guys, I include you now draw an imaginary arrow through a maze. You pass through a maze to try and point it to APC. I'm sure the target is Tinubu. It's like you guys could not even get agitated because you had zero case for election, and you're looking for something to stand
Kulata,
on.
APC was not mentioned now.
It was
Kulata, APC was not mentioned.
implicitly mentioned.
Lagos government.
It
If
was
you don't know about
implicitly
Nigerian
mentioned.
entertainment,
Who is governing Lagos State? Who is governing Lagos State?
Intermingle with politics.
No, nobody has been
very
able to prove. It
intermingled
was
with
just
politics.
conjecture.
So
It
when
was all conjecture.
when you talk about that, it has to be the Lagos because Lagos is the mega.
It doesn't
happened in
have to be
another
any
place, but
Lagos.
no
It's
place is
all
in.
imaginary. Stop drawing imaginary lines.
You don't know what you're talking about, so just chill.
I know exactly what I'm talking
Kulata
about.
is not imaginary line. We can
It is
call me
imaginary
on a
lines.
private when we talk about it. There's nothing
We can talk
imaginary
about
about
it
it.
later on. You guys are just
Millions of youths are not out on the streets
everything you
because
have
of
pivoted
imagination.
to obedience, and you have forgotten that Atiku is doing more damage, to Tinubu than Obi is doing.
that is beside the point of what we're talking about.
You're so much
Prestige.
concentrate on obedience, particularly you, Kulata. Something wrong with you.
Prestige, that's not what we're talking about. An entertainer, listen to what I said. I'm pretty clear. An entertainer died. And the next thing is to try and draw some line to politicians, especially
I
the
don't know who
ones
did that.
governing Lagos.
I've not been following that, but I'm just going by
Playtown
what
did tonight.
I'm going by what
Do you
Playtown
realize?
said. There's a narrative of politics involved in entertainment in Lagos. That's all. That's all Playtown said.
Sorry, Tone, we are getting feedback from you anytime you're on mute. You must have two devices running at the same time.
So, like I was saying,
No, I don't have two devices, so it's not me.
Like I was saying, there's
everybody
a
will tell you.
political undertone in Lagos when it comes to entertainment. It's not about APC. So you don't know about that. You don't live in that
There's
area.
political undertone in the price of tomato. That is either near or there.
Okay, okay, that's your own opinion. Okay, but anyway, let me get away from there. You've been eating too much agbado, like I said.
Is there anything bad in agbado?
Yeah. When you're eating much agbado, you're spinning things. You're become delusional. But anyway, let me move.
Sorry, 1 minute. Kulata, if you're saying this, don't try to say it in front of Macaroni. Macaroni. And then you meet him, don't say it in front of him.
Who cares about macaroni? Macaroni called spaghetti.
No, he might tell you some stories you want to hear. He might tell you some stories.
He can say whatever stories. Now he's also a rabid obedient. So what do I care?
So
I'm talking about before obedience
Macaroni
movement.
is a fat boy now. I'm sure Kulata can take macaroni.
I'll punch him in. I'll give him a liver shot.
Where is macaroni? But this is that boy of yesterday. What are you talking about?
Some fat boy like this. Don't mind.
Don't body shame people now.
You're like you stopping my time.
Don't worry, I'm a fat boy too, so I can say it. But back to your prestige.
Yeah, but anyway, enough of that mobile place. So I'm gonna go to the Tinubu this fuel subsidy removal. Has it ever been removed? I don't think so. It has never been removed. So they're just playing on. They're just playing on.
Tony, stay muted, please. Your feed is coming through. Yeah, carry on, prestige.
Yeah, I'm just saying the fuel subsidy has never been removed. All they do is playing on our head. The politics. Nothing has happened. Look at what's going on in Nigeria right now. Tinubu went to the Tinubu went to the UN. Yeah, the speech was good, compared to the Ghana president, who is there talking about reparation and all that kind of things, and the other one talking about the war in Ukraine. Is that the problem of Africa? The problem is Africa should be the way, Tinubu stated. Yeah, I give him the credit, he spoke well. Even I thought he's not eloquent like other people, but, the substance of what he said make more sense, but the one I don't understand is, is the Marshall Plan. I don't know what that has to do with Nigeria, so he has spoken well, but I cannot look at this present government, as, being a propagandist. I mean, they have the highest propagandist I've ever seen. I mean, why should I believe in whatever they said? I mean, they said the visa has been lifted from, and that was untrue. And they got something from, when they went to India, nothing was gone. So I can't believe anything they do. They are very good in their propaganda. And I hear some people here cheering about him going to the New York Stock Exchange and become a bell ringer. And somebody here saying that Nigerian has arrived. What nonsense is Nigeria?
Yeah,
Arrived for what?
I heard you running that commentary on Natu Nigeria.
Well, that's why I come. That's why I come here to run. I'm not going to shy away from what I said. I don't just say in another platform.
Yeah, but do you not see? Do you not see this? Is the first African leader to ring that bell.
That's not true. That's not true. Jonathan ring it. Hold on. Even DJ Copy ring a bell at New York Stock Exchange.
DJ Copy did not.
Yes, he did. He did.
Do you know who DJ Copy is? Otedolas daughter.
Exactly. He did. She did. I mean, she did. I'm serious. She did. Go find out. She did.
Wait,
I mean,
Prestige. Sorry. Did she ring? Prestige. What? Did she ring? Prestige, hold on. Did she ring a bell or she rang the bell?
She rang a bell. It doesn't matter.
A bell is nothing now.
Does she ring
the bell? That's all I know. But you all are making it a big deal.
Let's analyze this because people don't understand what that bell.
What is the bell for? I mean, what?
I don't
how
know why
does that
you guys
bring the forest to Nigeria? Oh, you're like just you're like just come here. Some of you are just delusional when it comes to
dollar is 1,000 as at this morning. That's the
exactly. I mean, just to be a bell ringer. I can lobby to become a bell ringer.
So man's of prestige. So man of prestige, nothing significant to his presence there. And
no, nothing significant, nothing for you to enjoy about. Like Nigeria has arrived. Nigeria arrived for what?
Are you serious?
You said it.
But
you said Nigeria has arrived. I thought you said that yesterday.
Ajali Koko, do you know that by the time he was there,
who did it direct?
Jonathan did it. Jonathan did it. DJ Copy did it.
Okay, fine. Why did Jonathan? Okay, hold on. Why was Jonathan there?
I mean, to showcase Nigeria, maybe he can get some investment.
Hold on. Jonathan was not there. Jonathan was at the New York Stock Exchange, which is a different space.
Oh, New York is even New York Stock Exchange. What is the difference? They are all the same on the same location. Have you been to New York? NASDAQ, all of them. They're all for the same thing.
Hold on. I know you are Jonathan. Why was Jonathan there?
Why was he there?
Yeah.
Maybe to lobby for investment, I just
maybe why was Tinubu? Okay, hold on. Why was Tinubu there? Why was Tinubu there?
To showcase Nigeria.
Nigeria, but and then you are saying nothing significant.
No. What I'm trying to say, he has not done it. Nothing has been done. Forget about all those photos.
What are you expecting to be done? The man went to market. Hold on. This man went to market Nigeria to international investors. And you are saying nothing is there, and he makes
my problem I have with you, Ajali Koko, because
nothing is there.
You make it sound like it's a big deal, like Nigeria has arrived. Yeah,
it's a big deal. Nigeria has arrived. What are you talking about?
It's not a big deal. I said
Nigeria has arrived.
DJ Copy went there to ring the bell. So what is the big deal?
No, Nigeria has arrived because Nigeria have a new set of leadership.
They haven't arrived yet.
Hold on.
Until their substance, they started implementing.
Business is not going to be done in the old-fashioned that international investors have, and he has taken some measures to convince international investors that look at what we are doing. We are ready to do business with you. We are ready to guarantee the security of your investment, and we will make sure that you'll be able to repatriate, I mean, to remit profit home at any time that you want to remit your. This is what those are the things that investors want to hear, particularly from the
Okay.
horse's mouth.
Okay,
And he
Ajalo
has
you are
people.
right.
Hold on. The people look.
Hold on.
Investors
Ismail
will
Ajalo
look at.
please go ahead.
Hold on. Investors want to see those people that are managing the strategic position in terms of your people who go to be in charge of your monetary policy, people who go to be in charge of your fiscal policy, and these are the people they want. Who are they? Are they disciplined people? Are they people of you know people of a good character that we can trust? We can we can take our investment there, that can manage that space well for us for the security of our fund. Are you
Hello,
going to
Ajani
tell me
Koko.
that Wale Edu
Hold
is
on, it's my
not
turn. Let
hold
Ajalo
on, let me
finish,
make my
please.
point.
Hello,
Do you want
Ajalo
to
Ajani
tell
Koko.
me
go
that
ahead.
Wale
Nine pages,
Edu
please.
is not one of the best that we have in that country? Do you want to tell me that Cardoso is not one of the best we have in that country? I mean, you guys, look, you can criticize objectively, not with
Baba,
I
calm
mean, not
down.
with
Calm down.
biases and all this kind of everything you want to condemn it. Don't condemn everything. What is good, say this is good. What is bad, say this is bad. You are not going to lose anything by acknowledging what is good. The two guys that this guy have in charge of the monetary space and the what do you call the other one? They are people, one of the best that you can point to in this world that we live in. They are the best. They are one of the best in the world. They are among the best rather in this world, with the level of education and the experience they have in banking industry, in what do you call it, stock market, in whatsoever you want to mention it, money management. They are they are among the best we have in this world. What are you guys talking about?
Are you
Nigeria
finished?
has arrived.
Are you
We want
finished?
that country to succeed, and we want him to succeed.
Are you
We
finished,
want
Ajalo
Tinubu to
Coca?
succeed. We don't want him to fail. If he
Ajani
fails, we
Koko.
all fail.
Please,
Ajani
please,
Koko.
please, can you allow
I
me,
think
please?
I think they think Kenneth Okonkwo is better than Cardozo.
I think this is my
Kulot, the
turn.
elections is over
Can I
now.
can I finish? This is my turn, please. This is my turn.
All right, back to your prestige. Back to your prestige.
Ajelo Coca, you're talking like you're people here are very on school. I don't know who you're thinking you're educating about when it comes to international politics and everything, about economics. Yeah, you have your own knowledge, but you're not the most informed person here. So don't come here be telling me what I know and what I don't know. I know a lot more than you think I do. I mean, I don't really speak it that much. So having said that, I don't have any problem about what he did, coming the appearance and everything. Yeah, it's a good idea, but the problem I have, you're acting like something has, he had generated something yet. It's just a preparation that he did. Nothing has happened yet. And you're coming here saying that Nigeria has arrived. What has any investment come to the Nigeria yet? I hope they do. But don't come here and give me all the whole praise. Yeah, I want Tinubu to succeed, but I'm giving him time. Like I said, I've said it earlier. You should give that man a grace period between 6 months to a year to see what happened. But for the meantime, don't give him all the praise like something has accomplished. After all, they have lied to us so many times. So why would I even believe? Because when you lie to me once or twice, it's very, very difficult. I'm very skeptical about what you said. I mean, all the whole thing, this government has said, this present government, that they have accomplished, full subsidy removal, but underneath, they're still subsidizing something, visa ban, which was never true. They got some investment when they went to India. And all is lie. I mean, They just appointed 15 advisors. What are they doing? They are just propaganda, to deceive Nigeria. And they have the worst propaganda. You're talking about education. Your former CBN governor, MFLA. Look at his qualifications. So it's not about brilliant or whatever, or your antecedent or before. It's not what matter. I mean, this government just fill the whole place with people in Lagos. I mean, Tinubu is doing the same thing, practicing nepotism at the highest level. Is Lagos the only people that has experience in Nigeria? And you people here, when Buhari was doing it, nobody here condemned. No, everybody here is condemning Buhari. But all of you right now are rejoicing. People like Kulata, Ajali Koka, everybody, because he appointed all strategic position. Yeah, he gave some people other position, but look at the strategic position in Nigeria. They are all given to people, in particular in Lagos. Let me not use the word Southwest. Of course, Southwest got the word, but Lagos.
You are
Lagos,
right.
Lagos doesn't make Nigeria.
You are right to say that there's a Yorubanization that almost seems to be emerging.
Yeah, but
So,
everybody here, let me mention them, particularly Kulata. He used to condemn the present, the former Buhari government, but right now he's rejoicing.
No, he's been critical of the overabundance.
Not from the narration I had from some of you here. I listen every now and then. I have not come here, but I listen every now and then. I hear how some of you are rejoicing by, which is good. But I'm just, I just have to point it out how it is. So everything. I'm not against what Tinubu is doing. He's the president. Nothing is going to come out of the Supreme Court. Forget about all that mess. He's the president. But I'm not going to give him, the credit until I see anything substantial that has been achieved. All this follow up that is going on right now, I don't believe in that. They are very good in that. So, having said that, let me pivot to David Houdini. You see, everybody here, I think the problem with Nigeria, it's just like Rufai for the TV. A lot of people, a lot of the Aguados, they don't like him because that's a true journalist. This David Houdini, he needs to be protected, and I will say it because he's one of the best investigative journalists Nigeria has ever produced. But
Man of prestige. Man of prestige.
What?
Can I ask you a question? If you're in the US and I know you're a Democrat, so
yeah, I'm a Democrat.
But I don't want us to take this into American politics or whatever. But assuming a journalist in America declares support for Donald Trump, and then everything he does is trying to look for loopholes in Biden, are you going to trust that journalist? Just yes or no. Don't talk about US politics. We don't even need all that. Just yes or no.
Okay,
be fair to yourself.
Be
intellectually honest.
He's an investigative journalist. That is different. It's not somebody in the news, Anchor News or whatever, that give you the daily news. He's an investigative journalist, and he has come out and said he's an obedient.
Please? Man of prestige, I want to ask you something. I believe you're familiar with the name Edward Snowden also.
I'm not.
Okay, this guy that exposed a lot of issues in America and has been
okay. I'm sorry. I missed the name.
WikiLeaks.
Yeah,
WikiLeaks. That take refugee in London.
Yeah. How fair do you think the American government and the entire Western government has treated him? When you expose state secrets, they will come for you. Then he crossed the line when he went into military exposure. So whatever comes his way from that, we should just take it. We've seen this happen in Saudi Arabia. They had to get down Khashoggi. Russia just did it when this progression also thus acted against the state. Those are standard practice everywhere in the world. The Western people we are trying to compare and trying to build our society after, they would not take it when you directly go against the interests of the state. As an American citizen or any citizen of the Western countries, they will always tell you as a nationalized citizen that when you go against the interest of the state, they can even take your citizenship.
All right, respond to that, man of prestige, and then carry on with your monologue so that we can get to Baba, who has been patiently waiting.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for that information you just presented. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I didn't like exposing this ECOWAS plan about about the invasion. That is the only place that I disagree with him. But the one of Tinubu and everything, being that Tinubu is the president, he has the right to investigate him. Yeah, he's biased. I'm not going to say he's not biased, but investigating journalists, they do that. He's not a news anchor or whatever, so there's nothing wrong. He's within his right. But when he do something about a nation like this, yeah, I'm against that he did. So they may go after him. But he's in Ghana right now where he has a refugee asylum, And before when he went there during the answer. He went there by road from Togo to Ghana. That's when he went there. He didn't go there, because of what happened, what transpired recently. Yeah, they were looking for him. He was one of those people that they were looking for after the answer, and some of them took a refugee to some other place, some other place. That's how he got to Ghana, and he had Ghana, he had the right to stay in Ghana. But he has complained they're after him right now. Yeah, I'm against that. He shouldn't have done that. He went overboard. That was wrong. That's the only place I'm against it. But something about, exposing other things about Tinubu. Yeah, he's biased. I'm not gonna, but he's an investigative journalist. Whether he's working, I don't know if he's working for me, which I don't agree. He's doing his own job. So that's the risk he take. But I'm not gonna stay here and correct, and condemn him. To me, he needs to be protected. He's an asset to Nigeria, whether you like it or not, in my own opinion. So that's the way I see that.
All right, brilliant. Is there any other space you'd like to comment on before I go on to Baba?
Yeah, well, I've spoken about Tinubu, about what he's doing and something like that, and I've spoken about mobile. So that's pretty much it, maybe when you come back later.
Yes, when I come back later, because we'll be going into Tinubu now putting, at least according to People's Gazette, Tinubu now putting a blockade in front of the release of his documents by Chicago State University. So we'll get to that in the fullness of. But now we go to Baba, who everybody has been waiting to hear from. Baba, thank you for hanging around.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Sorry,
I appreciate
one man.
Yeah.
One man.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. Sorry, I just wanted to, before I drop, I wanted to steal 1 minute to just interject on Baba Janliko. It shouldn't exceed 1 minute.
All right. If it's just a minute, because Baba has been waiting. Yeah, carry on.
Okay. Please, I just wanted to interject when Baba was almost turning himself to APC spokesperson. I felt like I've been out of the platform for a decade. I'm like,
it felt like an out of body experience.
I'm like, when did we get here? Like, Baba was literally sounding like he's the spokesperson of Tinubu. But the point he was even raising was different from what the guy was saying. And what is even with the Cardoso that Baba talked about being the best in the world, you can't even place his credential alongside a Soludo that was CBN governor. Is Nigeria Dubai today? Even because if you check his credentials, it's more of fiscal policy. There's no money. There's no monetary policy.
We can do that. We can match their credentials now. I'm pretty
no,
sure
we can't. No. The point. No, I'm not trying to like compare them. Yeah, I just like when he said that this is the best in the world or whatever it is with his credentials. I just wanted
I
to
didn't say the best. I said among the best. Among the best in this world.
Yes. Yeah. But even at that, we've had better credentials. If you place the credentials, I've looked at his credentials. He's more fiscal policy, chairman, banking, and stock exchange, or whatever. He's not in an economics. He's just he read business administration. But as a banker, I don't think we should be putting bankers now. We should look for economics the way Obasanjo did. I thought Tinubu was going to do that. But the point to be made is, the point he was saying is that the bell ringing does not change anything for Nigeria. It's true. Does not mean that it's not good. For the pictures, for the videos, it's good. I mean, this is a new president of Nigeria, but it does not change. In fact, he ranked our Naira into 1,000 to $1. That's what the bell ringing did. Rank it into 1,000. But the point is, right now, like I was having a conversation yesterday. For me, I felt what he should be doing now. Most of our problem now is internal. It's internal problem, because I listened to him before he rang that bell, and what he told these supposed investors is that he has set a good ground, that he did two things, and the two things he did. If I'm an investor listening to him and I quickly check my Google, I'll find out that he just It's all lies. The two things he said is, first of all, he said that they have harmonized the currency, the money. That's not true. They have not harmonized it. There is still arbitrage of about 210 as at this morning between the IAN window and the black markets. The arbitrage is still there. And then apart from arbitrage being there, we've hit 1,000 now. So I mean that falls flat.
You
The
keep
second point he
saying
gave
you keep saying we hit 1,000, we hit 1,000. But that is the naira finding its natural level, is it not?
No. I'm talking about the harmonization. The harmonization we talked about.
All right.
We've not harmonized anything yet. You get what I'm saying? So
All right.
counting it is
All right.
let,
Wrap
let,
it up
let,
so
let
we
me
can
just
get to
complete that.
Baba.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
So the second one he talked about subsidy. Subsidy has been fixed and what have you. No, we are now hearing stories of subsidies being paid and what have you. So that again, as an investor, is that what I want to hear? So my point is, what I feel Tinubu should concentrate on now is not going around telling investors they're not going to come, because when they check the internet, what they're going to see is the killings in Zamfara, in whatever places, and the exchange rate situation and what have you. So what it's going to do now for me is that tour outside the country. No, it should be tour within the country. I think he should have started his presidency with touring the 36 states of Nigeria, fixing intangible assets of the rule of law, fixing the forex, really
All
sitting
right.
down to fix it, fixing the subsidy, removing the bottlenecks in the export, and giving us his production plan, because we need to move from imports to export driven economy. Those
Look,
are
please, can
waiting
I
here.
say something, please?
Then
Can I
cutting
interject
the
before
cost.
you?
We have to
I'm
get
coming,
to
I'm coming, I'm
Baba.
coming.
The
Laying
interjections
down.
get too much sometimes. Yeah.
So I need him.
I've been waiting for long.
Can you land it in a minute?
Yeah, let me
Uptown, I
let
don't.
me
Yeah.
learn the minute.
Uptown,
So
say consumption to production, wrap it up.
yeah. So what I would prefer him he doing, instead of ringing a bell. Yeah, I need to see him in Zamfara. I need Zamfara gold recovered. I need security being rejigged, and we are seeing it visibly. I need him in Bayelsa. We need the oil theft being shut down. I need him talking to
All
stakeholders
right. All
in
right.
Benue
Thank you,
and what have
Uptown.
you.
No,
So
no. All
when
right.
the
Yeah.
investors outside and even you guys, the diasporans, when you guys see this, that is what boosts your confidence. It's not taking a Cinderella tour and doing Barbie girl around the world.
All right. Brilliant. To you, Baba.
Yeah, thank you, one man. I don't know where to start.
It's quite.
Actually, is Vin
Yes.
still around? Is
It's a
Vin
lot,
still
isn't it?
around?
No, I think
Is,
Vin has built. About
do
carry
you
on.
think
Yeah.
he will be still listening somehow?
I'm certain it will be. You want to give him a flogging? Go ahead.
I'm not giving a flogging. I just want to present his country to him like it is. You understand? Because I don't have any problem with him. It's a country I live in also. His country I live in. I married a Ghanaian also, apart from the Igbo woman. I have two wives, one Igbo, one Ghanaian.
There's a lot about your life that mirrors Alexander Gomez. I think he had
He's a Lagosian like me anyway.
a Ghanaian wife too. Yeah.
So the fact is, from their election,
now he's married to an Igbo woman. In fact, are you not the same person, really? Carry on.
Because when he comes here, you understand, I appreciate him. He served our country for 17 years, according to him. I don't think we owe him pension. I don't think we have a backlog of salaries where we haven't paid him. He served us. He flew our flag. He wore our uniform. And of course, we paid him severance pay. His mother is a Nigerian. Good. He's my brother. But then he should first remove the log in his own eyes before trying to remove the speck from people's eyes. I'm not saying he shouldn't criticize my country, Nigeria. I live in three countries, and I'm not a tenant in the three countries, Nigeria, Ghana, and America. And I talk to these three countries every single day. Every single day. Thanks to WhatsApp free call, I will have been spending a fortune making a call. I consult. You will be surprised. This Mubad thing, if I tell you the underground story about it, you'll be surprised at my age. I mean, how come did I follow all those things? But that is an aside. Because he comes here to say, oh, he's Biafra. Last I checked, a country named Biafra on African map is just a marshy place. Down, down, south, 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 south. Nobody lives there. It's mosquito infested, very close to Atlantic Ocean. So I don't know where is Biafra is. In Ghana, they got independence 1957. And Nkrumah Osagyefo, I mean, tutor them well. Every Ghanaian is a nationalist. They are very passionate about their country. Very passionate. And they will not brood any interference from an outsider, least a Nigerian. It's a country I live. My wife is a Ghanaian. She has that attitude too. I will shock you to tell you that even workers in the house, there is a limit to how I can talk to them. The Ghanaian workers, I could see her face would change. That's my wife. Even when we play football, Ghana versus Nigeria, I could see in their faces, even workers in the house, the way they would. I mean, that is how they are wired. I appreciate them for that. Because in my country, people derogate the country. We should learn from them. But the only thing I take exception to for him is to come here to say nothing is wrong in Ghana, where a president is building a cathedral, they are taking state funds to fund cathedral, where Jean Osei, Charlotte, Jean, what's his name now? Jean Mensa, the electoral commissioner, and the previous one who she took over from, Charlotte Osei. We know how they run their elections. A lot of things I know about Ghana. You can tell me about Ghana. That is what I wanted to put to him, that this is your country, but it's not me. I play tennis passionately. So I have a lot of friends. I have lots of friends both in Nigeria, here, and Ghana. I play good tennis. So I know what I'm talking about. So I take exception. Anyway, when he comes back to this space, I think I will take him on and show him exactly where he is or where he's coming from. He shouldn't come here. I mean, we can talk to ourselves as Nigerians. We can fight amongst ourselves. We can poke holes in whatever we say here. But we should not allow somebody to come here and deride our country and put it on the floor and start stepping on it anyhow. You can't even do that in America here. You will be killed.
You know, I've always queried even that, yeah, if somebody is maternally Igbo, can they be Biafran? But then when Vin
No,
comes
Ghana
up,
is a matriarchy.
I know
Ghana practice matriarchy, but Nigeria is
that's why
patriarchy.
they got Rollins, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly. That's why they got people like Rollins. It's a matriarchy they run. The woman owns the children, no matter what you expend on them, anything. I don't know how they do that in my own country here, but that's another space entirely. So when it comes, I think we will talk about that next time, because I just do it. It does something to me that what is all of this? Fair enough. If he comes here to criticize Nigeria, fair game. But when you try to put the country down, you people are corrupt. You people are thieves. You people are this. What about you?
Baba, sorry, can I interject a little bit?
Yeah,
I
go
don't
ahead.
think it. I don't think he made some statements which he should have put better. Okay, like you said, but I don't think he was overly critical of Nigeria. He said some good things too about Nigeria. You see, what I see here, yeah, is whenever you say it, let me just give you an example. You know, we don't joke with our parents and our elders in Nigeria. That's our culture. Okay. Now, if my dad was a criminal, and he's being criticized, will I be saying, yeah, babariri, and my dad, there's nothing I will say, yeah, leave my dad is straight. No, that's what we're talking about. You know, I don't think calling out Max the way you're calling him out, I don't think it's so bad. I've never seen, even on Dr. Damage's thing and all that, he has never run down Nigeria the way you're making it out here. I know there are some few points that you mentioned, because you know Ghana very well, more than aside from Max, you know Ghana more than all of us here, I suppose. So I think we need to get ourselves back to where we deserve. That is what everybody is saying. We just need to get ourselves back to where we deserve respect. We're better than this. We're
I'm
not
not
called
saying we are
giant of
not better
Africa
than.
for nothing.
I'm not saying we are not better than this.
Hmm.
But I don't want an outsider, an outright outsider,
Fair
to put
enough.
my country down unnecessarily. He should remove
Fair
the
enough.
log in his own eyes first.
All right, Baba, you do this. Hold your thoughts in abeyance until Vin joins us again, so that he gets the right to reply. So he's not here, so he doesn't get the chance to push back at whatever you are saying.
Yeah, let me take the Chicago thing then. This
Yes.
Chicago thing, I was laughing when yesterday, because first, what I do is I put myself in the other person's shoes. When they said, okay, we'll give you 2 days, University of Chicago, State University of Chicago, CSU, give those documents. 4 days or so ago, these same documents were put in the space, in cyberspace, all the documents, including his GCE results. And I said, okay, why not take this form further if I were to know?
Baba, that was even last week, Seth, or it was
Oh,
last week.
thank you. He said, look, it's game rich men play. Game rich men play. And I said, 2 days, okay, if I were Tinubu, suppose I appeal. My thinking was even, yes, I appeal and block him. The US system is fluid. So what will he do? He will go further. I'll bring my lawyer, I'll spend money, he will spend money. It may even end up in Supreme Court, by which time we are talking about this time next year. And when you mentioned it, I didn't even know until you mentioned it. I said, fine, I've been thinking along this line. It's not anything. Those things were released last week. This university has said he attended and graduated so and so year. Let me explain that disparity in the certificate for you. This cyberspace, www.com, everybody visits all the time, is filled with many, many, many things. There are places you will go. That certificate you earned in 1960, in 1970, which you've already lost, and maybe your alma mater is telling you or something else, you can ask a certain site on www.com to give you another certificate, to format one for you. All they have to do, you fill the form, tell them exactly what year you graduated, what you did, and that, and everything, and they will check it out. If it's a fact, they will give you a certificate. That is what Chicago State University said. That, how did they put it? There's a way they put it to say, well, we can't defend what he presented.
What about the narrative of him being a female? Because they keep
forget that. They always don't forget. That is bunkum. You understand? Bunkum.
Baba, 1 minute, sir. 1 minute,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
I understand where you're coming from. You're making sense, okay? But can't we just, because if to be quite honest, yeah, if I'm Baba Tinubu, well, all this rubbish is just a distraction for what he has come there to do. Come out straight and tell the people, face the camera and address them, say, listen, it doesn't even need to go to court and all that. Say, this is the situation, let the man explain. Because he has kept quiet on
it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to.
Baba, please, can I drop in something, please?
Tony, let me just tell Tony.
Yeah.
It's very simple. Some people are just born rascal. Let me put it that way. Rascal in inverted comma. You get my point. We call it in Yoruba, there is this thing they call arodon. We use it to any troublesome child. We use it. I would now say, you this child, go to Tony. Tell him to give you a rodon. When that child gets to Tony will understood that, okay, this child just want to be dribble around. I just gave it to one man. Now. Pursue him. Go to one man. Ask him that Arodo I gave to him. If you bring it. When one man sees that child, he delivers the message. One man will understand too and say, "Oh, this
Baba,
Arodo, which Kulata
Baba,
has collected." Yes, sir.
Hello, Baba.
please, before you
Can I
proceed, just a second,
all right.
one man.
Okay, enigmatic. Go ahead, please. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I just want to give you this so you can continue with it real quick.
Okay.
and then after
Yeah.
that, continue so that we
Okay.
can move it around.
Yeah, enigmatic. Go ahead, please.
Okay. There is a. I'll use this real quick so that you proceed with it. Affirmante, non negante, incumbent probatio. In English,
You
it means
interpret it too.
yes. It
Those
means
guys.
the burden of proof is on the person who asserts, right? So he who
Okay.
alleges must prove.
Must prove.
You've said, I did not go to school. Go to any length in the world and prove to the court that I did not go to school. So it is not Tinubu's duty to be running around to prove that he went to a certain school. Let Atiku do what he wants to do. And then with this outdone narrative you're playing, it's like you have a table in your patio, right? And you know easily, hey, daddy, I want some candy, and there are those candies on the table in that patio. Instead of you to tell that your little kid to say, go to the patio and pick up the candy, right? You will tell the kid, okay, and the kid comes to tell you, Dad, you do not have candy. You understand what I'm saying now?
I
You do
follow.
not have candy, Dad, but you know you have the candy and it's on the patio it's on the table in the patio. But since the kid has already actually preempted himself to say that you do not have this, okay, good. Go and get the candy wherever you want to get it, right? So now you start tossing the kid around the house. You start tossing, and then you have a time limit for the kid has a time limit to actually have an objective deliverable come to a light. But by the time he's done with all the running around, then by the time he comes to the patio, the time is gone. So that is what Tinubu is doing to them. You said I've not gone to school. Okay, go ahead and be showing the world that I've not gone to school. It's not my problem. Just for you to just for people to understand what that means. Go ahead.
That's why I put the word rascal in inverted comma. I see the game. You understand? Some people are just like that. It's a game they are playing, and I just pity. Atiku knows already that he's failed because look at this. Immediately, he has already filed at the Supreme Court 35 grams. Why didn't he wait for that 2 days for him to get that paper in hand to go and try and plead in a Supreme Court where they don't take evidence? All you have to do is defend and tell them exactly why the appeal courts ruled that way. I've been in Supreme Court before. You get very uncomfortable. I know, enigmatically a lawyer. They heckle you. These judges heckle you. They don't even allow you that 14, 15 minutes they give you to stay. They time it and they don't allow you one question here, one question that. Are you bringing that to this court? Which school did you go? By the time you know it, your 15 minutes is over and there is nothing you can do. They don't have time. So all this thing is just a run around. There is nothing that is going to come out of it. The CSU has said affirmatively, firmly, a 136 years old institution said this man, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, attended our institution and he graduated in 1979. That is
with distinction. With distinction.
I don't even want to put all those salt, sugar and everything to it. That is it, one man. Tinubu is just catching fun.
Hello, Baba.
Yes, sir.
If you look at the judgment from the court, I think it's a very broad judgment that would definitely include even his medical records while being a student. So I think he has the right to first of all block that judgment. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. My take there is, I mean, all these points. We have a nation. We have a nation to build. The country is damaged for 80 years. Most of what we are doing now, if we had even done it during Buhari's time, maybe we wouldn't fall that far below. But we didn't do that. But like I said yesterday,
I guess part of the anger is that he actually stole
Sorry.
Tinubu to us.
I'm sorry. Let Baba have his monologue so that
the
we still have
like I said yesterday
enigmatic,
here, the obedience, I don't see anything wrong. They are doing a service for us too by pecking at the heels of Tinubu at every second. That will keep him alert. It will keep him awake. It will not make him want to falter. Nobody wants to be rubbish.
Thank you very much for making that
So
point.
they are doing a job. They are doing a service. As far as I'm concerned, it's a service to the nation. I wish that can go through the National Assembly too, because I don't like where the so-called opposition is absent in the National Assembly. I want a robust kind of debate. I want some kind of confusion, conflict in the National Assembly. But one thing I know will come out of this election tribunal, we will end up with a very, very good laws, understood in plain legalese for us to understand. This is this, this is this, this is. That's how a nation involved in the judicial space. Nothing is static. The law is dynamic. We will continue to fine-tune it until we arrive at a point where nobody can tweak with it anymore, and we will stabilize. It is a process. It's not an event. After all, in 2015, the instrument we use for the election is different from what we are using now, and the legislation was different. So we are building blocks. We are building blocks. It's not like in a lifetime things will become bearable or near perfect, because there cannot be perfection in a nation building. But then we will know, well, what we left behind, that at least the people coming behind us will build on it. Simple. There's one about Hundein. I think we should just neglect him. We should just neglect him because he's a frustrated young man. I understand he is a beast of no nation right now. He has nothing to where to call home. At his age, he shouldn't be on asylum or whatever. And if you be on asylum, for me, I think I'll prefer America, Canada, UK, Germany, not Ghana. Because when you are on asylum in all those countries I mentioned, at least they will be giving you something, because they are giving you a space in their country to live in. But in Ghana, where would they get anything to give you? So I can understand his frustration, but I also enjoy the way the government is ignoring him. He wants to make himself a superstar as if government is after him. Who is after you?
It's so ridiculous.
Who are you that of all the problems we have in Nigeria, Undeyi David will be what government will be looking for? And somebody is coming here to quote, we did it to Umaru Diko, the country was punished. Come on. Who be David Undeyi? Make people let us hear what.
Oh my worry.
Eguni is from Egun. I've never even sat down and listened to him. I just feel it's one of the
It's crossbred. His mom is from Akwa Ibom State. And then I think you guys are even paying too much attention to the guy. Do you know what he did?
If his mom is from Akwa Ibom State?
Do you know what he did to his? Have you seen what he did and what he said about his mom and dad?
You started all these tribal things.
Hey, Tony, calm down. This is not about tribal. He's only describing the way he comes from or his roots. We all have roots in our country.
So did you see what he wrote, what he even said and wrote about his dad and his mom? So you should
I'm not
read what
following him.
yeah, when you
No.
have time, people should Google about what he wrote about his parents. His
You
parents,
you know you
especially his
you
mom.
you know it really irritates me that this guy is getting here we are talking about him, and this is exactly what he wants. It's the same narrative with that one in Iceland or Norway or wherever, the IPOP guy. You know, the more you talk about them, the more relevance they get, but then you cannot but talk about them because they make all these outlandish pronouncements in the public space.
Yeah, so it's a full-blooded Nigerian. Nobody is questioning his nationality, but some people who want to
Are
cry
you
and
sure he's
tears
not from
about that.
Guinea?
No,
Are you
no,
sure
no.
he doesn't have a Guinean
No,
passport?
so
Huh?
One man,
but it's
one man,
Omo Ekone is a
one
Uh-huh.
man,
Nigerian from Lagos
one
and they're
man,
from the South, so
one
it's part
man,
of us. But people
one
should
man.
read
Can
what
I
he
say
wrote
something?
about his parents,
One
and
man,
then
one man. Can I say
so
something?
Baba, go ahead. I just
Hold on,
wanted to say that, Baba.
hold
Baba,
on,
Wait,
go ahead.
wait.
Tony.
Can I just interject 1 minute, please?
No, don't. I
Okay.
want Baba to finish his narrative, and then we do it in this order. We do enigmatic, Kulata, Ola, and then the prime dot. But people have been hanging around. It's the interjections that make it longer. Baba, back to you.
Yeah, the thing I want to talk about again is the looming NLC strike, if at all it would take place. I think those who are writers, those who have columns to write or anything, or those who have the contact of a gyro, should ask him to slow down. Should ask him to slow down, because what I see in that space.
Do you think he's handling that space well, Aduri? Is it Aduri you're talking to?
No, gyro. I mean, how can you want to unilaterally go on strike and leave the TUC aside? I mean, in the history of labor unionism in Nigeria, it's never done. They work hand in gloves together. Because I listened to his two interviews, one on Channel, one on Arise, and they were asking him that, don't you think the government has succeeded in dividing the two of you? And he was trying to talk about the superiority of the Labour Congress over TUC. And Osifo came the following day and counter and talk about if there is no synergy between the two of them. I mean, this is what happened. No one of himself cannot claim superiority on NLC, and NLC, and so on and so forth. We have, well, I will repeat again, we have a nation to build. Whether we like it or not, it's our nation. Like Zita said, was it Zita? Long time ago, even if you present your Canadian passport, your American passport, your English passport, German passport at any immigration gate, they know you are from Nigeria originally. So you can't hide from that. You can't hide from that. For me, as I sit here, my umbilical cord, like that of my children, the Nigerian children, the Ghana / American children, as soon as they were born, even if it's here, I take the umbilical cord, I take them back home to my compound and bury. Because that is the root. That is my root. That is my country. I can never deny my country. I don't have anywhere. If I stay in Ghana, I'm treated as a foreigner, even though they are my in-laws. Even my in-law, we quarrel. The moment you talk negative about Ghanaians, come and see their face. See their face like Olumo Rock. But here we are allowing somebody to bounce on us because there is something going on in our country we do not like. Yes, we can correct it. If we don't, the beauty of democracy is if you don't like this government, work hard at it, join a CEC, civil liberties organization, join a political party, rally around, form a coalition, send that government packing once another electionary cycle comes along. It is very simple. That is the beauty. And our country, we are so grounded. Like yesterday, there's all of us we are talking about 4 years, 8 years. I was trying to prick my ears to see somebody who will talk about tenure elongation, like it's happening in other spaces. Nobody said that. So that means we've already agreed. It's ingrained in us already that it is for 4 years and nobody can serve more than 8 years. And that reminds me, people who are happy about the coup, litany of coup going on in Africa, the Francophone countries, when they are making excuses, it's France, France, France. Has any of them changed their currency? They still spend safer. If they are that revolutionary, if they are going to discard France, cut off ties, first thing they should do, change their currency. 3, 4, 5, 6 months, 9 months into the whole coup that's been happening, they've not changed their currency. They've not changed anything. So know that they are just being deceitful. They are riding on their country's people's emotion. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. Always excellently put by Baba. That's why we always wait to hear from him. Another voice that is it's a Marmite voice. It's a shame that you don't have Marmite in America, because if you had Marmite, then you'd know the analogy. But even if you don't know the analogy, when you listen to him, you will get it. Enigmatic Hondi. Good to see you. A 5 to 7 minute monologue from you, Enigmatic.
Okay, thank you, one man. Wow. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are. I say hi to everyone. Of course, I'm back, and I thank God that for the life of everyone on the platform too. We've been able to hear ourselves again, even though some people are still trying to recuperate from the beatings and the wallopings, and the post-election trauma they are still going through. I hope they'll probably get over it one of these days. So let me start by this one, man. First of all, I want everybody to know that I do have a president in Nigeria, Shivaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and I have another president in America, President Joe Biden. Those are my two presidents. So if Tinubu is not your president, I'm sorry for you if you are crying and whining all over the time about the same person who you do not recognize as your president. I guess you should wait until you have your own president so you can start crying, because it's not going to stop. And I'm not going to say you should stop. When you cry like this, it actually makes us happy. So let's say this. I'll start with Mobad. May Almighty God continue to console his family, and then may the eyes of the evil, those people who are hiding behind the tiny fingers of evil, may they actually be a travesty, uh, uh, first of all, to the institution of Nigeria as it is. The Nigeria police failed him. And my question is, who is going to investigate the police? Because they actually dropped the ball. They were supposed to be there for that guy. He did what he was supposed to do by the books. But of course, the institutional failures that we've always had in Nigeria actually, of course, caught up with him again. Such an unfortunate incident. But what was supposed to be a momentous, procession for him, we had a couple of malevolent and truculent and they apostate, individual from the fascist group that they are. They've been so hungry and they've been thirsty for this for a very long time. They've been looking for the little window, the little opportunity, the little unprovoked, space to cause mayhem. I will challenge anyone to go to Tunde Ednot, to Dotun. People who are very close to the entertainment industry, they will know Dotun, the energy god. And then they should go and check even K Solo and all of them. They should go and check their Twitter handle. They condemned the activities. And I had a couple of folks who were even involved in that procession. The procession ended at 8 p.m. Nigeria time, and it was announced instructively all of you go back home. We've paid our due respect to Mobad. I think it was Davido who made the last statement among the artists, and then Dotun came out to probably tell everyone to go home. It was supposed to be a peaceful procession. And some, in the typical sense and fashion of the nurturing nitwits that we have among the groups of Nigeria now, that they call themselves the Gen Z or probably, but they should always not forget that the Nigerian youth, as they always say, it's not monolithic. We're all youth. I'm a youth too. And do not forget we have youth, numbers of them, millions of them, right, in the north. And we do have millions of the youth in the southwest. And we have millions of youth in almost all parts of the country. But when you see, a divisive, corrosive-minded set of youths who always want to hide under the canopy of a little space to focus on a certain shallow agenda, we have to look at the situation behind it. So most of these folks that I just mentioned, they went back on their Twitter, calling them back again. This is not what we planned. You are not supposed to be where you are. If you are still out there at even 20 minutes after the procession, you are on your own. You are violating, right? You are violating the plans. We are not having protest. What were they doing at Lekki Toll Gate? So if you found yourself at Lekki Toll Gate at anything beyond 8 p.m., you could buy any, you okulason. That's it. If you understand what it means, people should interpret it to you. So you are just Sarah. You just want to. And then when you go to DJ Swish Twitter, she was, and a couple of those people who were actually, they've been waiting for this NSAS 2.0 for a very long time. And they think they had a shot at it tonight. But they shouldn't forget that, she should enjoy on Lemeji. People should, I believe people who understand this, I don't know how to interpret it in English language. But what happened in Lekki the other day will not happen again, especially in Lagos. If you know you are really pained and you are really hot and you want to have a protest, Lagos is not the only place in Nigeria. Go to other regions and do the protest. You have governors, you have politicians who are in the same, who are on the same table. At least we do not have saints among them. They are all thieves, as we always say. So Lagos shouldn't be the focus almost every time. What were you guys doing at that place past 8 p.m. as agreed? So that is the part of it. And then we know music and entertainment, generally, one man, professionally, if you understand, is synonymous to a lot of clandestine operations, if you understand what that means. So it's not new that we are hearing a lot of things. Nigeria is not an exclusive preserve of that situation. In the US, in the UK, almost everywhere in the world, entertainment industry, especially the music part, they do have their issues. And then we just have to find a way to have an institutionalized, maybe framework for these folks so that they will not be having, and then they will not be having to sign these, enslave themselves in the name of trying to blow. Even when you, from the legal angle now, even when you're trying to point it out to them that you guys have you read the papers? Have you done this? Have you done this? But because of their desperation to blow, quote and unquote, they go into agreement, almost blindfolded, and they get ripped. By the time they understand what they are doing, well, it becomes too late. And you are dealing with a very high level cabal, because they do have cabal within the industries. It's very common. Almost every industry does. But when it becomes the situation where it involves lives and everything, it becomes so bad and so worrisome. Once again, may we never see this again among the industry. And this is Mohbad's situation, as tragic as it was or as it is, right, could probably be a turning point, for Nigerian entertainment industry, especially the musical angle now, because as it is now, right, it's so clear and so glaring to everyone that something shady is behind the scene. And then the kids who really want to go into entertainment, they should, if you have to speak out, you shouldn't be worried about what is going to be the end of you. So things will change in coming days, and I believe there are some even people that I know personally. I've written. This is part of being Nigerian now, being patriotic Nigerian. What are you doing? Is it you just want to cry on social media spaces because you do not have your president being the president was well loved? Man, do your own things and do your own part as a Nigerian. So I've done some few things. I've written some memo and stuff to Ministry of Youth, who will be, I think, the ministerial nominee will be questioned very soon at the Senate. So you can do your part at the Senate and submit some documents and memo and then bills. See how it goes. So that is that on Mobad. Then on the article chasing is right all around the place. So what I've always heard this about, it was Atiku who filed the case. It wasn't Obi, so people shouldn't focus on. But who are the people who are carrying the gala on their head? One man, I want you to answer that. Who are the people all over the spaces? Is it Atiku or Articulate?
Is the Ipobian sort of all those
So
sort
when
of
you point it out to
Ipobian
them, they want
platforms?
to.
táwọn ọmọ ilé gálà tó ń ta gálà láàrin títì ló ń sọ àbáwọn wo. àwọn láńgbéjì yan láńgbéjì náà.
The Nigeria's political town criers that will never stop crying until the hell freezes over. They won't stop crying, and then may God never let them stop crying until the hell freezes over on them. So Tinubu has come to stay.
So you declare them as those people at the gala is an enemy.
Atiku cook. Now then they sell them. So Atiku no file a case. Now Atiku file a case for now file lawsuit. When the obedient, they go all over the place. They find with they should just go and park themselves and get the F and sit somewhere. Elections are over, and if their man still want to be campaigning after election, he was in Bangladesh the other time, frozen with his nebulous and and his fake statistics.
Oh yeah, somebody sent me that clip of being. I have to look for it again. It was quite so just as we know him.
So kí ló ń wá káàkiri ní Pakistan?
Bangladesh. Oh my God. So look, one man, Nigeria is moving forward. I mean, Tinubu is facing his government. He doesn't care who likes him or he's not a man who actually wants your love. If he knows you don't love him, he doesn't care. He goes by his own business. It's politics. So they are doing the agenda. He's doing the politics. He beat them to the politics during the election. Even he was able, even when it was so clear that even within his own political party, from the Aso Rock to the Cabal, right? He played the politics and he beat them silly. And he's still beating them silly. He's sending an article up and down now, Chicago. You know, there was something that happened today in court. I don't know if people are actually following that. So 9 minutes, they filed an appeal, right? And then what people do not understand, I've been looking at, is this lawyer going to do what he was supposed to do? Because it's a slam dunk appeal. If it's a slam dunk case for you, if you actually put that into your appeal, right? In the US, right? For those who may not be well versed in the US laws, it's quite essential to understand that Tinubu is protected by 2 significant laws in the US. The Privacy Act, right? Which actually generally prohibits agencies from disclosing, records with a system of record, unless the individual mentioned in that records now provides prior written consent for the disclosure. In this case, Tinubu. So while there are 12 exceptions to this rule, right? This particular case does not fall under any of those exceptions. So people should read and quit being a bunch of ignoramus. And then there's one other one we call the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. So this one actually specifically specifies that educational institutions now, like the CSU, right, will prevent the disclosure of personally identifiable information, PII, If you are very conversant, or probably you are a subject matter expert within cybersecurity space or stuff like that, you should understand this is an ABC thing that you should know. So it's like a record with the written consent of an eligible student, which is Tinubu now. You can't do that because PII, you can even, this is what actually almost put Facebook and is it Microsoft into problem almost 2 years ago, and they were fined to the tunes of almost $500 million. So, given these legal protections, it's quite unlikely that this case will proceed successfully. I can say, and I'm anticipating that the appellate court will grant the appeal. They will grant. They've granted this execution, and at the end of the day, it's just gonna be a waste of time because they did not. The clever thing they did was that they did not even appeal that this case should be charged. You know what they did, one man? They appealed the appeal stay of execution, right? And they specified the date that they wanted, at least 25th to 28th of the month. Then when you go back to Electoral Act, you understand that by 24th of the month, and one man.
They can't use it anywhere again now. It's like, I
Oh
don't
my
know.
God. Tinubu and his team, I think they are just sitting somewhere, frying dodo and
He's
eating
just a
shawarma
rascal.
on article said, and all these crazy people around. So what he did was that they know, and then they actually granted that. So even by the time, even after that, on the 25th, on 26th, 27th, when they released this thing eventually, it would have become absolutely irrelevant and useless to the case they're actually targeting it for, right? So, look, it's either you want to play politics or you want to play propaganda. If Tinubu was actually focused on propaganda, he wouldn't beat the cabal. He wouldn't beat Buhari because we knew Buhari never supported him. He wouldn't beat Obi with his shenanigan of religion and ethnic baiting. He wouldn't beat even Atiku in some places in the north, right? Especially in Kano State, when Kwakwanso had to, clandestinely now actually break Atiku's vote. So he was focused on the game. He was focused on the politics, while he left others to do the social media rantings and all the stuff. So it's quite a very, very, easy case for them. So, and then the other part that I needed to speak on, which one was that one, man? I think which I actually had it in my mind, but if you could remind.
Was it the subsidy space?
No, I don't know. I don't want to speak about. Okay, forget about the subsidy. The subsidy, Belgium and some 3 other countries. This is not. It's not. When you are dealing with people with obscene mindset, right? That they have this innate, their mental acuity is quite questionable. All you need to do is leave them in that perilous moment. Maybe they will wake up at one day and they will understand the damage they've done to themselves because of sentiments.
It's an intervention. It's not a subsidy.
You go and check what Belgium is doing, check what Greece is doing, check what even US is doing and some other countries. And then there's no way you can reintroduce a subsidy because the law does not provide for that. People do not read these days. We just have a dogmatic bunch of charlatans who do not want to read. Go and read the PIA bill. You to one bring it to this place and show it to them. You do not have a budgetary provision for it. So does people actually understand this, or they just want to suck themselves up the ass of those echo chamber where they find themselves and they can't even engage in critical conversation? So now, going to what Tinubu came to do in the US at NASDAQ, if you call it, if you say it doesn't make anything, it's okay. We take people that believe in him. He has done something great. If he hasn't done anything great, imagine if it has been Obi, we wouldn't hear anything again in this world. So anything Tinubu does, he hasn't done anything. He's not your president. Leave him alone. Focus on your own president. When you have your own president, then you can cry and wallow up in your perfidy. I'll leave it at that, one man. So whoever wants to cry about enigmatic, come on board. I'm here. But I'm not gonna even give them any dignity for any response for that.
All right. So I did tell you it was Marmite, and there he is, enigmatic Hondi. So a steady voice, but nevertheless equally as potent. It will come at you with some sort of gentleman voice, and before you know it, is picked your pocket. The taxman, Kulata.
Oh, before you continue, Kolata, man of prestige, you are welcome back on board. You are welcome back. It's been a long time.
Man of prestige, you see, you shut him up. You see, prestige.
Where's Tracy?
Tracy, yes, Tracy. Prestige, man. You know, I'm watching your Prestige. I have my, I have my. Don't worry. I'm going to send my investigators after you one of these days. With their cameras. When we are going on that Friday night in that outfit that you like to wear, we know. But carry on.
Okay, what's the topic? Honestly, I came to mess around, but
Yes,
I've never talked about this. Sorry, I never talked about this Mubad guy. Abi?
Yes.
I don't think I mentioned
Are
anything.
you in that space? I didn't think that.
I know the guy's song now. There's one song on YouTube that I used to watch all the time. Kokboke. I really love that song. That's the only song of him I know. Of course, I watch all these Niger YouTube. Is it YouTube hip hop or what do we call it? Afrobeat. So I know of the guy and I know that song because I love that song. I love the video of that song. And that his friend Bella Shmurda too. They had another song that they were robbing Bank of America. So I know of him. So it's just unfortunate what happened to him. But like, that there's a lot of cultism in Nigeria. Like even during my own generation, we've had it. We've had it for a long time. Even we've had that problem. So that mixed with business, mixed with all sorts, and it's permeated the entire society. You even have them in Dubai, you have them in Italy. They're doing Boca, Black Axe, and now there's something called Ayi. That I don't think that was in my own generation. So they have all sorts of things. So they use that to enforce, to penalize, to do whatever they want. So I'm not going to be surprised if that guy got caught up in one of these things as a way of intimidating him because with record deal they're going to try and enforce Togri, and so I really don't know exactly how how he died. They said one nurse gave him something. I don't know whether it's drink or injection. I don't know. They said a nurse gave him something. He passed out. He died. So not really till autopsy comes out. But I've seen enough proof that he's been victimized and bullied by Naira Marley and some other guy. I don't remember what they call that guy, some light skinned guy like this. And I think they are probably on the
Larry.
run. Sammy Larry, that Sammy Larry guy. So maybe they're probably on the run and cool, but they just wasted a young man's life. And before that guy died, he had already died because he's been paranoid. They even took him abroad. He was paranoid. So maybe he's even going through some mental. Maybe he's going through. There are lots of kids nowadays. I don't know if it's the impact of the weeds they smoke or drugs, but a lot of all these kids, I noticed some sort of paranoia. I mean, I'm sure there's a DSM definition for the kind of paranoia they have. Like you see people, it's like people are chasing them when nobody is chasing them, or they feel haunted when nothing like that is happening. This guy was experiencing something similar, complaining to his wife, complaining to people, even complaining to the promoters that took him to London. And a lot of that, you see that in the kids of nowadays, and you just wonder what the hell is going on. So
Kulata, let me play you a couple of clips that will give you a bit of backdrop to this storyline. Watch this. I might not play this one fully, but then the one on the screen, I want you to respond to as well. But watch this. So this begins then, because Naira Marley's name keeps coming into focus around this sort of narrative. But so let's give it, let's flesh it out a little bit. So that's that's too loud. But what you could see there was the young man now deceased and Naira Marley in the full pump of it, sharing, what they usually share, which is drugs essentially.
Sharing smoke,
Yeah,
weed
sharing
or something
smoke.
like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
sharing smoke. Yeah. So there it is. So now, fast forward now, the guy passes on, and then we come to this space.
àwọn ẹtì kìíní kan mi mọ bí mo ṣe fẹ́ sọ́wọ́ wọ́n fún ní bottle water omi ó ní bottle water yẹn lòún mu mọ́ mi ó ní trust me wọ́n ní I trust you ó ní ṣe ni mo mọ̀ ọ́n yẹn wọ́n ní mo ti béèrè lọ bottle water ó ní wọ́n fún òun ní omi yẹn ó ní torí wọ́n ṣe threat oúnjẹ yẹn ń wá tó ti fẹ́ ra omi ó ní wọ́n á jẹ́ gbé omi yẹn fún bottle water lòún wá mu ó ní tó ń ṣe gbòun mọ́ ó ní mo ní ọmọ mi máa kí wọ́n ti tá ẹ̀ mo máa nà tó bá ti lọ sí ṣó tó yẹ kó lọ kò ní lè lọ ó máa nà ni àti Samilari mi mẹ́ tó ń pè bẹ́ẹ̀ mi mọ ẹyọ kankan mi mọ alágbára kankan ṣùgbọ́n mo ti rí báyìí ẹ ti promise mi ẹ bá mi wá náírà jáde o náírà jáde jọ ó fọmọ mi ṣẹrú ni títí ìbá mi wá jáde nígbà tí ọmọ mi wà lọ́dọ̀ náírà ó fún mi ní owó kankan o àfìgbà tó kọ ẹjọ ẹ bá mi wá jáde ọmọ mi ló máa sọ pé kí má jẹ́ kán pa mí èmi náà mo máa sọ pé mo mọ̀yàn pé tí mo bá lọ bá èèyàn kan mo máa ní kí má jẹ́ kán pa mí pé kí n jọ kí má jẹ́ kán pa mí ọ̀rọ̀ pé kó má pa mí lọ.
So you saw them then having a good time. Somebody is saying it from a musical clip, but that is the young man's mother now. Wrapping that narrative around Naira Marley, there was the rumor speculation that they've actually gone to burn Naira Marley's house down, which has since been debunked, but it looks as though he's gone into hiding. So what are you then making then of them just circling his name around this boy's narrative because he exploited him as an upcoming
Yeah,
artist?
so I did see a video near that Naramadi's house when they were beating up some person. I don't know if it's this mobile that they were beating up. I saw that, and
Yes.
even this woman, she has a backstory too because she actually abandoned her son. I don't know whether it's the dad that took the son away, but Nigeria, you can pull that stunt. Not in America, sha. She abandoned the kid from what I heard, for years, perhaps even 15 years or something. So for a 26 or 27-year-old guy, that's a significant amount of time that a mom is not with his son. And now she's coming back to do this. I mean, she's a grieving parent, I get it, but she did not spend considerable amount of time. So where I am lost is definitely this boy was bullied. He was bullied a lot. And I don't know whether that bullying got to the point of depression and then further paranoia. I never experienced anything like that. That's why I can run my mouth anywhere. So I don't know how it feels to get to that point of depression and paranoia, because everything I've heard that this guy said, he was always scared. He was always worried. And I mean, it was like they were all over him. Even Yalbo Ojo's boyfriend or husband, I don't know what to call him, said he took him abroad to a show. He was asking for security guard in London. I'm like, London should be pretty safe apart from fear of knives or anything like that. Like, was paranoid, very, very paranoid. So the guy now, the
No,
Yalbo
that's
Ojo.
because Naira grew up in Peckham, so he has his boys also in
Oh, he
London.
has his boys also in Peckham. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. And I heard he got arrested like a lot of times in that. So, I mean,
Lata, do you
here,
know what's his name? This ex rapper, Rugged Man. Rugged Man was
uh,
assaulted by Nara's men in London.
eh.
Yes, so
Oh, okay. So he has boys in Peckham because there are all these talks in Peckham.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Hello,
So,
Koladi.
yeah.
Please, I want to ask some things, and I think you're very vast in law. So,
Me,
can
law, okay. I only play that on TV. I don't know law.
no, is it you or
Law
enigmatic?
now.
It's
Law.
enigmatic that knows law. Me, I'm a
Oh,
YouTube lawyer.
okay. I think I would have loved to discuss that with one of our barristers in the house here.
Yeah, that's probably enigmatic, not me.
Okay, enigmatic. Probably you can listen to me. Okay, if there is no case of probably gunshot, knife stabbing, mob action, and poison has not been established, can the death of someone be be linked to previous bullying within the law?
Well, if they can prove a prima facie case, of course, because if you look at even in the US here, there's I think a rapper in New York. Is it New York or Georgia that was actually sentenced? One of these, I think Big Tug. Is it Big Tug or Young Tug they call him? It was even lyrics from his music video, right? That was actually used to nail him down. So if you actually want to even let me say, focus on that, on what we've seen so far, by virtue of Naira Marley's activities vis-a-vis these guys, issues, and then Samilare, then of course they do have a very big case in their hands. If only Nigerian investigative, police department, they can do a thorough job. As for me, the question should be in what actually happened in the hospital will not even arise, right? If he hasn't been going through some certain issues, because we can as ordinary citizens now confirm that he was bullied, right? And there's a reason why Naira Marley and Samilare, they are already there. There's a reason why they've gone AWOL out of the country. So just to actually go straight to the point and to succinctly say it, yes, they do. And then I'll just give you an example from what happened in Young Thug. Yeah, I wanted to. Young Thug is a lyric. Some lyrics from his video was actually used to nail him and two other rappers. So we can basically see beyond lyrics, and we can see footage of some issues and everything against
enigmatic. Is the question being like, if there's no direct anything, can they charge those guys for involuntary manslaughter?
Involuntary manslaughter would be sort of a far, stretch.
It's too much of a stretch.
Strenuous. But what you can see, they can connect the dots. When you connect the dots, then you can land even on the factual model connected to them, even beyond voluntary manslaughter.
Do you think
connecting the dots starts from what they can get from, especially what they are seeing on videos now? Because do not forget that when this guy petitioned the cops and they dropped the ball, right? If switch that territory now, switch the climb to the US, the first thing that would have happened from any police department is that, okay, they already have people of interest. Those people on that charging sheet, those people already would have been the people of interest, and they will drag it back to what happened actually, but what was the root cause issue, what's causing this, why is this guy paranoia, probably stuff like that. So even they have a big case in their hand. I just do not understand how they want to do it, because the police at the point they dropped the ball. I don't know how they will cover that, because if they actually want to even go to the root of that, whoever dropped that ball at that point, because I heard that, which is not surprising to anyone to hear, that policemen can be subservient, right, to some individuals in Nigeria. So Naira Marley had a lot of DPOs, in his pocket, and he had a lot of policemen in his pocket, that whenever you go to report cases, you're just wasting your time. So yes, it could be a murder charge if they actually put the plug and they put the puzzle of that stuff together.
So let me try, for people that know the case, let me see if I can string some of these things together, because I've not really had time to really sit down. But I heard he went to a hospital. Is that a correct statement? He went to a hospital, right?
Yes.
And then they gave him something to drink.
No, I think they said an auxiliary nurse injected him.
Injected him. So, yes, okay. So we cannot tell if it's the reason they went to the hospital that killed him, or if it's the injection And also, if it was a reaction to the injection and not just maybe someone, I mean, people get paranoid. You may say, oh, they poisoned him. So it may be, he may have an underlying condition, or he may have developed a condition after they beat him, or he reacted because I had a friend that died because of anesthesia, for example. But so maybe whatever they injected him with, maybe he reacted to it. That's one thing. Or maybe they intentionally put something in what they injected to him. So there are many reasons why this case is difficult to prove. But what can be proved directly is evidence of bullying.
Of assault. Sorry, can I ask Kulato? Sorry, I'm taking out of your time. And the second thing is this: the hospital and Naira Marley, who happens to be a primary suspect in this case? Is it the hospital or Naira Marley?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to establish, because him going to the hospital and him dying in the hospital, there are many things that can happen in the hospital setting. You can just die due to the condition that actually brought you to the hospital, or you may die due to a reaction to a drug they gave you, which you also can't blame the hospital. Or
It's
maybe
tetanus injection the auxiliary nurse gave him. He
tetanus
complained of ear
injection.
infection. Yeah.
Look,
Then
Kolata, let me
yeah,
say this real quick, right? Let me say this real quick. Under the law, if they're able to follow through, the pyramid, right? Of because this case now, let's just assume for now, right? We've not been able to pin it down on any individual, right?
Yeah.
But if we actually want to circle our mind around bullying, right? You remember that any mother child that is actually linked to bullying requires a thorough and methodical approach by the law enforcement and the prosecutors. That's
It
why.
depends on the country.
Yeah, that's why I'm actually saying in Nigeria, I don't know how they do theirs, but
It's
in
common
America
in the
over here,
US here. Once you bully somebody and he died,
in America over here, that's a big case already. So now
the big case.
they are already on the right trajectory so far. They are
They
doing
will track you
they are
down.
conducting a comprehensive investigation. Let's agree, or probably let's believe that. So when you are talking about this conducting of a comprehensive investigation, by gathering evidence, which includes like physical evidence, like maybe weapons or forensic evidence, witness statements, digital evidence like text messages, social media posts, as we are seeing now, right? Email, to establish a connection between the bully and between that bully and the murder now. So if we actually want to stay on this alone, of course, we've been able to connect some individuals, Naira Marley, Samilari, Zinoliski, and the Naira Marley groups, right? And then now the autopsy part and the forensics, which will basically give us cause to determine the death and probably gather the evidence and link that victim to that perpetrator. So this could, we wish will definitely include, DNA analysis and the ballistics, if it includes probably weapons or stuff like that, and the toxicology reports. So the toxicology report now, right, will bring whatever the doctor was, whatever happened in the hospital now, right? If maybe the nurse has been paid to inject him wrongly or to inject something bad in his system. So then we have the victim
that may not be conclusive though. Enigmatic. If he had
The
illegal
nurse has
drugs in
been
his system.
arrested. The nurse has been
That's
arrested.
I'm just telling you, Kula, if they follow that pyramid, if they conscientiously, if they do that, at the end of the day, they will land at, because already, do not forget, right? The number one part is that physical connection now, connecting that incident now to bullying and that murder. So having to look at forensic evidence, which the social media posts, which we already see already. We don't know if there are email correspondences. Of course, we know that there should be maybe WhatsApp messages or text messages, right? That is an established link already. So then when they spiral it up, is having to do this autopsy now and the forensic, which they are doing. Now they will be
but it's not a slam dunk case, enigmatic. The reason it's not a slam dunk case is if they do a toxicology report, they do an autopsy, do a toxicology, they find the presence of banned substance in him, drugs that, depending on the concentration in your body, it could trigger a heart attack, it could trigger stroke, it could trigger whatever.
That is
Who knows?
that's where the DNA analysis comes in, right? And then do not forget
Hey, so
we are looking
no,
at
let me let me land the point, because they can find that. And also, if the drug, I mean, if they give him a lethal injection of whatever they were supposed to give him for air infection, that kind of like complicates it, because you will, it's going to be inconclusive, because in theory, hard drugs could kill him. That's if he has that in his system. I don't want to judge. And in theory, a lethal, a lethal injection could also be that. And also, it could have injuries that you can't say directly contributed to his death. You can also say maybe contributed to him going to the hospital. So it's not like a slam dunk case. The only slam dunk case is evidence of bullying,
No, you
and that
cannot.
will now depend on Nigerian bullying law.
Enigmatic, sorry,
You
can I
can't
add
really.
something quick?
Okay, go ahead.
If you are Naira Marley's and lawyers, what will you advise him to do right now?
Keep quiet, don't say anything, and then keep quiet and don't say anything, and keep quiet, don't say anything. That's what I'm going to tell him for now, and that's what he's doing. He knows what he has to do.
And stay out of circulation, because
Exactly.
if they see him, they'll lynch him.
So now,
Enigmatic, before you move on, please, yeah, if you don't mind, brother. Ajale koko agbon yin network yin ẹ lọ ra network gidi. Sajem le ń lò. Enigmatic, can we let me play devil's advocate here? Ajale koko, we can't hear you.
America ti ń sọ̀rọ̀, Australia náà máa.
Enigmatic and Tukolata, can somebody be bullied and take their own life? Is it possible?
Yes,
Thank you.
of course. It happens a lot.
Like 6 over 10. Even look, let me say, I understand what you were trying to say, that people probably they misunderstand that. You said it could be linked, right, to maybe that was. But look, when you proving a murder charge, right, that is linked to bullying, to me, it can be really, really challenging, very, very challenging. But look, with a strong case built on evidence and a compelling narrative, right? That prosecution can present an eloquently persuasive argument in court. But in this case, what is helping this case now is that these folks, they are public individuals, and we already things that items like evidence that the prosecutor should be scrambling for now, right? It's almost all there for them. So all they need to do is to do a thorough job to connect the dots. It's just connecting the dots that they need. In America over here, hold on a second.
Sorry, the prime. Let Enigmatic land, and then Kulata wrap up that space, and then I want to play Kulata a clip, and then go on to Ola, who has been waiting for a long time.
Yeah. So for anyone who lives in the US, I don't know if it happens in Canada and the UK. If you are very conversant with all those cold cases, how they solve it eventually, right? They will just stumble on the most minute, object. Then they will start tracing it back, trying to fit in the puzzles. But unlike this case, all the puzzles are on the table, right? The dots are there already. All they need to do is do their job. But that's why I say I do not really know how they do it in Nigeria. I don't trust the process. Because if you couldn't even protect the guy ab initio, then who is going to even challenge and investigate these officers now? But at the end of the day, I think the mom failed him, the dad failed him, his family failed him, the industry failed him, and all these people coming out now, the celebrities, they all failed him, because they wouldn't say they are not aware of his problem, of his issues. They all know, but because of course the issues in that industry, it's just quite unfortunate that we have to lose Mohbad. But I hope things will turn around.
Oh, all right, wrap up that space, Kulata, and then I want to play you a clip that speaks to your expertise.
So what I will say is, I will not be shocked if those Sam Larry and Naira Marley walk away because of the circumstances in which this guy lost his life. Because the the burden of proof for murder is high beyond a reasonable doubt. And based on the circumstances that he died in the hospital after he got injected with something, that burden of proof is going to be high to say they had any hand to do with it, except he got poisoned and he doesn't have any drugs in the system. So you can draw a clear line that whatever they injected with him was poisoned, not whatever they injected in was actually medication that he reacted to. So there's so many ways a good lawyer can get those kids out of this. But it's unfortunate that he died this way. It's also unfortunate that his dad rushed to bury him this way, and he also is unfortunate that he comes from a messed up family. It was a talent. I will always continue listening to Koke. That's the only song I know of him, and I like the song. So,
All right, I
may his
have to
soul
go
rest in
answer
peace.
for that. I have never listened to any of his tracks, but I have to.
Overdose drug could be a possibility too.
Yes.
Overdose. And but the question we are not asking here is why hurriedly buried the second day?
That's weird.
Second day there. Why hurriedly? Who order is buried? Who? Why?
Aja, not the second day. The very day he died in the night.
The very day.
If not for the ballet of that area, the father would have buried him that night.
It's the dad that rushed the burial. So his dad is also not clean.
It's not clean. I suspect either Naira Marley or Sam Larry must have called him and maybe offered him some money.
Maybe
and
they
advised
threatened
him to
him.
bury the boy, or give him reasons why he should bury him immediately. Because it's unusual.
All right, Kolata, let me play you this clip. So let me play you this clip, and I say it speaks to your expertise. Because as we know, you're a man of several languages, vast and adept in all of them with fluidity. But how good is your gibberish is the question. Kulata interprets this.
Capita, the global per capita of the world is about $10.7, when we mean $10,700. But within the Commonwealth family, it is just $3.
So that was me to be.
Are you sure, one man is not a doctor tape?
It's not a doctor tape, because I watched the whole thing.
One man, play it again, please. Play it again.
Let's capita, the global per capita of the world is about $10.7, when we mean $10,700. But within the Commonwealth family, it is just $3.
Oh, I'm sorry. If
the global capital of the world is Kulata, if the global capital of the world is $10.7, maybe I can buy the world. But can you explain what our friend from Oka is saying?
I'm trying to understand what he's saying. He said the global capital of the world is 10.7 M, 10.7 M. Is he saying 10,700? Is it
$10?
I mean, $10 new, or is it the new rate of Naira? I don't understand.
You say our Agulu Badue. That's
hold on. Is this not worse than blue blah blah? Abi, what do you think, guys?
At least Bulaba is a mispronunciation of Balablu, but this one is Kotiemon Kotonso. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. What is global? Okay, let's even try and use English. Assuming it was speaking real English. Oh, yeah. Make me the global capital. What's the meaning of global capital of the world? Could it make sense? Is he trying to say the average GDP per capita of the world? Or I don't even know what he's trying to say.
This guy is dumb, man. He's dumb.
You
Man.
know, I saw that clip on I saw it on Isaac Fayoshe, and how we captioned it was that this guy should just stop trying to pretend as though he's intelligent when people know that he's not.
It's
You know,
not.
so, you know, yeah, and that was in Bangladesh. So he just keeps going around the world ridiculing himself, and it's a yes, this
So
is
so so he lost election. Now we're giving him career of public speaker. He's fumbling public speaker.
yeah.
He should just be going and selling Euro beer or come and import ketchup. He should continue into importing ketchup and stop trying to play intellectual. Eh?
What's he doing? What's he doing in Bangladesh? That bankrupt economy. What's that man looking for there?
No, Bangladesh is not bankrupt though. It's Sri Lanka that's bankrupt.
It's Sri Lanka.
Bangladesh is
Okay,
okay. Sri Lanka.
You're right. It's Sri Lanka.
They invited him to some summit, but this was why I saw it. So it's a cleaner cut here. Yeah, so it's this is Isaac Fayoshe, the former governor's younger brother. He says, why can't Obi write these things down? Why does he like to pretend to be brilliant and ends up messing up with figures? So it's just it's a
per capita of the world is about $10.7 when we mean $10,700. But within the Commonwealth family, it is just 3 times. Per capita, the global capital.
It's an unbelievable
one man,
guy.
please don't delete this video. Let me keep it. Let me
Please
save it somewhere.
help us put it in the archive, please.
Archives.
It's a flogging tool. Is it a flogging tool?
Wait, I want to ask a question. Is Stone still on the platform? Is Stone still here?
Let me see. It's gone unusually quiet. It's not like Tone to be there. To be there.
I came to make him cry. Okay.
Yeah, but Des is there though. Des will come and explain it. So Des, what was
Pansat and what was the name? Pansat and the other guy. Come and speak to this.
I don't know why people like clipping stuff.
Uh-huh.
Even if you listen to that speech, he made a statement before then, and he will tell you actually what he meant. And what I noticed Obi is that when it's more like me, I don't like repeating myself a whole lot. He makes a statement before that he says everything basically. But when he's now trying to repeat that thing, he doesn't like say everything that he's meant to say. So you're supposed to understand it basically. You're not gonna because all these things he's saying global. I'm not economics. When you're talking about global capital, it's the English sounds. It sounds good. It should be something like global capital, like the capital of the world.
World GDP per capita.
World GDP. I understand what he was saying, but when
he's
you're
speaking the obedient language, yeah, they are
No.
doing understand him. Go ahead,
Okay.
you are doing well. You are interpreting it.
I have just one question for you, Des. What Obi was saying there, was that Bula Balu or Bulaba?
There's nothing
Was it Bula Balu or Bulaba?
There's no Bulaba in here. The only person that can Bulaba, we know, is just one man in this world. I have already suggested to people that write dictionary to put that word in dictionary, Bulabarin. But if you listen to the whole speech, that's why I said I don't like when people just bring out one thing and hype the whole stuff. Listen to the whole speech. I'm very sure you would understand what he's saying.
I think we can understand what he's trying to say. One man, it's just a few seconds. Can you just play it one more time?
There's no point playing it. If you want to play it, start from.
Maybe we missed something. Let's just say
The global per capita of the world is about $10.7 when we mean $10,700. But within the Commonwealth family, it is just 3,000.
And there's even what he's trying to say is incorrect because I just checked the world GDP per capita right now is $13,920 for I mean that's what's projected for 2023. For 2022, all those numbers he talked about they don't exist. So this means this man doesn't even he can't memorize, he can't speak, he can only import ketchup
He
and
was talking.
So
He
so
was talking.
you're
He was
saying
talking. Bang bang, bidi bidi,
I
bidi
should
bidi,
believe
bang bang.
Colata over P2P. I'm sorry, I cannot
But Des, Obi
except I
cannot
go and
stand
research.
before Obi cannot stand Kulata now. He can't stand by Kulata
You will
when it
say
comes to
Colata can't even stand beside Obi because
yeah, because
who is
Obi is a
Colata? Who is
donor now.
Colata? Does Colata
Obi
have
is
a
a,
name?
Obi is a donor.
Eh?
now.
Desmond, Kulaka is more intelligent than Peter
Kulata is
B.
more intelligent than Obi
I
You know
100 times.
that.
You know that.
Who's Colata?
Obi, there's all of us here. Obi is not as educated as anybody here.
Kulata
Obi,
show Kulata
But who
show
intelligent? I'm sorry.
Obi
Who
doesn't.
intelligent?
Obi
Hell.
doesn't. Wait now. Obi doesn't have a university degree certificate to submit to INEC. He
Yeah,
submitted WAEC.
But he did now. When you guys are lambasting that he got second class, I don't
No,
understand.
he,
I
he's,
don't
he
understand.
submitted WAEC. He does not have a university degree.
He doesn't have a university degree.
But you came out and said he had second class when
We
he
have
later
sent it.
submitted
We
it.
have
No,
we
second
have
class
sent
is
it
Oh,
to
fair.
Kino. We
Second
have
Obi
class
sent
is
it
fair.
went
to
to
Kino.
Harvard. Obi
Obi
went to
went to
Harvard.
Baba. He went to market. He went to do market to market.
See,
Do you remember that one? I
let
went to
me
do marketing. Oh God!
let me
One
tell
man,
you.
can I please ask Kolata this question, please? Kolata,
Sir.
I know God will bless you. If God bless you today, you have company. Can you employ Peter Obi as anything in your company?
No, lie. I mean,
Someone
say you make
someone that
Peter.
A driver
someone
is a job
someone that
now.
was a manager of a bank.
He
I
was
don't
not a manager
Thomas,
of
understand.
a bank. He
Thomas,
wasn't
let
a
me.
manager of a
I'm
bank.
serious, Thomas.
He
I'm not
wasn't
even
a
being
manager of
facetious
a
or
bank.
anything.
Yes, don't get it twisted. He wasn't a
If
manager
you
of
employ,
anything.
if you employ like a junior person, maybe an analyst or consultant or so, you need them for their analytic skills to help you crunch data out so you can build this slide or do this spreadsheet or something. Say, is this someone that is memorizing something? He can't even sit
Cramming.
down, give him cram it.
Assimilation,
Get
assimilating.
But wait,
Yeah,
teleprompter.
can
I
I
mean,
assimilate.
beg,
just use.
Yeah.
I beg. What is going? Is this man your president? I don't. This whole thing is just. It
But Des,
amazes me sometimes. Oh,
it's Obi.
it kind of
Do you
amazes
think
me
Obi is more
sometimes.
intelligent than you, Des?
We truly
Um,
dodged a bullet.
I know I don't qualify people based on their
No,
academic
it's a
or
simple
whatever.
question
Whether
now.
you're a
Based on what you know
PhD,
about Obi, do you
But
whether
think
you
he's
went
but
more intelligent than you?
Des, let me ask you a question.
I mean, this
For
man
for wrong for wrong figure that he gave in that video, uh, which is totally contrary to what do you think? Kulata
Kulata.
just gave now. How do you think those people that he was talking to, when they fact check it and they got it that this man was talking nonsense, the figure he was quoting was wrong? What do you think they're gonna? I mean,
he can be talking Ajali Coco, I can promise you that
Obi should stop quoting
a man
figures
like Pito,
because every time
what
he
kind
does
of
a
that, they
man
what
want to
kind of
stop.
Ajali
image?
Coco,
What
see
kind
what
of
This is
image do
not
you
the
think?
first time. Oh. He's
Ajali
always
Coco,
been
What kind of
doing it.
Ajali Coco,
go
see
and
what kind
what
of
check
you're
the
going to
image?
data.
do.
Go and check Bangladesh's people. They were
Aja,
even dragging him for lying about their country. That he came,
is
he was talking about non
wait,
figures about their country, and they were go and
show
check
me
what
the
they
proof. What do you
go
mean
and check it. Now me go they
Bangladesh?
show
Which
you. Now me
platform
they
is
show
that?
you. Now me
Which
they
go
show
and
Des,
you.
check.
Now me they show
You are
you
Des,
just
the way they show,
Des,
I
unfortunately.
beg.
Des, Des, we bet before. Des, we bet before. Okay,
You lost now.
I wager you $1,000 that what Obi search for 2021, 2022, 2023 world GDP per capita. Use any of those 3 years. I go drop $1,000. Give a Janly Coco now. You two drop your own. Tell me what you find,
Ah,
and I go chop your money.
no.
I'm not
You
with you.
you don't spend the one we give you last.
He never spend and
Kulata
finish
wants
now.
to
Why
use you.
you?
He wants to use you to build a house in Okitipupa.
but but why this obsession though? I don't, Kolata, just tell me the truth. Why this
No, it's not
obsession?
obsession. It's a global
It's
disgrace
a
now. If we were
no
doing this in
now.
Nigeria,
This
at
man
least
is
you will
not
have you
no
guys.
this man
Imagine
is
if
not
he
your
was the
president.
president of Nigeria. Imagine we were speaking of him as
You
the
know,
president of
the
Nigeria now.
unfortunate thing is Obi could have been the one going
Kulata.
to Obi could have been the one going to UN now, and he won't read from teleprompter. They'll now be saying
Obi wouldn't even try it.
10.7, 10 points, 10.7, 10.
Yeah,
That's what it's
Tinubu,
going to say in UN. Ah,
Is the
God, you
one that
like us,
Tinubu
so
is saying. Tinubu
God
is
really love
lying now
Nigeria.
that
we
you
dodged
won.
the
We dodged a bullet.
But let me
No,
say
we
this.
dodge a
I thought
bazooka.
Tinubu made a statement today. Was it today or yesterday? He said you guys should come back. What are you guys still doing? I beg. Waiting to happen.
What's your business? Are you leave us? Leave us. You are not a Nigerian. Leave us alone.
He
Leave
said
us
you
Nigerians
guys should
alone.
come back now.
Hey,
He
okay,
said you
focus
guys
on
should
your
come
own.
back. What are you doing?
You are not,
Eh?
one man. We shouldn't even be talking to non-Nigerians on this platform like this.
It's a bit like they're like Vin now.
Don't
So
worry.
here in Ghana.
Very soon.
One man, Ayale Koko, does this guy think he knows what he's talking about, or is just intentionally, as in, before you go to the public, you must have rehearsed, you must have read a speech, you must have practiced in your head. It's not, you just don't go and wing it every time. You can't be winging it every time. So he must have read something.
Kulata, what struck me was this comment by Isaac Fayoshe. It says that why does it like to pretend to be brilliant and ends up messing up with figures? So I think Obi is one of those sort of people that they feel, they have to come across in a certain way, but they don't actually have the acuity to carry through that way. So he thinks he's wowing them with figures. It's a Walter Mitty character. It's a Walter Mitty personality. That's just what I see. MITTY. If anybody checks that, then you know who Peter Obi is. It's a Walter Mitty
in my
personality.
word, one man, they say na the amount of money you have, that's the amount of brilliance you have in my word.
That's very true. Actually,
that is messed up. That is what is driving all
it
these
is
young
my
kids.
word.
Which money you get? Which money you get?
There's what you just said is what is driving a lot of young kids into desperation, doing all this crazy stuff in Malaysia and India
I don't know
because
for you.
of
What's
that's
the
only thing that
point?
matters.
What's the point of coming first in secondary school and
It's not
grabbing all
about
the
coming first. It's about
what's the point? I'm
it's
sorry,
about being
what's the
true to
point?
it's about being true to yourself and knowing your limits.
This world, we don't come it twice. We came to enjoy this world, and people going to
Prince
PSD.
Dandy, you've been very quiet.
Yes, you're not getting the point.
Very quiet.
He should own not. He knows that he knows he does not have the brain. He should function at that capacity instead of pretending to be.
Exactly.
Enigmatic. I don't think we should be going to church and doing testimony to God that we don't end up with this guy. He will be worse than Buhari.
No, God,
He will, nah. This guy will be dumb.
What people don't know, God loves Nigeria, and God hears prayers. That's what people do not know. When the preponderance, this is some now, because before some people we start crying now, the preponderance and some of his supporters, when prior to the election they said they are not Nigerians and Nigeria belongs to the zoo, right? And then he has won an election in their zoo now. He's their president in that zoo, and in that they are not Nigerian. So they should leave Nigeria for those people who believe in Nigeria. And that is the reason. It's because of this man, right? And because of those fascist people. That's why somebody like Vin will always come to several platforms, several spaces, right? To lampoon Nigerians. And I was quite ashamed until Baba spoke up that this guy should not be, rubbishing Nigeria while all of you were here, even one man. You should always call him back. There's no way. And
it's about free speech now. Free speech.
No, it's not. This is not free speech for somebody to come over every time talking down on your. You cannot do it in the US. regardless of what Republicans and Democrats are having.
You will be killed.
Once they step out of that their political cocoon, they remain a United States
country.
American. You dare not. You said he's in the military or whatever. Even I believe Des is a veteran in the US, right? He served in the US military. For the fact that you even serve in the US military, you do not have the right to say Nigeria did everything for him. Before he comes, he will say, my mother is a Biafra. Then he will be talking ill of Nigeria Monday to Friday, every day, every night. But look at the situation in Ghana. Have you seen any Ghanaian anywhere talking rubbish, talking ill, carpeting their country? Go and look at what is happening in Ghana, one man.
No.
Guys,
are you telling me?
Let me read you this. But before I read you this, let me sound check Prince. Prince has been so quiet unusually. Prince, are you with us still? Prince? Okay, I think Prince may have gone to raid the fridge. So yes, this is how I see Peter Obi, and maybe how I see Pansat a little bit as well. It's a Walter Mitty personality. The American Heritage Dictionary defines Walter Mitty as, so this is, tell me if this mirrors Peter Obi or not, an ordinary, often ineffectual person who indulges in fantastic daydreams of personal triumph. And that's how I see Peter Obi, a Walter Mitty personality. An ordinary, often ineffectual person who indulges in fantastic daydreams of personal triumph. That's Peter Obi now. It's a Walter Mitty personality.
That means, I mean, I've watched the movie, the Something Life of Walter Mitty, but by extension, let me just keep my mouth shut so I don't sound hungry. But there are many people. What I'm trying to say is there are many people that share that personality trait. Yeah, there are many people. You think highly of yourself or whatever, and it's really nothing.
But you can't catch the check. Yes.
Why do you think he's been able to capture and encapsulate those obedience? Why do you think so? Because they are on the same wavelength, that intellectual wavelength, like him.
No, I wouldn't agree. I mean,
some. I say some, not all. Some. When I say some.
So sorry. Hold on, just 1 second. Let me, from my perception, let me dissect the obedient person for you. And let's go from 100%. I'd say 55%, if not 60%, are just tribal ethnic Igbos who are, whether he's a baboon, if he's from Oka, then he deserves to be president. So that's just tribal sentimentality. And then within that 40%, you have the disenfranchised, you have the NSAS carryover, you have the anti-establishmentist. So all of that are disgruntled sort of element that rages against the state. They find a home in that space as well. So, and that's the obedient, But if you discount that 60% that is ethnic, then if that 40%, you can't really say, they come with so many narratives to that space. But that's how I see the obedience.
But my biggest question is, why does following Obi turn someone to a dunce? Because it's the biggest mystery. These are smart people. These are normally smart people, but they just turn to total Dundee United.
Let me clear you, Kolata. This is not about if Obi is more intelligent than whoever you want to bring out. It's about the honesty of the man. That's why people key into this man. That's just
a guy that has one wristwatch and one shoe. Someone that lies on little.
Can I finish? Whether you want to say, okay, he made some gaffes and some stuff, saying some stuff, but what you can't come out and categorically say that this man is a thief.
Let me catalog it for you.
Categorically, Peter Obi is a thief.
He's a thief.
You cannot say that.
Categorically, Peter Obi is.
I'm going to start with his first career of working with Abacha. His first career of working with Abacha when he was managing the Papa Port, or what's the name of that port? That's where he started from. before he went to
Overtime
London.
cargo.
And then coming to Anambra, you putting his wife, his name, his family stuff to do Eurobia, the 250 million, the fidelity that was roped into the what's it called, the Dasuki loot. It was through Fidelity Bank that they were routing all that stuff and designing. I can still show you some newspaper articles. All the ones where the IGR of Anambra dropped. It was high before he got there. When he got there, it dropped because he was using his
And
friend and
Pandora
family
Papers.
member. And then Pandora, please don't start. Don't even
Okay,
start what you don't want to
are you
finish
done?
tonight.
I'm
Look,
not
can I
gonna
tell you
go
the
there with
solution?
you.
Can I tell you the answer to what you said? I will sound a bit religious now, despite the fact that I don't do it. In the book of Matthew, chapter 27, verse 17 to 30, they said, "Give us Barnabas, kill Jesus." The mob demanded for the worst. There is always this instinct in the mob to pick the wrong person, and they always stay with it.
But
That is Peter
Tinubu
Obi
is the
and the Obijo.
president now. What's this?
That is
So
Peter Obi
on
and
your
the
Let him land
analogy,
now.
no, on his
Let him
analogy,
land.
Thomas.
No, but that is right. His analogy
It's,
actually lands on Tinubu, not Peter
it's,
Obi.
No,
Yes.
no,
your
no, no,
analogy
no,
lands on
woman, you're not
Tinubu
getting it.
now.
What I'm trying to say is this: the mob always pick. They always want to go with the wrong choice. That is what I'm trying to say.
So
Yeah,
you're
but the
saying
choice
that we
made was Tinubu
actually
now.
you're saying that Peter Obi actually won, that they rigged him out, because if I
No,
following what
oh
you're
my
saying.
God, you can't seem to
Do you
get
know
what
they
I'm saying.
refer to him as a saint?
That is where I'm saying that the mob,
See,
all these people, anarchist kind of thing, they always
Mona,
want the wrong person.
Mona,
And these
stop
are
this
intelligent
obsession.
people, people with
Mona, stop
PhD.
this obsession, please. Let's go to the matter at hand on this Mohbad. I heard is there a legacy or whatever was among the guy that did whatever caused the death of this guy. A legacy of something. I don't know what you guys call it. That's what I heard now. And he mentioned it in one of his videos when he was mentioning the
Yes.
guy. A legacy.
What is the meaning of a market to market economy?
I don't want. I'm talking about important things. If you want to talk
No,
about,
no, no, don't change the topic. Don't change the
if you want
topic.
to
Don't
talk
change the
about,
topic. Stay on the
if
Don't
you
change
want
topic.
to
the
talk
topic.
about a man that is not controlling your economy, I don't
Stay,
even.
stay, stay on the topic,
But
That
brother.
doesn't
you guys
make
can
sense.
talk
Stay on
about
the
other
topic.
people all day long. When it's
We
Peter
are
Obi,
talking about Tinubu now because he's the president. I don't
yeah.
understand.
So you know he's the president now, but he's not your president, right?
God loves
When
Nigeria.
He
when
I
it's
is
can't say if
the.
I
convenient for you,
imagine
Did you
if
hear
this man
me?
had won.
He is the
Hmm.
president.
when it's
I didn't
convenient
say
for
he's my
you, when it's
president.
convenient for you people, is the president. But
He
when it
is
is
the
when you
president.
guys want to
He is not
play
my
the nicety,
president. Did
he's
you
not
get
your
the
president.
English? He is the president. Doesn't mean he's my president. That's a very,
Tomorrow,
very
when
big.
you do
Then
examination, they
that
ask
means
Nigeria's president,
You are
put
not a
dash.
Nigerian now.
You
You
score
Are
are
you a
zero.
Nigerian? Are you a Nigerian? Are you a
you are not a
is
Nigerian?
either
Nigerian.
is
Go
either
and be
you're a
your
Nigerian and Tinubu is your president, or you're a Biafran and Simon Ekpa is your prime minister. Which one of them?
Oh, you guys are funny.
That's,
But
that's the
but
terror.
let's talk about. I'm talking about this
No,
Mohbad
we are
stuff.
not
A
I like
legacy.
that.
We've left
Who is that?
Mubad. We've left Mubad story.
No,
We've
we are
moved on.
going to
No,
Mohbad
we are not a
again.
Nigerian. We are not talk
yeah,
about
we've left Mobad and we're going to make our way to Ola in a microsecond as Kulata gives us, because we must insist that Kulata interprets what Peter Obi said there. So Kulata, you're a man of language. What did we just hear?
I have tried. I tried my best. I tried my best, but my best wasn't good enough.
Ah, one man,
I know,
save
please.
that
I
video
know,
for me.
please.
Oh. Save that video
But
for me.
please save it. Save
It's
it, Joe.
it's in the usual place where we keep them.
We need it like a regular occurrence to remind us.
Ajali Koko, you there? They finish me like that. I thought you're on my side though, but Ajali Koko, you don't they change. Whether waiting man of prestige talk, don't they happen? Normally, you're supposed to
Ajali Koko is
defend
a
me.
Nigerian now. You are not a Nigerian.
You're
How
supposed
come?
to defend me.
How
But
come
wait,
now?
oh, I want you guys to play the full video because I listened to that full video. if you listen to it, it makes more sense than
Did you
just
guys
cutting
play
out.
Tinubu's full video? Don't be cut and paste. They play all about. When it is Peter
Wow.
Obi play the whole 1 hour, but Tinubu 2 seconds. You guys will run with that. Now, so you
That
see as
video,
it be.
that video
You
is
see as
not
it
up
be.
to 2 minutes. I don't think it was
Okay.
more than 2 minutes.
Bulaba wey una dey
So
play all about. Is it more than 1 second?
no, we played everything now.
For
Then we
where?
played everything that led to
Everything are cut and
Bulaba.
paste now. So the propaganda too. You know here where they tell you say propaganda go swallow propaganda.
No,
The guy go Bangladesh, go freeze, he go freeze for.
If you ever have access to Peter Obi, just tell him to stop quoting figures. Just if he does that, his stock will improve just a lot.
His professor he told me that does those things for him, and he will cram it in the aircraft, only to disembark and the whole thing disappear in his head.
It was just and that is why we have to change. I mean, my goodness me.
You guys are
one man, we gotta take it easy on Peter B. You know, Peter B is a leader of men. So
yes,
you guys are complaining about a man that went to a country that's telling you how Nigeria could work. You know, telling you about MSAs or whatever it's called, and
exactly whatever it's called.
You know that that's the problem, and that's how to solve Nigerians' problem.
Why did you not solve Anabra's problem?
Didn't go to the.
You should go to Anambra and solve the problem first now.
You didn't go to the meat of. You didn't go to the meat of the conversation that you was or the interaction, and you're basically going.
One man, did you guys ever discuss Anambra job posting that they said is only indigenes of Anambra that can apply?
Yeah. So somebody sent me that, but you see, imagine if Sanwo-Olu had said that. They will bazooka him down. They will bazooka him down.
In 2023, how can a state say that? That means Ebonyi people, Imo State people cannot apply to Anambra civil service.
Even the Kulata Ebonyi people, in Anambra, they are considered indefinite in Ikefu.
Outcast.
You know, so what are you talking about? So, and somebody will come over here and say, my mom is a Biafra, Nigeria is a Shito, when your country is under the waters.
Let me know when you guys are done. Make I mute myself.
There's that Anambra thing. We are not done. So I can't apply to Anambra civil service as a Nigerian.
One man, God bless you with this video. This video made my day. Help me to save it. It will be my intro.
All right.
No one is more Nigerian than other Nigerian. But for Anambra, will be the better Nigerian where nobody feel. But somewhere else you want to be no man's land. Yeah.
All right. Let's hop on to Ola if it's there. I suspect that Ola might not be there because Ola not often usually this quiet. Ola, are you still with us? Yes, I didn't think it was. So let's go to Prince Daddy then, who we did try to go to, but now he resurfaces. So Prince Daddy, just come into the conversation wherever you like.
Hello, one man. Hello, everyone. Entertaining our session so far.
I really enjoyed your conversation between you, Mike, and Ike yesterday. It was quite riveting until Pansat, of course, came to Pansat. But it was quite. I watched it back. Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah. Mike, or Ike rather, should come into the studio more often. Actually, that'd be nice.
Ike is one of the emerging voices, one of the emerging Black voices on the internet. It's
okay.
He's a highly successful engineer. He's in Ghana now, buying up acreage and acreage of palm farms and importing into that space from China heavy duty machinery. He's setting up a palm oil manufacturing something in Ghana now. He lives in the United States, but he's just gone to set up that project in Ghana.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's great.
So,
okay.
So he's a real player.
Is he in Nigeria? Is it Nigeria?
Yes, it's one of World Peace's mob.
One man, please. Maybe Prince can interpret Peter Obi for us.
for a start. Thank you.
You just want to hear it again. Okay, only one last one. No, then when you take over, you can. I'm sure you won't let them rest. But here it is. Prince, you're a man of letters. So on letter days,
Per capita, the global per capita of the world is about $10.7 when mean $10,700. But within the Commonwealth family, it is just 3,000.
So that's your man, Apeto be Balabaluid as usual. So are you saying we've overflogged him and we should let him have some peace, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, man, you done a job on Peter B. Let him be. Peter B. And I love his followers though. They never back down. That is good. I like that spirit of them. That's good. Kenya and Des, them guys, man, they don't back down. So Peter B is who he is. What can we say? Always trying to sound too intelligent for himself. And I said it before. I've put him on the scale before, and
Prince
he's been.
Daddy, I think I saw somebody that looked like you at that workshop where Obi was delivering that keynote address. I saw you by the side.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me in Bangladesh. It wasn't me, Ajale Koko.
So you are going with Obi everywhere too. No wonder we can't hear from you this morning. So you are with him in Bangladesh. Okay. So that's okay. We are listening.
No, it wasn't me. That would have been nice to go see what they do in Bangladesh. Peter B has to be relevant. It's everywhere. If Tinubu goes to New York, he goes to Bangladesh, or if he goes to UN, Peter B is a man. I like the man though. I like Peter B. I actually like him, but the way they're trying to present him is what I don't like. Want to make him too smart, like he's a genius. He's not a genius. I mean, and is an opportunist, as said by Sean Kuti. But I don't blame him. I mean, he's a Nigerian. I mean, he takes advantage of whatever is available to him. So that's Peter B right there. But it's. I mean, it's nothing new. I mean, you guys know he likes to throw numbers around to sound like highly educated. He did go to Harvard, right? Got a certificate, so he thinks he knows. Listen, Peter B, is I said it before, is a man inside a box or a textbook kind of a guy. He can't think outside of the box to run a country. I mean, just like I think it was Baba that said it, man. I think we really dodged a bullet, quite frankly, because Peter B, man, especially this time around, that the country is so much in financial chaos, it would have been a much disaster.
All right. So, Prince, you said we dodged the bullet, but it looks as though this particular bullet has ricocheted and is redirecting back. Tinubu's government secretly resumed fuel subsidy regime, pays 169.4 billion in August. So it looks as though that subsidy has been reintroduced by stealth. But can you find justification for why this would be the case?
Yeah, I've been trying to. Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up. That's one of the topics I was interested in, and I think I've been trying to get understanding to it, and I think it was enigmatic that explain in details why that's not possible, because they have to go through the Congress or the Senate to have it all passed, or to pass the law to reintroduce the subsidy. So it's not possible. But if that were the case, are you telling me that the price of fuel at the pump dropped this past month or so? Is that the case?
No, that's not the case. Let me give you this paragraph which explains it. It says, let me give you two paragraphs. It says, the international oil bench, international oil benchmark Brent crude. Actually, let me take the next paragraph. It says, in the last week of August, petrol was trading for $1,030.11 per metric ton at the international market, compared to 859.25 cents it traded around July, when NMPC increased the pump price to an average of 617 naira per liter. This shows an increase of 19.8988%. So what this is actually telling us, Prince, is that when the benchmark of oil was when the price of oil was set by NNPC at 617 naira, that oil then was trading at 859 naira. But at that time, the government assured us that it wasn't going to go up any more sharply. But now the price of crude has gone up from 859 to 1,030. So there's a differential of near 20% between what the price of crude was in July as opposed to August. But they still maintained at that 617, which will imply a stealth subsidy.
Yeah, okay, I guess I see. So, so which organization or individuals are getting the subsidy? And I don't think at that price, anyway, at 800 over 800 naira per liter, I don't think the Nigerian economy or consumers can handle it. So the true reflection was exactly what it was selling for in Nigeria, because at that point in time, I don't think we can handle it. Even though, just like you said, it was around 800 naira per liter, but not so in Nigeria. So I think it was the right reflection in the marketplace in our society. So that's my point.
Wait, sorry, can I ask you, what's the right reflection as in the 600 that they're selling it? Because right now the prevailing rate, based on the spot price, based on the spot price today, the benchmark is close to $100 crude. So a lot of people will be edging. I mean, they will have jacked up the price that they're using to import because of that spot price of crude.
$100 a barrel. So what does that translate in Nigerian naira per liter?
I can't tell you exactly, except one does unless you do back of the napkin math, which is not going to be accurate. It's just an estimate.
But it be more than 617.
Oh, it's way more than 600. It's probably pushing 800 to 1,000 naira.
Okay, so do you believe that there's a backdoor subsidy going on one way or another?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep,
and who are the beneficiaries of it?
I mean, they'll pay the marketers bringing the product in.
No, Kulata, I think no responsible governments will allow its currency to flow and go haywire. Same thing in the petroleum sector. This is my opinion, because I think the right word will be intervention, and it's just a temporary
Yeah,
thing.
but all of us know that any payment made, I mean, every government does something like that. In America, they give tax breaks and all just to make sure the price.
Exactly, that's right.
Yeah. So call it intervention, call it something, but we're not paying the market price
You
right
are
now.
a financial technical man. Let's use the right technical term, intervention.
Okay, intervention. Okay.
So absolutely. So you don't think is a free market economy right now?
That sounds like Kojale. Kojale, Ofewani intervention. All right, carry on.
Kojale, Ofewani.
Kojale, Ofewani intervention. Subsidy is intervention. Carry on.
So I think I was asking Kulata. So what was my question?
It's not market price, Prince Daddy. It is not. I mean, it is not what you're getting now, because the spot price had increased. That will affect the futures price. People will have to jack up the whatever. I mean, even though some of the inventory we have, they bought in the futures, but as things are going up, I mean, they want to jack up the price of their products to cover any losses they will get based on the increasing spot price that drives the future. I mean, it's, at the end of the day, they will jack up the price. So it's not the prevailing. You can see even in America now where our gas, the premium is like $4 something, where
it's come down. It dropped, right? It did drop.
Last time I bought gas was last weekend. It was $4.25 per liter. I mean, per gallon, sorry. Per gallon where I live. So it's gone up. I mean, and of course it could have gone down now because I heard that crude went down. So all those things, the spot price, it impacts the petrol, the pump price based on all sorts of dynamics.
Colata, why
So
are we still buying the fuel same price NNPC rollout? If there is subsidy has been paid, the
don't
fuel
call
should
it
come down.
subsidy. Don't call it subsidy. It's
No
intervention.
subsidy, it's not subsidy. Yeah, intervention.
It's intervention. It's intervention. There's intervention, Thomas. Like I mean, I said it yesterday that I mean, I used the word subsidy, but I was wrong in the word. But there's something. It's not. We can't afford, based on where crude is going, except crude cools down. Nigeria go, they go chopping ourselves. The price
Don't
will be too high.
pray.
So, Prince Daddy, the government is intervening. It's normal. Let's just hope it doesn't last for too long.
I was just
well,
thinking about this.
That's the point, actually.
This crude stuff. I said, this will be them. I said they will still go kidnap Tinubu as a day if we do this.
Oma soon Tinubu suya and last.
Oh God.
All right, back to you, Prince. So we have David Udin still, who we spent a lot of time with yesterday, but he doesn't want to leave our company just yet. But more to it, he doesn't want to leave Ghana. So he did this epistle sort of video plea to the Ghanaian government to grant him asylum. So what are you making of David Uzei or Udeyi hopping from one country to the other, begging who will take him in? David Udeyi, now Kofi.
Kofi. Yeah, I mean, I saw was a couple of days ago about his interview on the local, I guess, ABC or station. The guy is become quite creative in creating his own narrative, and you can see holes and lies in what he was presenting. He himself, I didn't think he believed what he was saying to the on the station there. I was going to say, I mean, it's good that the Nigerian government or Tinubu is not like making a big deal out of it. Just like somebody said, Buhari didn't even pay no mind to him. So I think we should leave him in that space. Quite frankly, let him be there. Don't make any relevancy out of him. I don't know what to make of the guy, but you guys were talking earlier. It was okay that he chose a side, because here in America also, all these news media outlets, they do choose a side. Clearly who they're voting for or who they are supporting. So if he came out and supported Peter Obi, that is fine. It's not a big deal. Just like also we all know on the Rice television that they too are obedient, and I mean, so it wasn't surprising. So him as an independent, although he tried to present himself as an investigative journalist that's trying to be impartial, but it's a joke. We know where is that. So let him be free. And I think what Vin saying earlier also that in Ghana, I don't know if they've officially granted him the status he's looking for. So let it be. Is it prevented from coming to Nigeria now? I mean, is anyone chasing him?
They haven't. Prince Daddy, they haven't. Even, do you know, he has a case that is perpetually even probably suspended in the US for his asylum. Do you know that? People do not even know. I think he has applied to almost 4 countries for asylum before he went back to Africa.
Yeah, Great Britain rejected him flat.
Yeah. So look, unfortunately, his plan did not work out. His ticket back to Nigeria was through Peter Obi, but unfortunately, that man Lano. So he has to be creative to find another way to, and then it's in the space where they can fund him, because when you see the likes of Renu and DJ Swish and all of them, they all came from the same echo chamber, but those ones were kind of smart right? They didn't go his own route. They monetized theirs and they made a lot of money. He made some money too, but I think the best way for him, and the best way they are treating him is just to render him a persona non grata. Is they've basically reduced him to just only the obedient group, where he becomes probably their prime minister there. So that's it.
All right, Prince. Let me take you to this space. Senior U.S. judge delays release of Chicago University records to Atiku after Tinubu pleads life damage. So I'm not quite sure. We didn't actually read it out. We only went with the headline. Do you want me to give you a quick run through? Judge Nancy Whatever of the United States District Court of Northern District, Illinois, has placed an immediate stay on the release of President Bola Tinubu's university records after he pleaded severe and irreparable consequences to his life. Mr. Tinubu, through his lawyers, begged Ms. Nancy, a district judge, that the September 6 order of Judge Jeffrey Gilbert, a magistrate, should be delayed. The judge agreed that the matter might be too severe for Mr. Tinubu to bear and granted a stay until further arguments on the matter. It says that this needs to be handled with care, said the judge. The judge gave Mr. Tinubu's lawyers until Monday to file a full brief on the matter before the court. Atiku's lawyer said they would reply to the brief by 11 p.m. The same day. So Tinubu somewhat trying to delay the release of his records from Chicago State University. But why do you think that would be? Prince, can anyone still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
Give me a minute here. Can somebody come in real quickly? Give me a minute or two.
All right. So somebody come in real. Let's see if Ola's still there. Let's see if Thomas is still there. Okay. Who wants to give Tinubu a plug in? Give Tinubu. Yeah.
So the question is, people are making some sort of Tinubu is basically trying to get them to sort of a rat race, kind of a thing, chasing cloud and all that stuff. I don't think so, in my own opinion, because the truth is, nobody wants to stress. If you say Tinubu is trying to make Atiku go and chase cloud, you would understand that this whole process, Tinubu's mind is still on it. And when you're saying that Tinubu is trying to go to the court and appealing to the court, is basically trying to play games or something, then it's affecting his leadership. That is what you don't know. If all this is a game to him, then he's using the country to play games. He's affecting his own leadership. So why not?
How does
everything
can you
is
explain? Can you substantiate that point? How is affecting him? How is affecting his leadership?
How is affecting him? Because you have a case in two courts. Now the Supreme Court, now in the American district, the Chicago district. This is two separate. I don't know if you have ever had a case in court that you have to go. It's always in your head. Do you get? It's something that is gonna be in your head.
Let me explain something to you. If you now, Des, I know you live in America, right? If you accuse me or if you challenge me like enigmatic, you do not have university certificates, or probably you said you graduated in a certain school with this master's degree. I don't believe you. I don't think you have it. I will say, okay, Mr. Des, you're right, according to your opinion. And then you felt probably I wasn't taking you seriously. And then you wanted to show your seriousness. You filed a lawsuit, right, to challenge that. And then my school told you, yes, we know him. He graduated from our school, not even just an honorary student. He's our A student, right? We even graduated distinction, valedictorian, and stuff like that. They gave you all you wanted, but you kept pushing. But you are pushing because you want my attention. And I'm telling you, I'm diverting your attention back to you, that you are the one who is alleging. Go and do your findings. I will be eating, feeding well, and doing what I'm supposed to do, because I know at the end of the day, right?
So that's fallacy.
No,
Not
that's
your
that because
eating.
when
That
I
is, you're just thinking that because you want to believe that is what Tinubu is doing.
no,
That's just what
I'm
you're
talking
doing.
about myself. That is what is happening.
It's
If you
not what
understand,
is happening. No.
if you read their filings and what that is because he knows when they go and they come
No.
back,
See the
right?
findings, because people don't understand the findings. The finding is that
I'm not talking
yes,
about the findings in your echo chamber, or not that
no,
one.
no. The findings
Not
in
the one that
Chicago
they are doing.
district, in the
The
sorry,
finding
Chicago
is that
University.
hold on. The finding as CSU any day, anytime, by any shape or form, right? Replied or said or made a statement that yes, he graduated from our school. Have you seen that? Did they do that? The answer is
They
yes.
they have
But
done that.
if you are saying you are not satisfied with that, then proceed on your fishing expedition,
See,
and then the court will be
it's
there for
not
you.
fishing. There's nothing fishing about it.
It
The
is.
situation is the situation is
No, it is. It's just like Peter
see,
Obi now, who failed to
see,
provide his own
see,
university certificate.
see.
He provided
The
a WAEC
no now.
certificate.
Can I talk? Can I talk
No,
first?
I'm giving you
The
scenarios
truth of the
because
matter
you guys want to
is,
listen to your own truth, but
can
you don't want to
can I
listen to the
talk first?
facts.
The truth of the matter is there is a situation in the Supreme Court about the Chicago school. Now,
What Supreme Court?
Nigerian Supreme Court
No,
about the certificate
there's
of
nothing in the
Tinubu.
Supreme. Look, what you don't know under the law, Tinubu's academic certificate is a public document now because it was filed
Can
as
I
part of
talk first?
it was
Can I
part of the
land?
tribunal cases. No,
Can I
I'm
land?
trying to put you straight so that people
See,
who are listening
no,
from
no,
outside.
I've not said anything wrong here. I said there is a case in
No,
court that
I'm
Tinubu
telling you that
filed.
his document now, the article is chasing up and down. It's a public document in Nigeria because it was
Can
part
you
of those things that
listen
were filed
first?
at the appellate court.
Listen,
Okay,
listen
I'm trying
first.
to
Let me
you too.
land
I'm trying
now
to
before
educate
you
you too, you
interject.
there, because
Let
you
me
have.
land. You don't even know where I'm going to, and you're
I'm trying to
interjecting.
educate you that wherever you are going to, right? I know you are going to talk about the certificate, but it's a public document in the court.
Okay. Yes, it's a public document. We
Okay.
know that.
Okay.
The public document that he provided, and people are saying he
Who are those
didn't.
people? Say obedient or you
No,
guys? Don't say that.
PDP
No,
specifically, because
but you obedience are the one. You
Can I
obedience are the
talk
one.
now?
You obedience are the one crying about it. PDP people don't even really care.
Now, wow. So how do? Let me not even go there.
Yeah,
Let
it is
me talk.
obedient
Let me
like
say what
you.
I'm saying.
It is
I mean,
obedient
Let me
like you that
finish
is
my.
opening space
let
for
him
finish
land
my
that point.
comments.
Let him land that point so we have clarity on where. Go on,
Yeah.
There's no clarity, one man.
So I'm I'm saying that now there is a case in court about that Chicago school, whatever, the certificate he provided in the court. That is the case Atiku is contesting. So now, if judiciary in Nigeria was working, and you know that that certificate you provided was legit, and it wouldn't, nothing they will find, in fact whatever they will bring in that Chicago school will actually prove your case in that court, in the Supreme Court. I don't see any single reason someone that is trying to win a case in the Supreme Court would actually prevent something that will legitimize that case. I don't see any single reason
Des,
whatsoever.
why did Obi prevent the
So
court?
when
Hold
you're
on, listen
trying
to
to
this.
make all
Listen to this,
these
Des.
fallacy, all this trying
Okay,
to
why did
delude
Obi
yourself
prevent the
that
case?
Tinubu
Why
is
did
trying
Obi
to
prevent the
chase,
court?
make them chase
Hold on,
shadows, I
listen.
think it's just laughable, my brother.
Why did Obi prevent the court from summoning him to appear at the end and this at the SARS panel? If he knew he was doing the
Obi
right
did
thing.
what?
He was summoned to come to SARS panel. He didn't come. Instead of that, he ran
SARS.
to court. Yeah, he ran to court
What do you
to go and
mean?
answer questions about the people he killed in Okuzu FSAS, the
I don't know
Izu
why
River.
you're bringing this. We are talking
No, it's
about
the same thing. You say, why
let's
did he run to
no. I
court?
don't know. You're taking me another place. I
But
don't
the
know
same,
why
we
you're
are saying the
taking.
same thing,
I
different
don't know where
scenario
they
now.
carry me. They go.
It's
To
all
be honest.
because Atiku say
Obi carry me they go.
because
I don't
Atiku
know
say
where. I don't know
because
where the matter they
Atiku
carry me.
say
They
bring your
go.
certificate.
They talk
Atiku
very.
say
We they
no,
talk another
listen to
thing. Don't
yourself
carry
now.
me go
This
far.
I'm putting it back to you because Atiku say
Now
Tinubu
wow.
okay, oh, you did not go to CSU, bring your certificate, and then Tinubu too will mumushly
I'm sure that
just say
people listening understands what I'm saying. If
say
you don't
this is
want
my
to
certificate,
understand it,
and I'm
it's
putting it to
fine.
you. Why did Peter Obi, when he killed people at Izu River, why did he go to court instead of going to the SARS panel that was organized last year, instead of going to present
Should I
himself?
answer it? Because he's guilty. Fine.
Okay,
Have
so
you? Are
that's
you?
good.
Have you?
Let's
Okay.
proceed.
Now, would you believe that Atiku is guilty?
No, you are
You
in
wouldn't
America
believe,
here.
right?
Fly from
So
DC.
you
Fly from
see
DC
the
and go to
cycle.
Washington. Fly from DC and go to
You're
Chicago
funny.
now.
Enigmatic.
I mean, this is
I
so
don't want
simple
to.
for you guys.
I don't
You
want
live
to
in the
argue with
US.
you.
You live in the US.
So
You
you
claim
want
you
to
have money.
believe that what Obi did, he was trying to prevent something. Yes, I agree with you.
You are
So
in
now, agree
Washington
with me.
DC. Take a flight to
Agree with
Chicago.
me. Can you
Take
agree
a
with
flight to
me?
Chicago and go and find out if you graduated from the
Can you
school
now
next to
agree
you.
with me? Since you want to agree what Obi did is because
Take
it's
a
wrong.
flight. You are in Washington DC. Stop. You guys should stop crying all over the
Wow.
place with Tinubu's matter.
One man.
Take a flight from
Are you
Chicago
that beg?
and go to Chicago.
Enigmatic. You can't argue with enigmatic. You're just
I'm
everywhere.
just telling you, you are
You're
in the
everywhere,
US.
my
You guys
brother.
cry too much. Certificate or no certificate. The school told you, yes, it's our students. You said, no, the school is lying. You said the school has been paid. You guys start maligning the school. You impugn the integrity of the school and the reputation of the school. When the school told you, a mom is telling you, this is my son. This is the DNA for my son. You say, no, it's not your son. Show us the daddy. He showed you the daddy. You say, no, the dad is taller. It should be. So who are you to tell the woman who impregnated her? This is what you guys are doing, and he left you guys with your fishing expedition. And you, Des, you live in the United States. A majority of you live in the United States. Clear yourself, take a ticket, go to Chicago right there. Go to the school and go and find out and send it to your obedient people.
I'm actually in Chicago right now. Funny enough.
Okay, what stops you from going to the school then? Do them that job. I mean, do them the duty because you guys just want to cry.
Can you actually do that? Are you able to do that, Des?
No, I can't do that.
Can you imagine? Why can't you do
that? You could have go and do a Reno clip for us, and then you stand in front of. Go and ask them questions.
Oh man, that time I don't get time. The time I'm going to go there, I'm losing money.
It won't be good for the agenda. You are in Chicago. Man, Des, do that now. Do that for obedience.
Just try and one day be honest to yourself. And
you should be honest to yourself.
I am always honest
be honest
to
myself. Yourself. Be honest to yourself. You are in Chicago.
I'm always
go to
honest
Chicago.
To myself.
All right.
Go to CSU
just like you told me now about Obi. I never heard of this, but if it's what he did, then I'll say okay, he's guilty.
Okay, go
I don't
to
know
you are
about
saying it's a simple question. You are talking about
All
the
this
education, right?
about
But you are in Chicago right now. Go to the
and
school.
you said like if Obi did it, then he's guilty. So
forget what you are saying. Go to the school.
Now,
yes, go to the school. Yes, it's gonna cost you $25 to request for this. Go to the school. You are in Chicago right there. $25. Go to the school and stop crying.
All right. Let's move on from there as we wait for Prince to rejoin us. But can you give us your report back? You are meant to be our Alex Oti correspondent. Has he not done anything exciting enough for you to report?
Oti does not. It's a local man. If you face his Abia people, his fate is hanging in balance now at the tribunal. So that's where his case is now because
Ekene said he's building roads, he's building bridges.
For Baba, you know what they fail to see in Soludo, because Soludo is their enemy now, right? They want to amplify it in OT. OT will just he commissioned 1.2 or 1.1 less than 2 kilometers of just an already completed road that by other administration, and then they want to amplify that all over the place. So we know their game, and we know that's why we say we are all Nigerians. So, and they are the one who started this. Nobody is more Nigerian than another Nigerian. But Alex Oti is doing his best because in a space where you've not seen development for several years, and this is what we speak to about the hypocrisy of that space. Because that several years we've been talking about, nobody's going to beam the searchlight there. Nobody's going to say anything, right? PDP has been occupying the whole space. But shortly after they swept Jonathan out of power, they turned their agenda to something different. So I wish you'll be well in the court because it's not really. I hope and I wish that probably the court we keep him in office so that at least we can have maybe a semblance of governance in that Abia state if he's able to do a little thing. But they should quit. Amplifying for every little thing. It's just been there for 100 days. Just like they wouldn't see anything good, right? For at the federal level for Tinubu in 100 days, they want you to see the Eldorado that an Alex Oti has created in 100 days in Abia State, which is basically unfathomable. So people can see beyond the facade. So I've tried to look at it, but there's nothing really. Is it the guys that were crying before that the government was spending money? But he was there. They bought almost official vehicle of 35 million for almost all his aid. How many special advisors? How many this? How many that? But they won't speak about that. They want to focus on their perceived enemy.
I don't think it's fair, enigmatic. I mean,
I'm not
you know
talking
what
to
I
you,
don't talk
Des.
about?
I'm
I
not
don't
talking
talk
to you,
about.
Des. I'm not talking to you, Des. And you're not from
Okay,
Abia State. I'm not talking to you.
sorry. Let me make a general statement. I don't think it's fair to if an abject person is here, I believe I would listen to him properly. Even if I'm in Anambra, I believe you should listen to me. If I'm Anambra now, I'm telling you what's happening. I believe you should listen to me.
But you are not
properly.
Nigerian now. Why are you still talking about Nigeria? That's
But
what I keep talking about. You are not Nigerian.
forget about all these technicalities you want to use.
No,
Let's
it's not
argue.
technical. You came on the camera here. You said
Let's
you've
argue
turned
first.
your Nigerian
All these
passport. You know what that
technicalities
means?
you're trying to use and wash me away.
You
I'm
said
here,
you've
please.
turned your Nigerian passport. So no patriotic Nigerian in the right senses should be having conversation with you. Nobody should be having conversation with you who identifies as a Nigerian. I shouldn't. It's a travesty of my patriotism to have conversation with you when you say you came on the platform that you've turned your Nigerian passport because your Peter Obi lost an election. So you are not a Nigerian. I shouldn't be having that conversation with you. You are not patriotic, and we are not on the same length.
You're not ready to move forward now. If Tinubu is traveling the whole world, talking to foreigners, then I don't think he should be doing that anyway.
Yeah, but Tinubu, you shouldn't be worried about that. You are not a Nigerian. Stay where you are.
All right, talk us through this headline, enigmatic, because I've been watching this guy and I'm hopeful that he turns out to be one of the better ministers. Aggrieved contractors to Umahi, pay us for the job done. We are having a hardship. So, Dave Umahi, he's now insisting on qualitative work for payments being given to contractors. So, are you watching David Umahi's movement, and what is your assessment so far?
Yeah, I pray he sustains the momentum. One man is going to be one of the star boys, so to say, now, quote and unquote, of this administration. What you are seeing right now, he has actually, maybe he was kind of with his clairvoyant mind, he has seen it, and he said he's ready for their fight. This is just a coordinated attack on him and propaganda, but what they don't really know is that he has, when you are doing a job and you have the complete, right, the 100% at the utmost support of your boss, then you can really go all the way out to do your job. So he's stepping on toes already in that construction industry, but it's not the man that you can really push around. He did it in Ebonyi State. It was quite chaotic with him, with the contractors over there, with the construction, especially those in the construction area, because first of all, beyond being a subject matter expert in that regard, right? He did actually, and he still, which I want to believe, had a construction company himself. So he understands the terrain, he understands the game, and then beyond that, he was a governor, a chief executive. So there's nothing you can actually. So is decentralizing so many processes and procedure in that ministry. For instance, if you have in a state now, right, which is actually his experience from being a governor, in a state, when there's a federal infrastructure in your state, in this instance now, federal road, there's no way. He found out that there will be no, like they call it, federal commissioner or federal engineer or something like that. Monitoring that project, and that will be feeding back to the ministry on a daily basis, the updates, and then updating them about improvements on what they are doing on the project, basically. So that is making that one of those sine qua non stuff now, that on any federal project in any state, there must be an engineer who is reporting on a daily basis, to a certain director on the activities on that project. And then in each of those states, unlike before, that somebody could sign a document from the Federal Ministry of Works, right? And they will just take it. So you must have a clear understanding, and then a liaison officer now in the person of the minister, of the commissioner of works in each of the states. So unlike before, that the ministry, that representative of the ministry will have to sign off on the paper, the commissioner now will have to sign off on that paper that will go through the desk of the governor before it comes to his own desk. So it's creating bottleneck. It's creating like more or less like a trail, right? Audit trail and everything, so that things will be done in the proper way. So there's no way somebody will find a way to to bypass the system within that category now. And then there are some few reforms that is bringing on board, having to concentrate on concrete construction.
Yes, I was excited by that. He gave, because that was what he used in construction in was he Abia State? Which state was he?
In Ebonyi State.
In Ebonyi State. That was what he used in Ebonyi State. And he was telling us that the lifespan of a concrete road is about 50 years, but this asphalt that they are using is about 3 to 5 years. So he's wanting to pivot construction in Nigeria to concrete, which I think is because that was what Dangote used when he was doing that Apapa road and whatnot.
Even beyond what Dangote used, or probably even in the US, I think Baba Jack can bear me witness, or whoever lives in the US, there are most of the roads are done. There are certain roads that they are strictly concrete, and then when they move to certain areas, then they could probably use those quotas and the bitumen and asphalt and stuff like that. So, and he's trying to basically, when you are dealing with Nigerian contractors or stuff like that, when they know that you know their game, then they will have issues with you. So this man he knows the game. Do not forget one man. He was a governor for 8 years. So he understands their game in and out. Now he's been placed to be the Minister of Works. So there's no loophole, no vulnerability on his part. So on your part, and then he has activated, beyond that one man, he has activated the legal department of his ministry now. Unlike before, where Buhari will give you a contract, no time limit, no deliverable time, nothing. This one, they are giving you a contract, and you are signing. They are giving you a contract with an indemnity, and then a proviso. They can't give you contract indefinitely now going forward. No, when you are signing this contract, we are signing the contract with the agreement of the due date, right? The project life must have a 6 months, 7 months. It must be delivered, and you are not delivering in 7 months, right? A shoddy job. You are delivering in 7 months a job that will serve the purpose of its expected lifespan If it is 30 years, it must be 30 years. So if anything happens within that 30 years, there will be warranty, embedded in the contract and everything, that you must be the one to finance it, to maintain it, and to do a lot of things. So they are not comfortable with that one man. And then the having to issues of variation when you sign the contract in January, and then in June, or probably when the rain starts, you want to jack it off. It made mention of certain issues where contract will be signed $2 billion naira, and then in 6 months' time, it will be jacked to maybe 14 billion naira. No. And Wiki actually mentioned that too. We are sitting down from day one. Before we put pen to paper, this is what we are saying. This contract is 2 billion, is 2 billion. No more, no issues. Your money is in the bank. Do your job. What you expected, the everything should be involved in everything we are expecting from you. If you do anything less than our expectation, the legal department will be there drawing you, and your money is not going to be paid. If you listen to what happened in this picture you want to show now.
Yeah, let me play the clip here.
The controller and the director and the contractor will have to go and see the legal department. I don't see you being able to do this. If you're going to go into partnership with somebody who knows how to do the work for the benefit of the people of this area, that would be good. It is so terrible to say you have covered 5 kilometers and there is no evidence of the 5 kilometers so far covered. But we, however, are recommending redesign. We keep 9-meter width and then do drainage, this to this. So if you get a contractor who knows what he's doing, we can look at it. But you have to write to stop further payments on the job until we have done that. And my advice to our people, especially when you are, from Southeast and you have job to do for Southeast, look at the kind of suffering these people are passing through, And so we should be able to have conscience. We should have conscience. And there are a lot of settlement in this place. You're telling me gully this, gully that, and all the stuff. Why didn't you start from the major road and be coming? Or is said to be the place you did?
We actually started from the major road. But when these trucks, when the road caused...
So you didn't build it for trucks?
No, we built it, but the design wasn't for those heavy trucks with cement, shipping, and so on. So the supervising engineer advised us to dump that area until the state has been able to do.
Much I can do for you, sir, is to forget about the 495 million we paid you. We will not pay. If you like to do the job, you get a contractor. We now sign an addendum to the contract, redesign the contract for the sake of God and benefit of the people. But if you want us to make trouble, I'm ready. And you will not get 1 kobo from this 495. We'll retrieve the money from you. And if you want to pity the people, we settle amicably. But nobody will pay 1 kobo outside the 495. You have something to say?
No, what I have to say is that I can't make trouble with the Honorable Minister.
No, it's
with the Ministry of Work, where I've been working. I've done a lot of job. I've been giving commendation.
If you have been, no, sir.
I've been giving commendation.
If this is the way, I'm not.
They did not pay. If you look at it, a job of 1 something billion.
You should be ashamed of yourself for this kind of.
So that's that. You should be ashamed of yourself for that kind of it. Look at that. Okay. This guy, and this is meant to be road that he has completed for use. Unbelievable.
Okay. One man, this man, if you listen carefully, he's been paid, I think, over almost 500 million. If I have to put it that way, if I have to summarize it, he's been paid almost 500 million naira. But if you are the type of an office, quote unquote, office sitting minister that you just sit in Abuja and this man is on the phone with you, yeah, Mr. Minister, yeah, we are doing, you believe everything hook, line, and sinker without actually going to the field to see what he's been able to do. And then by the time you come to the field, you realize he's been able to, he hasn't actually done anything, and you are done your 4 years wasted or 8 years wasted. This is exactly what happened during Buhari's time. Buhari gave you a job without actually giving no KPI, no deliverable indices, no expectation, no supervision. It's not checking on anything, right? So it is in this country that we had a minister of education that Buhari kept in office for 8 years, and just a week after the winding off of that administration, he said he didn't even know what he was doing in office for 8 years. I'm not making this up.
No, we covered this here.
For 8 years, one man
could not believe it.
And you kept him in office. He was the same man that couldn't solve the ASU strike. And then you had, when you look at the contingent of Buhari's cabinet, you understand why Nigeria failed for 8 years. So these guys, they've seen the handwriting on the wall that they are dealing with a businessman-like approach president who understands procedures, who understands protocol, who understand processes, and who understand the nitty-gritty and the dynamics of project management. He has been there, right? And he knows how to give timeline. We are not giving you contract indefinitely. And that's what Wiki was saying the other day. We are not giving you contract of indefinite that just go on the field and be doing nonsense. We are giving you this contract. This is the timeline. It is done in America over here. They will tell you that when they flag up a project, in the next 12 months, we'll deliver. Everybody signs the paper and you go. When you fail to actually keep up to fulfill your own part of the contract, then there's a legal way. There's a legal way to seek redress or to suffer to suffer some consequences. Right? This is what they are bringing on board now. So it's giving all these contracts. What they are not used to, what is coming to them now. They are having timelines. They are having their funds reviewed. They are giving them a scope of their processes and project. This guy is telling them, I'm an engineer, I'm a civil engineer like you guys. So there's no story you want to tell me. Okay, you are claiming rainy season. Okay, why did you not start from the upper area where it was clear? Then you do it. So he was giving them, so you tell him these lies, he gives you follow-up question. Then when you give him an answer and he nails you down, technically, that means that you can see the technical side of what he's doing, right? Unlike what we had before. So they know that they have a president who has already told them your job, your assessment, because they now have a KPI, they have an assessment, they have, like the department that I described to you that time for policy coordination, they have somebody now is watching over them who is submitting their report and assessment, right, to Mr. President. And they do have one of the biggest consulting firm in the country, in the world, KPMG, right, supervising and then auditing the job of that supervisor for the ministers now. So you want to keep your job, you got to do your job. So it's not unlike Buhari that when he appoints you, you are already sure that nothing is shaking you.
Well, Buhari just wanted to be called Mr. President.
Mr. President,
that's just what he was. That's all he wanted.
So now with the consciousness of being fired, right, one man, with that consciousness of being fired at the back of their mind, now they are turning on the engine. Look at what the Minister of Interior is doing in his own ministry. Look at the Minister of Finance. Look at the Minister of Health. So when you see all these ministers, right, doing their job, you see more or less like a synergy and a competitive, a positive competition among them going forward.
Enigmatic. So,
oh, you're back. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been listening. So, in Nigeria, the government never had an internal audit before, or even an external audit like KPMG. They never had one before. Is that what you're saying?
If they had,
sorry, Prince. Fashola actually said it. I think he said he had no supervisory interaction. I think it was Fashola, but certainly one of the was it Fashola?
Fashola was he said it clearly, and he was describing the leadership style of Asiwaju and Buhari, trying to be conservative enough not to rubbish Buhari. But Buhari is the type of leader that will give you the job, right? And they will go to sleep, right? So Ashwaju is the type of leader that will give you the job. He's not even going to let you stay in the field by yourself. He's going to be that on the field with you, and then still be micromanaging you while still with you on the field. You know what I'm saying right now? So it's like when you get into a new position, you know what it means, right? In the professional environment, you are the executive director, or probably just got into an office. You're on your desk. You already see your KPI. You see your audit performance. Everything is there for you. So go back within 1 week, study what you are supposed to deliver in 2 months, in 3 months, in 4 months, in 6 months, and then there will be assessment. If you can't, then they'll get you fired. That's what these people are going through now. So they have a department now that is supervising all of them now. So that's why you see they are getting anxious on the civil servant. The civil servant, so when they are turning the engine on, they are turning the news on them. These people, they are bringing down on their permanent secretaries. The permanent secretaries are holding the next person available. So they are getting themselves responsible now because they have a sense of accountability to someone. You need the job, I'm going to give you the job. So what you are seeing now, you see more of this. And then Umar actually stated it that, look, I know at a point you'll be seeing it on TVs. They'll be coming to make interviews. You'll see it in the pages of newspaper, calling me out that I'm not probably paying them. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. No. He said, we are not going to owe anybody. Already now we have reacted. All the ministries, one man, all the ministries and agencies and parastatals under this administration now, they have reactivated their legal departments. They have reactivated certain, mundane departments that have actually been collapsed, like especially the legal department and the policy department now in each of these ministries. So there's no way you sign a contract and you just walk away and you not deliver on the project. No timeline, nothing. So if you don't have a timeline, you can just go ahead and be sipping champagne on one island if the road is done, if the project is done. You don't care. So you could see what Wike was doing in Abuja the other day. He called that man. He said, "How would you guys know?" They had over they had more than 60% uncompleted projects in ABJ alone. So this is not a government that you come to the Aso Rock and you say, "I swear by the Holy Quran, I did not do it." No, it's not about you because if you can speak that Arabic. No, it's not about that. It is what you can put. So when you see these people hustling like this, they already know that because the man himself is not resting. He's telling you, "I'm the chief marketer of the country." There's no way you'll be going around the country, right, trying to invite investors into the country and they are not seeing infrastructures and you are not seeing reforms. And then this guy has told you he's going to have a full implementation of the Oronsare report. They are already trimming down. So many things are happening. I think I sent something to, what's his name? Thomas, 2 days ago. I want you to specifically read it and see what is going on in CBN, one man. Go and see what is happening in CBN and all the agencies. So many bank CEOs in Nigeria now, so many bank CEOs and MDs, they are under thorough investigation, all of them. But they are doing it in a clandestine way that it's not going to be, media trial or whatever. That's why they leverage the capacity of private investigators. Are you aware of the fact that FBI is working in Nigeria now, and some other people from Homeland Security, Homeland, wherever in the UK, almost 150 of them, they are working with some investigators in Nigeria, and they are expanding the dragnet. So things are really going on behind the scene because they know where the monies are and they want to get the monies back. These people are signing documents. They are signing papers to say, okay, I don't want to go to prison, I don't want to go to jail, take all my houses. These are where I kept my money because the bank managers are giving them where they kept all those monies. Nobody wants to go to prison. I sent what's his name? I sent Thomas that he can share with you. It's a very privileged information that I got from somebody, and it's just a tip of an iceberg. So there are so
But
much.
so what would you expect? I mean, this thing kind of boggles my mind. For 7 years, the CBN did not produce any report to the Senate. So what do you think is happening behind the the closed doors, where the monies are flying to? Of course, so there's nothing strange about what happened during Buhari's time when it came to the theft and all this looting that occurred. There's nothing strange about it. Imagine for 7 years, this Emefiele could not produce report to the Senate, and nobody's demanded him that he did it.
But
So
you know the problem with Buhari. The Buhari is first of all they knew there's no way you
So
have. Okay, just imagine anybody on this platform. Let's even not talk about our area of expertise now, right? Anybody on this platform who has found himself as a president of Nigeria now, and then you have a CBN who is cooking books for you. How would you not know? This is where we have problem. This is where the problem starts. Because look, can you tell me anybody on this? Tell me the economic team of Buhari. Do you know any? Does Buhari even have an economic team?
Emefiele is the only person that comes to
no,
mind.
no,
Yeah.
no, no. There was Rewan Bishmark as well, and then there was one Donyi something, some
No,
brilliant Yoruba
those are
woman.
supposed to be external folks who will be working with his own, economic team. Do not forget that OBJ had economic team, right? As porous as Jonathan was, he had an economic team. I think Obi was one of them, if I'm not mistaken, right? Tinubu, Buhari. Does Buhari have an economic team?
Sorry, didn't he leave that job to Shibanjo though?
But they sabotaged Oshibajo. Oshibajo was ostracized at the end of the day because Oshibajo was supposed to be asking these questions, and then they sabotaged him. Eventually, they push him aside.
All right, enigmatic. Pause for a moment. Thomas, are you there? Thomas, I can see you there now. Okay. So sorry, carry on, enigmatic.
Yeah. So when this is what happened. The people who were supposed to do the job for that man, they were not hired because Buhari was not in charge. The cabal were the one hiring and firing for him. And then when they know that you are getting nosy, they will get you out of the system. Oshibanjo they couldn't fire him because constitutionally and legitimately he runs the same ticket as Buhari, right? So at a point when he was supposed to be asking the critical question from Emefiele and from the Minister of Finance, that was the time he raised it. And then the Minister of Finance had to come to the TV that I didn't even know about this Naira policy. I didn't know anything about. I'm just hearing for the first time, just like you, a journalist. Imagine the Minister of Finance saying that on national TV, and you are supposed to be the chief superintendent of the financial system of Nigeria. So now, is it possible that Wale Edun, the guy who is now at the FRS, Zacchaeus, the Cardoso, who is going to be the CBN governor, right? Those people will be those are the economic team, and then with a couple of and the tax and fiscal committee that he had, led by Taiwo Oyedele, the guy who was a partner at PwC. So these are the people that will be the crunch and the cross of your monetary and fiscal team. Can you point to any of that under Buhari? Can you? He had an Emefiele who ran CBN like an appendage of Aso Rock, and then you had a Minister of Finance who was just a Minister of Finance by name, not in substance. They completely took out the picture. So it was Malami and Emefiele and the cabal that were running the whole show. So how would you not have this kind of fiscal and monetary crisis that we are going through now, unlike what we are having now, right? The number one man himself, he knows the numbers. I bet, and I want to bet with anybody on this platform too. If does Buhari understand what ordinary what is it accounting? If you put the simplest of accounting framework in front of Buhari, does he even know what it means? He doesn't know if you are lying to him. Emefiele could and the Kabak could cook Emefiele any document. That was why it was easy for
So,
to cook their audit for 7 years without the president having knowledge of that, without the
what
minister.
was this? What was the selling point for Buhari? Of course, one thing I heard a lot about was he was gonna take care or take care of corruption. He was gonna fight corruption and defeat corruption, right? So, what skill set did people see in Buhari that they voted for him and they believed they could actually do that job?
Well, I never believed in him, so I don't know. I don't know what they saw. I don't know
No,
what
no,
they
no.
saw.
It's, a lot of people believed in it. I mean, they championed Buhari from left and right and everywhere.
Let me
No,
tell you,
I
the
think at
selling
that
point
time,
was the selling
the,
point
there
was
were massive
okay,
corruption
sorry.
allegations that were going on in the Jonathan administration, and Jonathan wasn't denying it. They were just talking about billions and this. At that time, I mean, people were able to sell that Buhari was someone that is not corruptible, he's not a corrupt person, and he only has a house. They were just selling the guy well. And of course, I mean, we saw that the party was on, and a lot of people like Fashola, there's a lot of credible, better politicians were on that party. So that's why they were able to. I mean, he won.
But Prince Daddy, do you know the problem? Do you know Wale Edun was supposed to be the Minister of Finance under
all right. Give me a second.
Woman, did you get this I sent to your Instagram? That mobile video.
Yes. Is it copyright? Is it
No,
going to copyright?
no, it's not copyright. He's basically the guy. If you listen to it, then you know that Mahamali is done, man. Like the guy literally described how.
Is it something I can play?
Yeah, you can play. Yeah. It's not
All
copyright.
right. Okay. Let me put it up. Hold on. Usually I don't like to. All right, let me just do this. So since you said I could do it, can you say it?
Good. I am 6 feet down, but street name me. I know they cheat nature, but nature to cheat me. Ain't team of fuck talk about going snitch ni. Samilari, Naira, Zino, Beast ni. Moteure, jelly, Agutan, Chemo. Ain't no shima pull up your shemo. Ain't there on Papa me at on the sharon. I am here waiting for you guys. Maru, jello.
My silence mode, but Beast name me. Will cause violence, but still peace, name
I was skipping peace, but yeah, she married friends. Kenny Moshe Fing, Conto the Doddo get revenge. Music, the only most sign, I could can invest. No different people leave me kidding, kill a fair. Mukari OTT, but people no understand. I still did manage to express myself for my son. What a pity, freedom of speech was not allowed. I told you, not gonna miss me when I'm not around. To all my fans all over the world, cry no more. I'm also in a better place where I will cry no more. After all, I will get the peace that I seek. I'm so impressed with all the love that I've seen. My son and my wife, who was my only helper. I didn't wish to leave the world this quick, but it's a wicked word. Want to see me 106 feet. Imole. Mubad.
Ọlọ́run tó dá mi rí mi ní parọ́ mo máa ń fọgbọ̀n sáyà lọ́bi ṣe wá ìbò mi.
Good. I am 6 feet down, but street name me. I know they cheat nature, but nature to cheat me. Ain't team of fuck on talk of going snitch ni. Samilari, Naira.
Nice beat. That's the first time I'm hearing him. Did anyone hear that? That was quite good.
Yeah, I see the message now. I mean,
well, when did he release that? When did he release that?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just. I don't know if it was after his death or right before. I don't know.
I know she was saying I ain't released that one, Jerry.
I think one of their colleagues maybe just composed this one in memory of him, or just to, I don't know.
Was that not him though? Was that not him?
I don't even know about all
That
this.
can't be him. They are
That
just
cannot be
everything.
him.
That can't be him now.
I
Why?
think
From years to years.
that
Mm,
sounds like after his death because we're
mm,
relating to
yeah.
um, incident that have happened before his death and
No,
talking
no,
about
that is
you
him.
know.
Oh, that is him. Oh, let you guys they talk.
No
Uh,
If
be
you
him.
say, just say you've not been in the you've not been in
I'm not there there.
the
I'm not there
news.
for that
I
system.
know
I
they
think
there,
they
but
should
That is
just
him.
round up that system and go and lock all of them up
That
because
is
all they are doing is all about drug and all
I
this
bet.
nonsense,
That is him.
cultism
Oh.
and all the rest. Naramali, everyone
Ajale
is just
Oko.
that this thing.
Ajale
Eh?
Oko.
So
You
Yes.
sorry,
remember when they
sorry. Hold on, Patrick, 1 second. Thomas, are you there? All right. If Thomas is not there, then I have to hand over to Mike because
I'm here. I'm
oh,
here.
okay, you are there. Oh, okay. All right. If you are there, then I hand over to you. But let me acknowledge the super chat. That's Ayo right there kicking it off. Ike Ogiame, now a regular, somewhat. We'll see how that goes. But Ayo, still the daddy of the space. He rattles it off, as you know he often does. So that's Ayo, and Ayo, and still Ayo. Wanting to give him competition, that's Aiko Geme, and that's Aiko Geme again. So Aiko Geme and Ayo duking it out in the supporter space. Choma comes in with a commentary of some sort. So thank you, Choma. And then that's is Alexander Gomez is asking who is the daddy, and there is Kulata poking fun at whoever with the super chat. So thank you for all those. So I'll bring you in, Thomas, as I bail out as the conversation. And Prince Daddy still has the floor. Mike yet to speak. Ola, we don't know if he's with us or not. And Patrick has just joined us now. So that's the sequence. Let me bring you in with your music as I ease myself out. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll do it again later in the day.
Okay, Patrick, what are you trying to say?
Yeah, Montra, I was just trying to say, do you remember that time when they arrested Naira Mali? All the youth, they say free Malia. This one, they were supporting Mali then. When the police was trying to correct this thing kind of attitude and everything, they say, what has he done? He's the youth, he's struggling to make this.
Yes,
And now
yes,
look at
yes,
it now.
yes.
Look at
You're
it
right.
now. They, just like you said, they need to round all of them up. All
All
these
of them
boys are
round
goes
up.
around taking drugs in the name
Mhm.
of say they are showing.
Sometimes when I hear some people, I'm kind of sad. When people make statements like this, it's almost as if they don't know. Say one day if you reach your turn, and you will be like shouting, "I wish someone was talking about me. I wish someone can help me out." Because what you guys are, some people are basically trying to embolden or empower is some sort of a Nigeria that something bad would happen to someone and you sense to neglect or tell everybody, I beg, let's leave it. It's just one man.
They
It's
are
not. I
causing
don't think.
insanity in the system. All these
I
young
don't.
boys that are trading drug and
They should round
smoking
them
and
up.
Nobody
all
is
of
talking
them.
about drugs. We are not talking
If
about
they have
drugs.
done that now,
See,
if they have
Ajani
done that,
Koko.
this might
See
not
the
have happened.
problem. See the problem. It's not about drug. This is a
What
case
is it
of
all about?
this
What is it all
guy.
about?
See, Ajali Koko. This guy before he died, yeah, he
Yeah,
has written to the police
I
that see,
agree.
oh,
Yes,
do you
yes,
understand?
yes.
And see even what happened. What made this case even funny is that after he wrote to the police, then Naira Marley or whoever wrote to the police back, police never did anything, no, at the first. But now, when Nana Mali wrote to the police that this guy is defamating my character or whatever he said, police now invited this guy that wrote to you first that almost see. my life is being threatened. You didn't invite Naira Marley. No, now you're inviting me to come and answer query for the one way Naira Marley right give you. So you see the impunity there. It doesn't. It's just, let me tell you, guys. Let's stop doing all this because the youths are rising up. See, there is a
You are
very,
not
very
getting what we are
nasty.
saying. You are not getting what we are saying. We are saying the society that is being promoted by this set of people. We have gone beyond the individual case. Somebody had died, the police is handling it. That's an individual thing. But the society, the people that have died as a result of the kind of lifestyle that these people are promoting are more than this boy that have died. So the people that have either died of overdose, of drug that people don't know,
Patrick,
they are more than this. And that's
Patrick,
what we are
do
trying
you
to
know
correct.
some people? Do you know some people? Naira Marley is their role model. Can you let Naira Marley be
Can you
your child's model?
exactly? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Is that a
Okay.
society
I'm,
that we are saying we increase productivity, we improve turnover, we generate more revenue, we be like the West? Nonsense. That they are
Honestly,
if that's the
Naira
society
Marley
and
is
it
the only
looks
one
like,
making dirty
Can
music
I
among the
their
can
rest
I
of them. Don't.
mentorship is all about drug. It's all
yes.
about
can I
womanizing. It's all about bad things that you
I
can
saw
never
one video, I
imagine
can't
can happen
know.
in this
Sorry
world.
to
can I
cut you, I
interject, please?
Eh?
But the rest of
Sorry
them
to
are
because
making are not making music
sorry,
about.
Remy.
The rest of them
Let
are
me
making
just
music about more of women love and stuff.
let
Naira
me
Marley
bring
is the
this
only
up.
one. It's the only one among them that's doing those
All of
drug.
them they do them, but they moderate them. Remy, let me just
Yes.
mention this. I don't
Okay.
know if you saw one video when Ramali was saying, you people should even appreciate that I've not turned to a serial killer or something. I saw
Yes,
that video.
yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes. I
Yeah.
listened to
Nonsense
it.
now.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I interject, please? Yeah. Good morning,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
everyone.
yeah.
Good morning, and glad to be here once again. Tribute to Mobad. May his soul rest in perfect peace. What I want to say is this: Nigerian, because of Nigeria is one of the freest country in the world in terms of press freedom. No matter what you say, Nigeria, since we practiced this democracy in 1999, and fortunately for this country, we have a lot of our people in diaspora all over the world. And because of the communication technology, our youth have access to technology, which is good. Some of them use it for good purposes, some of them use it for bad purposes. When you look at the entertainment industry, because sometimes they want to copy the American negative way of gangarism, of I don't know how to say that one about gang. It clearly shows that what happened to this guy is gang or from courtism. Because I've read a lot that most of these people they belong to one cult or the other. All the bad evils our youth are copying. When you go on TikTok, you will see most of our ladies in nudity, showing their body. And some of our youth, I'm not saying some of them are not doing great jobs. A lot of them are doing wonderfully well, creating content that is very fantastic. But what I want to tell you here is this: no matter anything,
One I
everybody.
know they talk this Scott thing, I beg. No, but not today. Not
Let me,
today. People they
can you let
blend.
me
People they
just
blend
finish?
steady now. So
Can
if
you let
person
me
blend,
just
now
finish?
why
Let me
now why
finish.
ain't go die? Say person blend. I beg.
Let
Wanna
me
talk.
finish.
Wanna talk
Let
this
me.
thing. I
Did
beg.
I mention? Let me finish. You have been talking for a long time, for more than 5 or 6 hours now. So give me this opportunity to just finish my thought, please. I beg you. So I did not accuse him that he belonged to one court member or the other, but I'm trying to tell you the truth that they are in gang, and because they are gang, they are in any form of courtism. I don't know the name of what they are doing. And anywhere you go, when you're in the entertainment industry, there's always a form of exploitation. Even apart entertainment, even if you're in corporate world, it's not easy just to break your teeth like that. There'll be learning processes, you will be exploited, you'll be turned back, there'll be a lot of rejection. Everybody in this platform, you cannot tell me that you are not being rejected when you are looking for a job that you think you qualify for, and maybe at the end of the day, they pick another person you think you are better off. That is your opinion. So at the end of the day, this is death. It's quite regrettable. But we must condemn the space. Our youth are copying the negative aspect of almost everything. And whatever you do as an individual, there is always passive interest. Now,
I read a lot of things about the candlelight procession they did for him. And when they finished, they said, everybody go home by 8 o'clock. Why are some people going to the toll gate? What do they have in mind? Why did they go there to continue to protest? For what reason? After they have done another one, Okola Road, or what they call it. Why do they go there again?
The
Hold on.
obedience,
Some
the
people went
obedience.
to the toll.
So what are
Some
they
people went
doing
to the
there?
toll gate.
That means it have another interest. That means they want to foment another trouble. Do you think, sometimes I just wonder, people will just talk, we are in this, we want to change the narration of Nigeria, we want to do this. Nigeria is above 160 million people. Majority of this action we are talking about only happen in the South. When you leave, the moment you are in Kwara, forget it. Up north, nobody is talking about PGP, APC, LP, whatever. They have moved on with their life. The youth there, they are well engaged, whether they don't have work or they do not have work. They are not concerned about all of this thing that is going on in the southern part of Nigeria. So to me, I think there is always interest in
Says
whatever people.
someone that is in abroad enjoying his life. I don't understand.
Whether
You
I'm
you know
enjoying my
this
life.
you know
Look,
this you
look,
know
look,
this
calm
because
down, calm
you're in
down,
Kano, you're in Zamfara.
calm down,
You
calm
know
down.
this.
So the problem you have is this: you always generalize, which you are totally wrong. I will tell you why you are wrong. As you said, a lot of people are suffering in Nigeria. There's a lot of people that are even living much more better than those people living in abroad. Ask them. Most people here will do 2 jobs before they can make ends meet in abroad. In Nigeria, you can just go to your shop or go to the government offices. In fact, you might even spend 4 hours and go back to your business. So, and you have a house over yourself if you plan your life very well. I believe in one thing: nothing is perfect. Ask everybody in America, Canada, or wherever. Is it so easy to pay mortgage every month? Is it so easy to pay mortgage for your car every month? Is it so easy? People live on life on credit. In Nigeria, most people, they through their sweat, I mean those ones that maybe acquire their wealth illegally, they can build their house, they buy their land, they build their house, and they can build whatever they want. And those ones that are not so rich, they build their house step by step, and they move their family in. It is people like you always try to look for sentiment here and there. I'm not saying that Nigeria is not suffering. And if you say Nigeria is suffering, not only Nigeria is suffering now. Ask people in Canada now. The economy is not good. Ask people in China. There is deflation there. Economy is terribly bad there. So all over the world, we have one problem or the other.
I'm not talking about Nigeria suffering. You made a general statement,
No,
and
no, no. I know
I
what you
simply
are
asked you
trying.
a question. You're
What's your
making this
question?
general statement of people
What's your
in the
question?
north,
What's your
people in
question?
the
So that
north.
I can respond to you. What's your question?
The question is, you dare not. How do you know? That is the question. When you make that general statement as if you are
No, no,
on
no, no. Can
ground
you put
and they
your
have
question
forgotten
in the right?
about it.
What do you mean today not? I don't understand your. Put it very well, please. Just
Okay.
put your question very well, straightforward, not this
You said that people in the north have forgotten about this. That it's us in the south that are still talking about this. And I'm
Des,
asking, are you in the
Des,
north to make that general statement that you just made?
Des, can you hear
It's
me?
very simple, straightforward. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Hold on. Are there people are northerners protesting about Mohbad? Which country, which state of
Mohbad
the
is Yoruba now. If you look at it, this protest is basically Lagos. Nobody is. Have you do you see
I am
people in Southeast protesting for Mohbad? No.
No,
what I'm trying.
northern youth in Lagos are
You
protesting
don't
too. Yes,
understand me,
that's
That's
Des.
what I'm saying now. This
Yes,
is
yes,
Lagos matter,
yes,
not
yes.
nobody
You
is
don't
talking about.
understand. You don't understand me. You try to understand first. What I'm trying to say is that anything a man
But
does in
why
this
a
world,
protest in Calabar now?
yes, anything a man does in this world, there is interest attached to it. It can be political interest. It can be personal interest. So the question I'm asking is that you guys, they have done a candlelight for him in Okonla way. And their leader said, everybody go home, we finish. Why do they have to go to toll gate again? Lekki toll gate. To do what? That is a political undertone. That means they want to foment trouble. So, and they were dispersed by tear gas. And Baba Jaleko mentioned something very, very important. He said from time immemorial, there has been this rivalry between musician, entertainer, especially in the Southwest. We know that before Ayinde Wasiu was not a friend to Pasuma. We know that Obe and Sonny Ade, their rivalry takes even more than 2 or 3 decades. And I know that there's a lot of Fuji
Obesere and Kwamwan, they are not friends.
they will not allow them to play in the streets in the Southwest. They will drag them out, they will fight among themselves. And if you look even in the America that most of our youth are copying, you can ask about the story of our Tupac and Notorious B.I.G. What happened to them? They kill one another at the end of the day. Is it not through gangarism or whatever we are talking about here?
Two of them didn't kill each other.
What did you say?
I said two of them didn't kill each other. It was
What I mean is
well,
that
yeah, I get what you mean. Like
when I say they kill each other, I don't mean literally that they kill one another. I mean through their gun, whatever they do. I think this is an example of what is happening in Nigeria too. And you can see that.
I was going to say that too. Normally, the guy is in that biggie situation right now because remember when Tupac died, they thought it was bigger.
So you will be surprised one day that maybe a member of Mobile will also go and kill Naira Marley or Larry Sam or whatever they call it. They start killing one another. So don't let us attribute it to. I can hear Uptown saying the other time that it's a political sentiment. He's trying to say it's government. Come on,
But Tupac, Tupac, Biggie is directly linked to Biggie now.
No, it wasn't. No.
Who is it? Is Biggie's gang now that shot Tupac?
No, it was not. That's why Nigerian they are
Who shot him?
So when
it has nothing to do with it.
Who shot
no.
him? Tell me.
Who shot him was. Cool down. Well, if you allow me, I will tell you.
Talk now. I'm hearing you.
You guys don't know what's going on. I live in America. It was Tupac was in Las Vegas. He got in a fight with some LA gang creep. So that night, that's why they shot him. It has nothing to do with Biggie at all. First of all, they live in 2 different coasts. So they were no, it has nothing to do with it. But in a celebrity world, that's his enemy. That's his enemy. But later, it was when I came to America, I found out, this is what really happened. So it has nothing to do with their music, each other.
Yeah, and Mike, in addition, if we're really going to dig very deep, when we ask other musicians like Whiskey, Kiss Daniel, Davido, and everything, everybody will have a story to tell. I can remember that Don Justice also regretted I did not sign Davido. They turned him away. So that is their world. The world of entertainment sometimes is very messy. And when you talk about entertainment, look at Michael Jackson. His life was bastardized by using, what he used? And some of our Nigerian folks, they are also into that. Some of them will use it. Some of them will also try to.
But contrary to all these, you're saying they use these Nigerian, they are making money. They are doing for themselves.
No, I'm giving
in Nigeria today. The only group of people.
I'm giving. I've already. I appreciate what they are doing. I talk about those ones that are creating content.
Even outside the entertainment, like just in general, the Nigerian youth. Hold on now. Let me say a word at least. Edgewise, come on.
Okay, go ahead.
If you go to Nigeria today, most of the people, they are very creative and making money, not necessarily even in entertainment, in every area, even in trade, like creative, and they are doing for themselves. They are not looking for government job. Are the young ones. The older ones, they rely on civil servant work and all that stuff. The young ones are making money even better than their parents.
What I'm trying to say,
we have to give it to these youth.
I gave credit to them, and I dove my heart off for them. But it does not lead to the extent that now we now form ourselves into gang, and then we are trying to distort each other's activity. And if we cannot distort him, let's bully him. Let's find a way to subdue him. If we cannot subdue, let's find a way to kill him.
But that's the contract going wrong now. That one is universal. It's not.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't even think it has to do with the music. His contract gone wrong. What happened is, let me explain what happened. Now they sign contracts. They are under my label. You understand? Which is, and what's his name? Mobile decided to breach the contract, and if Naira Marley take it to court, it would take years before the court even get to the case. You understand? Which is it's universal even in America too. Lawsuit always take a long time. So in the meantime, Mobile is making his money, and I might feel like, come on, you are stealing from me. You're under my contract. this money you're making, it's literally you're not supposed to be doing it because you're under contract. So that's why he was going after him. Like, no, you're stealing my money because every money you're making is my money. Because you're under my a label, money you make from concert, money you make from this thing, it's not your money. It's whatever the agreement is. Yeah, he's supposed to fulfill it. But so Mobile is just so in that situation, I think Mobile was the one in the wrong. But however, Naira Marley doesn't have right to now be using violence or taking law in his own hands, So that's what the situation was. So it's
Yeah,
not really about gang or anything.
and it's not about somebody coming here. It's about political interest. It's government that is using the blah 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 blah. But it's not everything. You have to equate it to politics. You have to equate it to somebody you don't like because you lose an election.
That was
I don't understand that.
That was
I don't get it. I don't get it. And then I like Baba, what's his name? Kantan Vim. I like this man for one thing. This is a patriotic Nigeria. All of us here, we always derogate our country. Have you ever seen an American derogate their country? Or a Briton or a Canadian? No matter what.
Martin is not in Nigeria now. The guy's father is from Ghana. He's a Ghanaian.
No,
and I don't know Nigeria just allowed the guy to come on.
I'm trying to say he liked to derogate Nigeria, and I like the way I forgot the name of this old man.
Baba dealt with him today. I like it too.
It's totally uncalled for. It's totally bad. Yeah.
Remy.
Remy.
Yeah, I have a video for you. Okay. Your brother has come out to reveal himself. Okay. So let me scroll to his. You know your brother now. If he speak, where did one man put this video? Yeah. Where's the video? One man, you go offend me today if I not see the video here. Yeah, just continue talking. Yeah, I found it. Oh, no, hold on for your brother. Your brother from another mother.
Capita, the global per capita of the world is about $10.7, when mean $10,700. But within the Commonwealth family, it is just 3,000.
Listen again. Listen again.
Capita, the global per capita of the world is about $10.7, when mean $10,700. But within the Commonwealth family, it is just 3,000.
So
that's your brother.
From day one.
Can you explain what he's saying to us, please?
He's trying to say the global capital is just 10,700,000.
He was speaking in tongues. Someone was speaking in tongues. He was speaking in tongues.
You know what? From day one, I never believed in this guy. I never believed in him. I do not see any leadership trait in him. I see him as an opportunist. I also see him as somebody that would backbite. And I like a man that is courageous.
Does this guy have brain? Does he brilliant?
No, I never see that brevity in him from day one. I never see, and to me, I like, if you want to fight with me, face it. Not just be sneaky. I see him as a very sneakish man. And you are
what you people are doing is not good this morning. Let's don't run away now.
He has to run away because he has been here for
now you come out and no be run away.
No, Thomas, you are the one that pursued the guy.
No, you know that
Remy just came to bully the guy.
Uptown was here before doing that sentiment that he always does and talking with both of his mothers or whatever. So at the end of the day, for this guy, I never believed in him from day one.
Bangladesh.
Yeah, I never believed in Obi in day one. I don't see him as a leader because to me, I think if you really want to be a leader, you must have a very sound record, a performance that people can see, not just...
No, hey, Remy, let us even look at what he's talking about. Let us analyze it. Though he might not even know how to pronounce whatever I want to say. He was talking about the global per capita income, though the statistics that he was even quoting was the wrong one, because
Yes.
10.10, all those things that I was stammering about was actually a wrong one. But he was trying to compare, he was trying to, yes.
Let's hear it again.
Capita, the global per capita of the world is about $10.7, when mean $10,700. But within the Commonwealth family, it is just
Look at him. He was even looking at somebody, asking as if somebody requesting for an opinion from another person. It shows that whatever he was speaking at was not actually written by him. It was given to him, and he didn't memorize it well. Let us also leave that one. Let us leave that one. Bangladesh is one of even if you go to Wikipedia, what is in Wikipedia is different from what he's quoting. So it's not even Wikipedia. Or maybe he was actually has forgotten, he was just talking rubbish. So let us look at it from this way, Mike. He was trying to compare the global per capita income to the Commonwealth states per capita income, because he is talking in Bangladesh, which is part of the Commonwealth state. So what was he trying to speak about? Was he trying to speak against Commonwealth or what? Or is he trying to justify why Bangladesh is poor? That's what I don't understand, because we don't have a full, yes.
Actually, I think I just understood what Peter B was trying to say, actually. So, yeah, it was trying to, I don't know what the global per capita income is for the world, but he said it was $10,700. He said,
let me tell you, Prince Daddy, the global per capita income in 2022 is $12,647.
So he was right. Obi was right then.
No, it's 10. He said 10.
What is the actual number?
12.67. 12,647, almost 13,000.
Oh, come on now. It's close. That's pretty close. That's close. So it's roughly about 11,000. So what he was trying to do is compare the global standard to a subset. That's why he used the Commonwealth. So it actually was making sense, actually.
Prince Daddy, that's not the issue. The issue is that he doesn't remember and he does not know. He was confused. At the time he said 10 point da da da. At the time he said 10,000. He was confused. That is the problem.
He said 10,000. It was confusing thousand to. He even said $10. He even mentioned $10. He said $10.
Yeah.
I don't know where I got that one. So
come on now, from Nigeria to Bangladesh, that's a long journey. So jet lag, he was tired. He was tired.
Good morning, everybody. Good evening. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good evening.
You guys should not.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think we.
What I'm asking you guys is that why is Peter Obi not writing things down and read it from his jotter or from his note? Why is he trying to prove to us that he's brilliant? He can cram some numbers.
He doesn't want to pay speechwriter, so he wants to save his money.
You gotta remember, he doesn't give shishi, so you don't blame him.
No, the issue is even I think he will, as Prince Daddy, he want to play as if he is intelligent. What stopped him from reading it? Who asked him to be memorizing it? He can read it and it should be acceptable.
You gotta leave it to be alone, man. You gotta leave him alone.
This guy is dumb, man. He's too dumb.
Simba, Thomas now, Simba. That's his own Bala Blue moment. You understand? Every Every politician have a bala blue moment. Bulaba. That's his own bala blue. At times when I went back to listen to that Tinubu's bala blue, I said, what is this old man talking about? I mean, it was just at that point you know he was confused. So Peter Obi has a bala blue moment. It's not out of place. It doesn't feel like intelligent.
Why is he trying to prove to us that he's brilliant?
He's not
He's
trying to
not
prove to
brilliant.
you. He's not trying to prove
But
to you.
you know, Patoski, why does he like quoting statistics? You are not a statistician. You didn't even read science. You read philosophy, which he was even ashamed of himself. He could not even present the certificate. So why was he trying to be heroic?
He
That is my
attended business
issue.
school in Harvard. He attended business school in Harvard. What are you talking about?
So did he present that certificate to us?
2 weeks certificate now. 2 weeks.
But
English class cross.
Simba,
Class cross.
I think philosophy.
Online course.
Simba, philosophy
School
is the mother
only.
of all learning. I hope you know that.
Evening class.
I hope you know that. Hi guys.
Hey,
Guys,
George, philosophy is
I said
wonderful. Follow.
philosophy is the mother of all learning. I hope
No,
you know
uncle.
that.
Uncle.
It's the mother. There's philosophy of medicine, philosophy of every knowledge. So philosophy is rich. Oh. Forget about being.
Right, let him be eating the philosophy. Let him be using it as to get a job. Somebody
Peter B
importing
never
palm oil.
Peter B never whenever he talks, he never reference anything about philosophy ever. He never does because I
He
don't
doesn't
think.
tell us about Plato, about Socrates.
Yeah, right. No,
Where do
you
you
would think
think?
if
Where
that was
do you
his
think
background, it can make a reference of some sort. Say, hey,
consumption to
it never
production?
does.
Where do you think it comes from?
Oh,
Consumption.
I'm sorry. Is that
Maybe
philosophy
he was
too? I
not
didn't know
always in
that.
class.
Yeah.
Maybe he was not always in
Okay.
class. Maybe he was not always in class. He was always in the shop. Because philosophers are supposed to be very rigid. They have a way of defining
Are we even
everything.
sure this guy graduated as a graduate? As a graduate? Did he go to school at all?
What did they graduate? Did Peter graduate?
He graduated.
That's the question
Okay,
we
so
should be
how come he didn't
asking.
present his degree as opposed to his high school sir?
Maybe he's ashamed of his result now. Yeah.
Sorry, who is echoing? Somebody is echoing. Am I the only one hearing?
Hold on.
It's Thomas.
People have been saying that Obi did not present his university certificate. Is it true? Is that true?
It's true now. It's true now. He present only WAEC.
He presented
Only
only.
WAEC.
Why didn't he? What's the reason? Can
Ajaleoko.
anybody tell us why he didn't present?
That's
Let me
the
tell you
minimum
one.
requirement. The minimum requirement
No,
for
no.
it.
Forget about minimum requirement. Why
Ajaleoko.
Yes, sir.
There's something that we are all missing.
Yeah.
Tinubu graduated in 1979.
Yes.
Tinubu did not do NYS.
He didn't do any, maybe if he's older than 30 years old now.
Maybe it's Obi that has fake results.
I think the age limit. I think the age limit. I think the age limit has not come in there. We have old people doing NYS at that time. Tinubu did not do NYS, and nobody is raising it.
I don't know about that.
But that
Maybe
is
you are
not a
giving
prerequisite,
what you
Mr.
just said now. Tomorrow they'll be all
you
over
are
the
giving
place.
them weapon now to bring out tomorrow.
No,
Nobody is raising that.
You hear Dr. Damages this weekend. Man of Prestige is here now. You will bring it up.
No. Ola, let's debunk this one.
Even if he was older than that, did he get an exemption? Did he get an
Ola,
exemption?
no. Ola, wait. Can you hear me, Ola? Okay, Patrick. Sorry about that. The thing is this: there's nothing in the constitution that said that you have to serve the country before you can, contest for any public office. So that is not a prerequisite. So that's why people are not asking that question.
Obedience they ask
It's a moral question. It's a moral question.
There's no
Adewale,
morality when it
Why
comes to law.
people resign because of
it's
No,
NYC?
no,
Adewale,
no, no.
are you
People have
saying
not.
only for appointments?
People have
No,
not answered. People have not
people.
answered my question. Why didn't Obi present his
I don't know.
university
Babaja Loco, it's
certificate?
Patrick that is trying to block your question. I don't know why he's raising this one.
Uh-huh.
What I think
Why?
Patrick could teach them, bó ṣe máa ń jẹun lálẹ́.
There's nothing that morality or no morality when it comes to constitution, that has no ground. So,
No,
Okay, hold on. I'm not clear.
is he hiding something? Is there something
He
in that
has fake
certificate?
certificate now.
Eh?
Obi has fake certificate. That's why the idea of accusing somebody else of having fake certificate came from.
Say, Adewale, are you
You know
saying
when
is
somebody is a thief, the person
NYC
always
is not a
suspects somebody
requirement? Is that
else
what
to
you're
be a thief.
saying?
no, it's not a requirement.
So why are they
But
trying to
this is
word this lady Anatu Musawa for NYC?
Because it was being prosecuted on a moral ground. Nothing says you have to.
Perjury. That's
No, there's
perjury.
no. That is not
But
perjury.
but
That
I
is
heard
not
like
No,
perjury.
the
She
last
didn't say that.
administration, somebody was dismissed. Someone was dismissed because they didn't have the NYC certificate, or they didn't
No,
go for
that
their
one
service.
forged. Yeah, that one forged. That's why she was in she resigned actually. Not that not that not that she committed any crime. But that no, Kennedy Ocean actually committed a crime for presenting a fake what do
no,
you
no,
call it?
no. She didn't commit a crime. She later went to court and she was cleared of not.
Yeah, but
Yeah, she didn't commit it. It was politician then that she was giving problem in she due to her position as finance minister, she did let them have their way in the corrupt practices that they wanted to perpetrate back then. So they gang up and they used something against.
but the exemption letter that was given to her initially was fake.
It wasn't fake. It wasn't
But that
fake.
was
He
what we
later
heard.
went to court to clear their name, and they acknowledged, and the court confirmed that certificate was, was not fake. So
Hmm.
it was a gang up, and politician in Nigeria. Look, they can use anything against you. The same thing they use against this former Minister of Health, or what is the position that was trying to prepare the policy. How do I say this? The what do you call this thing? This medical insurance.
NHIS.
MSIS. The same thing they did for that man. That he has looted so much. And they quickly take him out of then. And after they now investigated, it went to court. They said they found nothing against him. But what they wanted to achieve is just to take this man, because this man, it was thorough to the ground, and it doesn't want to involve in their their what do you call it?
They are shady deals.
They are shady deals, and he was blocking them all the way, and they feel, look, no, this is not the right man. It can't be him. So they took him out. Ọlọ́run ló máa gba Nàìjíríà. Káàfin Nàìjíríà Adéwálé wo Ọlọ́run ló máa gbà ẹ́ lóye ẹ̀mẹ́.
ìlú ti bàjẹ́ tipẹ́tipẹ́.
I think Babajale Koko, Babajale Koko, if you look at that, all these things happened under Buhari's watch.
Yes.
They knew his weakness and they exploited it, because he was not actually supporting his ministers. He was not backing them.
He's
So
not a
and that was why
It was never a politician. It was just, his attention was just on the power, just to control things. He was even not even an administrator. So He was brought in just so, okay, I want to rule Nigeria. I guess he has got to settle with his peer, like Babangida and co. that took him out of power. So he came in, realized that, look, I think I'm old for this shit, so let me just do this thing. And others also use him, him being in power, they use him to perpetrate some of those, stealings that took place during his time. But nevertheless, he was never an administrator, and it tells on the style of running Nigeria affair because he was never involved. You see the way the current even what is his name? Billy Jonathan did well in terms of engagement, in terms of public speaking, in terms of knowing what is actually going on around him. Even though he was overwhelmed by the politics, the of it, but he's just unfortunately he was so glaring that people can tell that he let a lot of people down. But by and large, to some extent, his administration also did some other, great things too. But it was just now, no, no, no. But it's unfortunate.
But in that Buhari, I don't think that guy really understand anything. He doesn't understand anything.
That man, look, he just destroyed that country from the head to toe and left all the mess behind. Just went away like that. Only God can save that country. Only God. That country is in a bad shape, completely, from all angles. Very, very bad shape.
But we can never say that that is the end of the country. We can't say that.
No.
Remy is not. Baba Jericho is not saying that. Let me tell you this, Remy. That country, let me tell you, even if you go and bring the best of the best president to come and govern Nigeria, that country will continue to deteriorate before it will improve. What is on ground now? You understand? That is what we don't. That is what we don't realize. There is nothing anybody can do now that can bring the magic. That can do the magic. The country will go. It will still go down more. Then before we now start growing, and that is what Nigeria should realize.
Simbani, Nigeria naturally we're very difficult to manage. Nigerians, we are too smart for we are just like when you have numerous different strong-head people, you bring them together.
Nigeria, we practice democracy, but we need a little bit of
iron
hand. All of this democracy totally come from America, and then when you take somebody to court, they will get some.
No.
We need the iron hand a little bit. We need it.
Coca, you see, it be the iron hand we need in Nigeria is to pass it into law. Anybody that is caught with corrupt practices, eliminate one. Wàá rí wípé ó máa stop. Wàá mọ̀ wípé ó máa stop.
Baba Jericho, do we have anybody? Let me tell you, our culture, our religion. How many governors have that effrontery to go and say, okay, this we have so many people on death sentence in the prison already. How many of them are this time?
Because they are corrupt too. Because they are very corrupt people. So they don't want to kill anybody because they are of the fear that, in the future they might do the same thing for me.
No, Baba, that is not the issue.
You remember in 1980 when Buhari came? When Buhari came the first time as a military rule, when they passed that decree number 2 against the cocaine and oil bunkering and what do you call this thing? Economic saboteur, that is death sentence. Everybody tọwọ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ báṣọ. Told them one meta, but ojú ọlá pé what is this other 2 guys? Told them finish one. Everybody
Baba Jericho, let me even tell you, in Kwara at that time, Olatinwo was the military governor then. He executed a lot of armed robbers. Do
you remember the law they passed then that they have to eliminate them in their local government, where everybody they will put the family
in their town, so that they will see.
in their town,
they will
so that
see.
everybody will see it.
So
Everybody
that's
Exactly.
why
salo.
Nigeria voted for Buhari after all those years. That okay, maybe we still have that magic one, because in discipline.
No, in fact, that thing, let me tell you, Remy, for free. Nigeria did not want Buhari that time. Oh. In fact, everybody was shouting, hey, wọ́n fẹ́ pa wá o, eléyìí ti le jù o, eléyìí ti le jù o.
I know, I know during that time there was discipline, everybody was orderly, everything was just okay.
But we didn't like it. We didn't like it. We didn't like it. Nigerians didn't like it.
Àwọn politician mi fọ́ lójú sínú ẹ̀wọ̀n, èmi ojú ẹ̀ fọ́ síbẹ̀.
800 years in prison.
I remember the likes of Ambrose Ali, Apaku of Benue State, BC Onabanjo of Ogun State, Method Okilo.
What of this one of Bender State? Kí ló ti ń pè?
Ambrose Ali, yes.
Ambrose Ali nìyẹn náà.
Most of them, in fact, some of them that came back from prison, they died shortly after because they were sick. You remember Bakinsuwo of Kano? That Bakinsuwo that was talking, that was no mineral. He said that was no mineral. That was no mineral. That was no mineral. We have Coke. We have Fanta.
So the democracy we practice now, I don't know how we are going to do it.
But Baba Jelekoko, what you propose now, are you sure Nigerians will welcome it? We are not ready.
Who are those people that are going to pass it into law? Is it these people? This assembly with what is the name of that Senate president? That
Akpabio.
I pass it to law. It's not possible.
To law like. Because at the end of the day, what I expect them to do, but they won't do it. If we can match the two houses together and reduce the number in the next election, that would be okay for us. Maybe we only need the Senate and forget the House of Rep, or we only need the House of Rep.
No, though, I think they should eliminate the Senate. The House of Rep, I think, will be a better representation than Senate.
I want you passing at the end of the day. Because
you know why Nigeria is too big.
House. It's going to be
so as of Rep will be better. You agree with me, Babajale Oko?
Oh yeah, completely. You don't need that Senate. You don't need that Senate. Consumer
who is the president that is going to make that kind of law? Who are the senators that is going to eliminate themselves? Who? How? Tell me.
It's not going to happen. We are just suggesting that is what we should have. But you know, you like Remy, you like making reference to China. Look, do you know that is what China did? Yes, that sanitized their system. Any Chinese,
but that would lead to extrajudicial killing.
No. What I'm saying, look, they have it as a law. Once you are caught with killing like that, once you are caught with misappropriation of public fund, embezzlement of public, you are gone.
So
it's not only public fund, though.
The first thing they did was that it is very, very difficult for you to siphon money from that country banking system to the outside world. They block it. You can cover jail, you can steal all the money, but that money remains in China. It's not going anywhere. And because you are cover jail, you are forced to use that money to establish factory. When you establish factory, you are creating employment. They knew now. They had those. Okay, Simba, Dr. Simba is a thief. Sorry, Simba. And then the money stay in China. You use that money to create employment for the people. And when the government if you are trying to show off that, okay, I'm not a big man, I can say any stupid word against the president, that way they will not handle you. Go and ask Jack Ma today. Jack Ma is the founder of Alibaba and also the Tencent. Tencent is the one that produced all this TikTok and the rest. The government fought with him 4 or 5 years ago. He has to forget the business and leave it to other people. So, and that's what the one did, because he wanted to, he said something against the Chinese president.
You'll be gone.
And within 2 or 3 months, he diverts his interest in a big establishment like that. Jack Ma is a billionaire.
You know, there was a time that we were looking for him. That what happened to this man? We have not seen his
That's what
meeting.
happened. So he diverts his interest, and today Jack Ma go back to what he's doing before. He was an English teacher before. Now he's an English teacher in a Hong Kong university now.
So he's no more the CEO of.
No, it's no more the CEO of Alibaba since almost 4 or 5 years ago. He has diverted his interest, and he does not go to any business anymore.
That's a severe autocratic and totalitarian.
Yes. You know what they did for their people is very simple. We give you good road, good subway station, subway lines. We give you affordable health.
Just infrastructures will satisfy you.
The bus, when you take a bus in China, do you know how much you are paying? You are paying as little as 20 cents for a journey that takes you more than 1 hour. 20 cents. If you take a subway is as little as, if I convert it into dollar, it's about 90 cents. And you can take 2 hours subway journey, and maybe you only end up paying not even up to $1. Although they have a huge population, but these are affordable transportation. Their road network, they copy the American system. It's so wide. And you can buy just like any other country. You can, but not for foreigner, only for their local citizen. You can buy a car easily, but foreigner you have to pay your cash. You can buy your car by.
They know that you can run away now. You run away, you not pay.
And then what makes them rich? I will tell you this: a lot of them, they have an old apartment before. Because of this development, if they want to like demolish your houses, government will now compensate you heavily. And apart from that, they will now give you 2 additional apartments in a new housing development the government is building. And a lot of family in big cities like Shanghai, Beijing, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Chongqing, so many
Remy.
So many people became an instant millionaire, and because of that, they have enough money in their hand. What do? America is telling them, if you want a green card, just bring like
$500,000.
And that $500,000 is a chicken chain to most Chinese, because when they sell one property, they can have like $4 million. So and they knew what Americans want, and the government also helped them. They just continue to buy property in Los Angeles. They buy property in Canada, in Australia, and all of them. If you look
in Europe, London, everywhere.
Yes, everywhere. Britain was begging them for loan. I knew that time that Britain was begging China for loan.
Remy, Chinese, they have bought the half of Melbourne.
I know now. My friend is in Perth. He told me the truth. I know what they do. So that money that America is asking for, that they just laugh. I know all of them. I heard one lady like that. He bought an apartment, cash, $2 million in Los Angeles, Ibro. So it's a chicken chain to them. So a lot of them became instant millionaire like that. But unfortunately for them now, the economy is not good. Most of the housing property are not appreciating like before. They're having deflation now. But during those times, it is their golden era. So they bought property outside of China. They really try a lot. And the government help their people by supporting the Chinese.
But can we make the sacrifice that they make?
No, Nigerian cannot do like that. I'm sorry.
No, the sacrifice. I mean, let us pass that law first.
Okay, if we can pass that law, then at the same time, Nigerian people will like Owambe.
You will see fast development in Nigeria.
Owambe too much, or we like enjoyment too much. Can we stop this enjoyment and concentrate on businesses or enterprises? We cannot.
No. Culture does not stop you from being
productive,
from being productive, or for being disciplined.
An average Nigeria, he has not made that profit. He has already dipped his hand into the capital of the business.
Look, that was on the personal.
That business less Nigeria. Less And then how many people do you want to have? And what is the profit you are even realizing? That is the problem. And people does not want to work. So whether if you employ them, their first thinking in their mind is to gain more than you, to find a way to exploit you. And if they cannot exploit you easily, they can also
Make
kill
sure the
you.
company goes down. They don't care. Nobody care about
Yes,
anything.
nobody
It's
cares.
about
So the
taking,
mindset
taking,
is
taking,
terrible. The mindset,
taking people.
mindset.
Entitled bunch of people.
What they will eat for decades, they will finish it in 1 year.
Yes. And how can you justify designing, stealing that a lot of money like that? The money that you cannot spend in your lifetime.
Okay, let me ask a question. Let me ask a question because you are telling us about China that what they did is to make it impossible for their politician or anybody to siphon the money outside the country. But why? How come it's very easy in Nigeria for our politician to take that, to convert that money into dollars and take it out to foreign account, and nobody going to stop them? How come it's so easy? How come it's so easy for them? But if you want to run, hold on. How come it's so easy? Because that transfer, hold on, because that transfer.
Babajale people is
Yes.
and Patrick. They were banker. I don't know what that party is a banker. They were the one.
They are involved. The bankers are involved. They are involved.
Adewale and Patrico, they are the one doing that. How come it's so easy?
Bankers, they know the system.
How come it's so easy
And the
to
one,
get the
and
dollar?
Babajeko, the one they cannot get, they cannot transfer through the bank. They will transfer it in cash.
Do you know how I get to
No, you
ask
see,
the banker how much is their salary?
But if you want to source for that hard currency to transact business abroad, it's impossible. You can't get that money. But these
no.
people, every day
Hey, sorry, Angela Coco. Thomas, I think Pansat is trying to come in. If
Don't
he's
let him
there.
in. Don't let him in. Block him.
Let him come in, man. let Passan come in. We are talking. We are
That
not talking
conversation will
politics
go
now. We
from
are talking about good
that
things.
conversation will go to IPOB and Tinubu and the rest of
No, it will come. Let him in, Thomas.
So the point is that it's the bankers that are helping them, and you can see with all EFCC.
Okay, Adewale, come in now. Explain to us how
It's
you
your
are
government.
doing
You
it
are
when you
talking
are in the
about
bank.
You see, this is not a banking of 1982 or Agbomagbe kind of banking. No, there's a lot of stringent conditions now when it comes to taking funds out of the country. The CBN has to know about it, and that is where your connection comes in. It's a lot easy to take money out. All you need to do is, as long as the Apex Bank, approve it for you, and you can take it out. Commercial bank, it is easy to take money out under a pretense or disguise that you are, is for certain.
You want to do importation and all those things.
It's possible, something like that, and you could easily.
They will collude with a businessman and say, "Okay, I will give you
Yeah,
this
the
certain
commercial
money."
bank doesn't really have much power like they used to do in 80s or even early 90s, where you have the mushrooms. That is why people like Lumelu, making this overnight billionaires and all that. We know how they started, okay? But at the end of the day, to take money out of the country is easy. All you need to do is just to, under certain pretense, and just to make it look legal and watch it out there. And they will easily, those countries will easily take your money. They will welcome you. After all, you are the one bringing the money into their country. If you are taking it out, that's when Wahala starts. But I think with the global fight against terrorism and all that, I know they also put lip service to this, but you have to go through different routes if you don't want to go through clean way, because of scrutiny, and especially if you don't want to be registered. I mean, we all knew what happens to this man, this Onyema, the earpiece CEO, right? Despite that, he went. I guess he was indicted in the United States. I don't know the outcome of that case now, whether they've uh, disposed that case or is still pending. I have no idea, and he hasn't come to America. Well, uh, publicly, we haven't seen him in America. So if you are trying to do something and you are trying to, bring in money, you have to. For someone like in his status, you have to do it legally. There are so many ways. Ideally, if you bring in more than 10,000, they will question you, right? That is if you are taking the route of commercial. You can imagine somebody flying in through his own private jet, and you can even buy property, and use the under that disguise to bring in more money and lodge the money and the other people's names and all that. It's easy. It's super
I
easy.
know
You
one
just can.
way that they do it though. Like sometimes they can say they want to come for vacation in US. They're entitled to staff and all these things, and all of them
Uh,
they
Abandale
have
corporate.
several advisor.
They understand that, but they've gone beyond that. Let me give you an example. Tony Lumelu is coming to uh, United Nations General Assembly, right, to give keynote address to um, some other places. I also see his business partners. I think there's a UBA bank now in US, if I'm not mistaken.
New,
I think, but
mm.
I'm not so sure, but I think there
It's
is.
in New York. New York.
In New York, okay,
Yes.
cool. So he's coming and he has diplomatic passport. I was watching one of his videos this evening. He confirmed that he has a diplomatic passport given to him by the African Union. So it's coming,
Wow.
and on
Yeah,
other
because his bank is all over. I mean, maybe about 20 countries in Africa now,
yeah, so
or
it deserves
22.
it.
Yeah.
It deserves
Yeah.
it. But you can imagine him and other the diplomatic passports. This thing, he's immune to some things. They can't search his bag. They can't check his bag. All right. It will go through, but they won't. They can't search. So you can imagine he has a whole bag loaded with cash.
Diwali, do you remember this pastor? What is the name of this Zimbabwe
Olusegun.
pastor? No, the one in Zimbabwe. No, it's a Zimbabwean that was
Oh, okay.
using. They were exporting gold, and it was one that the government were using to actually
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
launder the money for
Mm-hmm.
them.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if we don't have the capital punishment, and who is going to put down the whole country is so rotten that who is going to
Simba,
champion that?
6
Who is
years
going to
It will
champion
never
that?
going to happen in this time of political rule. It's
6 years
only
Hmm.
ago.
military that can do that. It's never going
Don't
to
say
happen
that.
under them.
Don't say that too.
Huh?
Don't say that. Don't say
No,
that,
they can't
Baba.
do it. No, politician cannot do it. Oh, very cool.
No.
No, they
Well,
can't do it.
It's very difficult for a politician to do it. I agree.
you
No,
know,
politician will
so
never do it.
Babajane
When you are
Kopoli,
sourcing
sometimes
for votes,
around 6 years ago, uh, one of the family member has some friends in the Niger Delta. So they were coming in here for a personal engagement for something that within a day or two, that was actually they wanted to go back the following day. So in the process, they now wanted to buy vessel, ship.
Hmm?
So they wanted to buy ship. So they wired some amount of money through their private bank, then authorized by the CBN. They were able to bring in, there's when you want to like a place in interest in something, you pay certain amount of money or something like that, and it was going to almost like over 200,000 plus or so. So they sent that money in 2 batches. So it was mistake number one. It was sent to a private account.
Hmm.
So the person that received the money over here got his account suspended.
Oh
He
yes.
couldn't,
Oh yes.
he couldn't
Yeah.
make withdrawal.
Yes.
So they contact him. The FBI called him.
Mm-hmm.
The district FBI called him. I wanted to find out about the amount that came into his account. So
Mm-hmm.
he was trying to give that explanation, but there was no documentation to that effect, to
Mm-hmm.
show the interest and all that. So the account was suspended for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So eventually, when those people now came from Nigeria, is this brother that I know and his friend came to Nigeria. Actually, that vessel that they are coming to price God forgive me, I'm thinking it's for oil bunkering, nothing more, nothing less.
Hmm.
That's what I'm thinking.
Hmm.
Because when they came, when they came, and they were now going through the, they now travel
The
to the
about
state.
dead. You want to pay
No, 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 no,
system.
no, no, no. See, this is another area that I know that 250 now they decided to spend it on because they decided to drop that idea. They couldn't move forward because of the delay by the bank and
Mm-hmm.
the law
Mm-hmm.
enforcement. So
Mm-hmm.
they had to forgo that and take the money out and put it on a mortgage and bought property or something. That was like 6 years ago here in Texas. But they couldn't. They didn't want to go through. That's why I'm thinking maybe the fact that they're able to transfer such huge amount of money in two batches and nobody questioned them in Nigeria. Here, they are telling them, okay, what is this money meant in your account? And
Mm-hmm.
it was
Mm-hmm.
suspended. And eventually, when they came, he had to, like, I think he was invited or something that happened. Eventually, they let go. That was like after like a month or 2 months after they've gone back. And so they now, lifted the embargo on the account for them to be able to. But despite that, they were still, monitoring every activities on that account. But
Mm-hmm.
that tells you how porous, how easy it is to take money out of the country. You can bring the money here, but at least they want to know the purpose and the reason why you are bringing that money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
And over here they can easily know
Oh
because
yeah.
if your account doesn't have that history of
Mhm.
money like that coming in and going out and seeing what is coming in for and going out for, and if
Mhm.
it doesn't show that history, I mean, you can't escape it. They will
Oh yeah.
just
That's true.
yes. So
As
but
a matter of fact, there was a time I was trying to move over 20,000 from one account to another. I was like almost 2 years ago or something. And I went to the bank A, and for me to sell the, they said it was, I don't know if they said it was above the limit or something
yeah,
like
it's
that.
above the limit.
And I was kind of like, I needed that money to hit that account that same day.
Mm.
It was actually like a wire transfer, sort of. That was what even brought the scrutiny and all that. So I had to physically go to the bank A to go and collect over $20,000 cash
Mm-hmm.
and go to the other bank. Luckily for me, it was still the same. I tendered the receipt from the other bank A to
Mm.
bank B, and I explained the circumstances, so they're able to put that in the memo attached to that account that this is the
Yeah.
reason why this man. So they were the one that helped me do the wire transfer anyway. So it was more like easier, but it still requires some low level of scrutiny about where and how where you got it and all that. So at least it was for wire transfer, not for, and it was still within
That is
America.
your own money from one
Yes,
of your
it
account to the
was
other,
for one
and you
purpose.
have to go through that scrutiny.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. You know, I've never moved around with such huge amounts. I mean, who even go around with in America without, except you're a drug dealer or something.
No, but Adewale, you know what you are saying now. You know it happens in Nigeria. You know, if you want to be serious,
Mm.
there are a lot that they can do in that country. I
Mm-hmm.
remember one guy that was working for one of my friends. There are some guys in Bayelsa, they were doing 419, but they were using the guy's account in lorry. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm.
So the guy gave them his ATM. So they were using his ATM to withdraw money and everywhere they go. You know, they were able to trace that guy from Bayelsa to Ilorin, and they came
Mm.
and picked him up in Ilorin.
Wow.
In Nigeria now, if you are the one that maybe is only 13,000, 20,000 is entering your account, and suddenly 1 million just enter that account, you know that they will place embargo on that 1 million.
As a matter of fact,
You,
commercial bank can even help to reduce the number
so it's
of
the bankers
kidnapping in
that
Nigeria.
actually they are more of criminals. The bankers are more of criminals, and that is why
Well,
even this japa that you are seeing, you see that the bankers are the most japa in Nigeria now. because they are just using people's money to fund their own account to get that visa that they're getting.
Kò lè rí bẹ́ẹ̀ o.
Àtowó olówó àtowó ẹni kọ́lọ̀ má fi kankan wọ́n wá ń bẹ̀ nìyẹn
They
jẹ́
will
Kò lè
not
rí
hide
bẹ́ẹ̀ o.
under finance company. They will place the money in Leo for you, and they will collect interest for 1 month. So they
Yeah.
can give you 7 million or 10 million, and they
Short-term investment.
Yes, you are right. And another thing you said now that I want to collaborate. Recently, I sent some money to some people in Nigeria. It's into millions, and immediately they block that account. The person have to go to the bank and explain our relationship. I have to talk to the bank by myself too before they can release the money. So I think,
but that one now maybe his account have specific limit.
Yeah, specific limit. Just what Simba said, because the money that always go to that account is like 10,000, 50,000, and then millions just go into it like that. They quickly block it. They quickly block it immediately.
But Baba Dalekoko, before now, before the advent of internet banking, there was this CBN policy about the reporting of certain transaction that is above certain amount of
1 million. No, it was 1 million then.
Yeah,
I remember it was
think
1 million
it was
then.
even for EFCC then, you know.
Yes, yes, you have to notify them. Yes.
And then they, but I don't know if they're still doing that now. That was even before internet banking, you know. And with the internet banking now.
But see, Adewale, we must ask this question also. Baba Adewale will ask the same question. How come all these politicians, all these bank CEO, how come they always siphon millions of dollars from Nigeria? How do they do it?
Is it through different
collusion?
channels? They own the bank. They own the bank. Okay, they themselves own that bank.
Yes,
and
yeah,
they
right.
have people in the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of even in CBN.
CBN, yeah.
Because I asked myself,
I mean, is it not recently that the message was accused of?
Have you know salary earners? And then you see CEO buying a lot of 200 million car, single shirt of almost 10,000 naira, a tie of 20,000.
Edro, where is Thomas now? Where is Thomas? Thomas is Thomas on.
Thomas in ó ti lọ jẹun.
It's about.
Ó ti ṣeré lọ.
Ó ti ṣeré lọ.
It's in the afternoon in Australia already now. I think they should be in the afternoon.
People are ready to. Solely want to come in.
Adewale to the Americans say Adewale, maybe Pascal can join in too. This digital dollar that we take out this note. Have you guys been hearing about it?
Which digital dollar?
Yeah. That they will soon introduce it, and we won't be using this note, this dollar note. We won't be using this dollar note again.
It won't work.
It's gonna be digital.
I will tell you how it works. They are already using it in China.
Do you think? Do you think it's going to work? Do you think we are going to? It's going to happen?
It's going to work. It's going to work. This is how it works.
Yeah.
Like in China, they have WeChat, which is equivalent to WhatsApp.
You're talking about China. Talking about America that cannot even provide ID card for voting.
I mean, we're talking about Nigeria introducing digital currency. Because you don't need to carry physical cash anymore. Your phone.
The challenge is that a lot of people doesn't even have ID card. The older people, the 90-something, 80-something, 70-something years old people, they don't even have ID card. They're having trouble even voting with.
Can you let in Solly? I think Solly's outside banging on.
Are you talking about Nigeria 90-something years or in America?
Even here in
America.
In America. Yeah, in America. So that's why I believe that.
What they are just trying to say is that I also discovered when I came to Europe, I discovered that they are still using the old system where you use your debit card to pay for transaction. Who used that? The world has moved on. It's still the whole system. Your phone is the payment structure. When people want to give you money through your WhatsApp, they can.
No, the old people don't care, but they don't use phone. Or what concern them with phone in America? The old people. They use flip phone. They use flip. You know that flip phone. They don't use this kind of nonsense touch info.
What I'm trying to say, just like Alipay or so just like Apple Pay or whatever, but this one is in your WhatsApp. It will be in your WhatsApp, or government can create their own something like look like WhatsApp or something like that, and then it links to your bank account. The way they do in China is that through your passport, if you are a foreigner, or through the ID card if you are a Chinese citizen, then they link it to your bank account. Then the government is also control one way or the other. So your money is already on your phone.
It's a government control. You just said government control one way or the
other. Yes.
No, government regulate. That's what I'm trying to say.
Anything
So that
government control, people are always skeptical
government
about it.
control,
because
I want
before
Republican will not let it happen in this country.
Nigeria,
because
Republican will not let it happen in this country. But people they've been talking about it. I've been reading some article about it. Digital dollar. We are going to take care of
yeah. When was the last time you seen $1,000?
No. No. Yeah, I don't. I think I saw it. I think I saw it long time ago, maybe 2004. I think I saw it at a one time.
Last year, from 2022, it's no more.
I think, yeah, long time ago, not
but
recently.
I think if Nigeria can go digital currency, that will eliminate us printing a lot of currency, and then you can transfer business as in Kobo because you pay through your phone, and it's very easy. You just pay the amount of exactly. It's the best. It's very convenient. But the only problem I have against that one is that if they steal your phone, and if you don't have your
so those are the challenges such things will face, and that is why there will be no society that will be cashless.
If you uses your facial recognition to open your phone, they can't get through to it now. Or what do you think?
They will cut off their head. There are some saves that you have to use your fingerprint, your facial. They will cut that face off.
It's good.
And they can even clone it now. They will clone everything.
I remember when I traveled to Singapore, because they also accept WeChat there, and I don't take any my credit card. I didn't take it alone. I'm just using my phone to pay for all my transactions, including hotel and everything. It was seamless, easy. I think if we can introduce that kind of thing,
we're talking about society that embraces all these progressive ideas, and they knew the impact that it takes in their life and how it makes their life more.
That one can this digital, currency or what are we talking about? It can work in China because it is just order. When they give order, everybody fall in line. It's not.
Not in Nigeria. Nigeria. We start talking about hotel law, and a lot of activists start talking. Opposition, I say no, it can never happen.
China is an authoritarian. When the order comes from the above, that is it. You dare not challenge it, or they will guillotine you.
And Nigerians will be looking for loopholes to steal money from people. Nigerians don't always look for the way to enhance something. They're looking for a way to.
It's very difficult to steal money from it also, because you also have its password. Also, you have a password. Use password. So
the more we see all these things here, right? The challenges of the technologies.
Biden offer work permit to 470,000 plus migrant amidst pressure.
I want to lower near.
So it is we some people have been saying it that they want to do it in the United States, but Republican, I don't think it's going to happen. But you never know.
America is not the best way, the right place to practice. I'm not saying that they won't take. I mean, look at how long it takes them before they
Because
can even embrace.
there's too much freedom, liberty, everything.
It's too much of a bottleneck where you have other countries that will easily embrace it and just to try to experiment and see, the impact that they will take in their life. But no, America will be doing some, abracadabra. And and another thing is that here in America, they are not proactive; they are reactive.
Oh
They
yes.
won't suppose see other people practicing or using it. Look at how long it took them. It took them Russia to have gone to the moon before they can even say, you know what, so the space, but for them to say, you know what, let's even do this. So they always feel challenged one way or the other, and that is the problem with this country.
Pansat, what do you think about the digital dollar?
Oh, Obi is not mentioned. It's not going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Pansat.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remy Coker. So it's a good suggestion. Digital currency would go a
Yes.
long way to solve our problem. I support the proposal, and the experts in that field then should tailor it to our needs, right? But it's a good thing. There's no reason why we don't do it. But imagine a land where they're going to make us carrying all these currencies, 1 million naira, which ends up being no money, right? I mean, it's embarrassing. Yeah, with digital currency, America don't want to adopt it because they're doing very well. Their currency is like the standard. But then why don't we do it? You have all the institutions.
So you think it's not going to happen in America? Or what are you?
Yeah, it wouldn't happen in America because American money is the gold standard.
And it's all over the world.
It's all over the world. Everybody accepts it. It's like gold. You replace the gold standard. So, but it's backed by a lot of gold too. America, obviously, it's a behemoth. But then that gives us advantage ourselves. We're not, our currency is not ruling the world. So why can't we? You see, we cannot because our internal enemies and our external enemies will never let that happen, because it's going to free everybody if we adopt digital currency. Or there are some negatives about it, but it's absolutely one of the best things that we can do if we did have somebody to educate Nigerians to know the virtue. So in a nutshell, I support it. It's a great idea on that. Now,
I don't think Nigeria should even be talking about digital currency now when we have not even perfected this.
We don't have the infrastructure.
The current one, what do you call it? This what do you call this one we are using now? Is it cashless, or what do you call it? Yes, cashless. We have not even perfected it well. So a lot of Nigerians are not using cashless yet. So how do you jump into digital when you have not? Is a few proportion of your population that are using.
Yeah, it will not go without a plan. You have to plan it. It will make you obviously build infrastructure for it. That's how people develop. When you're going to do something, let's say you want to introduce trains, then you build the tracks. As you develop along the train tracks, you have exposure. You just obviously won't jump into it without having infrastructure that will support digital activity. But it's the same thing with bank accounts.
Ansat, the last one that we had, that crisis that we have, the cashless crisis that we have,
right?
It has actually gingered a lot of people in Nigeria, because I could remember the last time I went on vacation and I went to a mechanic, and my mechanic was telling me that he would prefer me to transfer rather than giving me cash. I was amazed. You understand? So any place you go to now, they have all these.
Did your mechanic go to the same school Obi went to?
don't start that one with Passat. You understand? Anywhere you go to now, you see them, they will write their bank account number there, and they have all these digital mode of payment like OPay, And they have various ones now in Nigeria that are even faster than the normal conventional banking system. And
Absolutely.
so, and so
China is not.
most of them, most people have embraced that cashless system.
Which
It's
one is
only
that
maybe
OP? I mean, which organization in charge of OP? I heard it. What is OP? How is it to run?
there are all these they are like app that you can use to transfer money.
Oh, app.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
okay.
Yes.
similar to data. They use telephone. Your
Okay,
telephone.
okay.
Just give me your telephone now, anywhere in the world. I can
And
transfer.
the way you transfer, the normal banking system wastes a lot of time and is delayed. Like here, even in Saudi Arabia here, if I want to transfer money to Nigeria, if I transfer money to my bank, it will take like 2 days, 2 working days before it will land in Nigeria. But if I transfer it through some of this app, it will land in that account with immediate alert. In fact, within seconds, it's there. Do you understand? I don't know how they do all those
In the
things.
90s,
It's like
you know how long it takes to transfer money from Nigeria to America? You know how long it takes in 90s and 80s? We're talking about weeks.
It's not the
That one they will call first now. They will
Oh
call, they
yeah,
will make phone call, they will
yeah.
do all of this, they will talk to the
Do,
bank.
do people
Those
still
one
buy
will send,
travelers check?
they will send some kind of telex.
Baba Jale Koko.
Yes.
They still selling travelers check.
Oh yes, they're still doing traveler checks now.
Oh really?
Oh yes.
I chop money on that thing where we're in bank when I was still in
Jerry,
bank.
Jerry.
You know, one woman.
That
Let
they
me
use
tell you
the
one
bill on
story.
the
One woman. There was a time that the CBN placed a limit on how many travelers check we can sell. So I think on a daily basis, I'm not so sure per branch there maybe like 10 people. So this particular woman brought in 10 passports. Ideally, the owner of the passport has to be present to sign that they are going to be the beneficiary. But of course, Nigeria factor, they always play the wuru wuru. And this woman brought in 10, no, more than 10. My supervisor then was so furious. He didn't like that woman. But of course, that woman a real Oluwole kind of a woman. Nari Wayope. I can tell that even this woman might even be selling drug. I don't know. But that's where I felt. And this woman came and brought in text. He said, Ogbeni, we are Bamishekini Wale Bamishi. So of course, he said he's gonna give me money. Why won't I? So I stamped it, do the paperwork. Took it to my boss. My boss was not looking at the paper well, once he discovered, my boss was furious. He said it won't take more than 10. Eventually, they went to the August, the executive directors, and all that. Those people now approved that they should issue it. But my boss was not satisfied. He was mad at her. Guess what? Fast forward the following day, because for every passport you bring, I make copies of the biodata page and everything, even the passport. I think it was at a point we were taking pictures of the visas page and all that. But also, of course, there's some country that you won't see the visas on their passport. Only for me to come back the following day, my brother, this woman brought the same passport that I stamped, that I made copies of the previous day. Every information written on it, even including the stamp, wiped off on that passport. Mulanoni, I couldn't close my mouth. I was looking at that woman like this, like, are you a ghost or what? He wiped everything off. I went back to where I filed those documents. I brought it out, look at it, I shake my head. He said, Oh, Benny, I will flash you file here. This is the same passport you brought
let me
yesterday.
Adewola, let me answer Remi's point a little bit more clearly because
Follow me. I need to go and sleep.
yeah,
Good
go
night,
ahead.
too.
Go ahead. So the digital currency that I support, okay, it's not necessarily fiat. What they call fiat will be government issued money. I do support cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, things like that. But in Nigeria could start off with stable coins, right? And of course, they could have competition where they have the digital
I
fiat.
think Emefiele introduced one that we never use.
Naira or something like that.
Yes.
Right. And we could have that. We could copy China. China has Alipay, and there are other forms of mobile money. That's also, it's a digital currency, but it's different. M-Pesa, Paytm, Alipay, WeChat Pay. Okay, so I believe there are many kinds of digital currency. The one I prefer are cryptocurrencies. The government can liberalize.
Pansat, they have something similar also. They have like PalmPay, so many of them also in Nigeria now.
Yeah, I mean, in Nigeria, what are the incentives? Though, say that the government can come. First of all, that is one thing that we can do. The things that are killing us as far as our currency is the inflation and the debts that we have in the country. So the government can do a whole lot if they're serious, but they're not serious. What good is it for us to propose? A lot of smart Nigerians have been making proposals, people who are smarter than us here on this platform, but they're not serious. We have a core systemic problem, right? Look at the inflation in the country. Dependent on oil, which has been decreasing over the years. Crude oil. We produce about 37 billion barrels annually. So the government has to come in, do certain things, encourage people and organizations in Nigeria to put their savings in platforms that have high interest rates. People in Nigeria and organizations should be allowed to invest in securities that are domiciled outside Nigeria in order to tackle the debts and inflation, right? It's like a paradox there, but it's important. They should save their money in alternate currencies, for example, like the US dollar. So they try to resolve the lingering debt. The problem is nobody's even trying to say approach IMF and other lenders in international capital market, with a policy support instrument, debt conversion, debt restructuring proposals. At least try. I know that Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala with Obasanjo, they did things like that. They went there and negotiated things, debt buyback, bilateral creditors can come in there, especially with the recent oil windfall that we have. You remember when Buhari came in, he was crying, oh, under Jonathan, we were selling oil for $100 and something a barrel. I'm unlucky. I'm between 20 and 30 something dollars a barrel. But after that, then he had a windfall that we're still enjoying right now. But did he use it to settle external debts and get a steep discount? No.
You know, Pascal, the difference between what happened during Jonathan and what is happening now. You know, during Jonathan, there was no bunking and all those things. We are producing at maximum capacity, about 2 million barrels per day. Right. But presently, we are just roving around 1 million.
Right.
You understand?
Nobody cares. Nobody. I mean, that's why what I'm saying is that, for example, what Remy said, that's very good thinking. Not the inadequate power supply we have in the country. Let me ask you: do you really think we cannot solve that problem? The inadequate power supply in Nigeria.
You know, the problem. What I can see, let me tell you, is a good place to invest. But the problem I have with Nigerians, I have a friend there who is a Ghanaian. She is telling me, okay, yes, people shout about Ghana that they have 24 hours power supply. But she put a very critical question to me that how many Ghanaians can afford that electricity? So that is, electricity is very expensive. I don't think an average household in Nigeria, maybe the only advantage it could have is that people can just use whatever they can pay for. That's all. But for them,
it's anemic. It's expensive because it's anemic. It's very little supply. This is what I mean. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission developed renewable energy.
I'm talking about if there's an investment, then would there be market?
Of course. we're a country of 200 or something
Oh,
million.
Nigeria is a big market now, and
Yes, yes.
everybody, and we are business-oriented people. So you want
Yeah.
to use electricity to run your business and do many things.
It's in distribution and transmission equipment.
Yeah,
You have to get that done.
You know why I'm saying this, Babajale Oko? The little that the Nigerians are getting now, they don't pay.
I
You
know
go to
because
another.
it's not
It's an anemic.
privatized. If it is privatized, it's the hand of people.
Privatized. Yeah, you let
Is
Look at
already let me tell you, is already privatized.
okay.
The problem is
Look
that
at this.
if you see the debt,
Pay as you go.
the distribution company, just wait, the distribution company are owing the generation company in billions. You know why? Because the people, Nigerians are surcharging the distribution company. People will go and connect directly to the pole at night, and then they will remove it
Yeah,
in the morning.
but that's, I
They
mean,
will do it during the weekend. You understand? And that is
those
why
people will pay. Those people who are doing that will pay for that thing. Let me tell you, they don't. They're trying to make it look like we're different.
do we have the law? Because when I was asking this Ghanaian, she told me that in Ghana, if you owe electricity or they find you cheating, you can go to jail.
Right, but flip it around. Forget about the consumer now and their little crimes. Most Nigerians will pay for electricity if it's decent price supply. It's easy to get. They don't have to jump through hoops to get it. You're not cheating them. They'll pay. Nigerians are the most reasonable people in the world. They want to make it look like the consumers are bad. But the people who should go to jail are those people who have taken $16 billion that were budgeted for electricity in the country, and they didn't supply it, the equipment nor the product, right? The people who should go to jail are people who were in charge and they didn't do it, because it's not a big deal if you have the money. All right, so they retarded. Just for example, just forget about electricity itself. What about renewable energy? Wind, solar, hydro, biomass, biodiesel. They wouldn't let private companies come in because we need energy. So it doesn't all have to come from electricity. We could get some from electricity. We could get some from other sources. You have to have power. It's not just that they're negligent, they're wickedly denying that to us, just like in anything else, like our refineries, for example. Do you really think a country as blessed as Nigeria, who's had it before, all your refineries, portable ones and regional ones, are just going to be gone? Our airports gone. Every major infrastructure, even the ones that they privatize. Privatization is a good thing. But when you privatize it and people take it, and then you start pointing at Nigerians, right? So if I'm in Nigeria and I could climb a pole and draw some electricity down to my house, why shouldn't I do it? I'll do it. Right? But if you also make it available, I'll pay for it. So there's no need blaming us where we know what they're doing. It's what is done in other countries, in other similar countries, developing and third world countries. We know what you're doing. We know what you're doing. So we need the education, unorthodox education now. I don't know those who volunteer, passing out flyers. Let Nigerians know that there are things that we're entitled to, and there's a cabal that are denying us those things. It's not rocket science. If you, for example, in the Dangote case, we invest $8 billion or whatever the amount is. That's a lot of money. I could build refineries fresh from scratch, even with that investment, in many, many, many cities in Nigeria, because $8 billion is a lot of money, especially where you don't have a workforce. You could make it a priority emergency project, and within 6 months, it will be completed with the backing of the state, shipping those equipment in there and get the refinery done. With $8 billion, that's a lot of money. And then I was better one man. I said, I'll eat my hat for example, from a businessman, you give me $8 billion, and I know that the refinery is going to be gone in the next few years. I mean, you have some here and there because of the byproducts you have in petroleum, making combs and other plastics and oil. But make no mistake about it, electric cars are here, and he knows it. Dangote knows that. He's not stupid. Or his people. You're not going to take it 20-something billion dollars and go invest in something that is going to be gone in a decade. How are you going to make the money back? It's like throwing good money after bad. Very soon, starting from here in the United States, in many states here, you cannot make an electric car. You cannot bring it in. You cannot drive it. In a few years, less than 5 years, you can't. So if an automaker cannot sell his car in California, for example, or New York or Colorado or Atlanta or many places that will follow, they've already pledged it. They're not playing. When they say you cannot make it, you cannot bring it in. That's what's going to happen on that date. It's a date certain. On that day, it's gone. Now, if a car maker in Germany cannot sell his car in the United States, and of course, Germany, all these, Britain, all of them are going to follow right afterwards. You think they're going to make cars so that their profit will just be selling cars in Nigeria? Of course not. A lot goes into making a car. So, and then you think Nigerians want to drive a car that Hollywood stars don't drive? Or these rappers are going to be driving a dirty fossil fuel car when their colleagues are driving electric cars. You have Bentley, it's electric. You have Rolls Royce, it's electric. Of course, they're going to want electric cars. It's just going to be like digital TV. So eventually, all that's going to go away. Now, a lot of innovators will come in and make electric cars that are about $1,000. The prices are going to go down very fast. In essence, for you to buy a car that's a fossil fuel car, maybe you have to pay 20-something thousand, 30,000 brand new, right? And what the tariffs that every government is going to put on, it's probably going to be double of that. They're going to try to discourage it by price. Therefore, innovators will come in, build infrastructure for charging stations, portable chargers. You know, in Nigeria, where you have anemic power supplies, people are going to innovate. And those cars are going to go down in price very, very fast. It's like digital TV. In those days, it was $4,000, $5,000 for a nice, maybe 60-inch TV. But now, costs very little. If you're going even lower, 50-inch and all that, maybe you could pick it up for hundreds of dollars. So now, tell me why somebody wants an analog TV, a big projector TV, for example. What are you going to do with it? It's very expensive. It's stupid. It's not as good. Other than having.
So all this analogy that you are painting now. So what are you trying to drive at now?
What I'm trying to drive at is that we should know that the Dangote thing is not going to work out because he's smart. He's a rational actor. He's not going to recover the money, putting a lot of money into that, and he's not going to invest in that. He wants electric cars. 2, we should not be talking about little ball unless we actually have a government that means business. They have to be willing to do the things that needs to be done.
Well, let me tell you.
Yeah.
But sir, this thing that you are talking about, yes, I agree with you that electric cars will come in the future, but not in recent future.
No, I just
let me give you an analogy.
Give you a timeline. Don't say future. That's abstract.
It's not 4 years. It's not even 10 years. It's not even 15 years. It's not within that range. Let me tell you. When they say we should stop using coal, it's hundreds of years ago. Some countries are still using coal to generate electricity. Right. They are still using it for their train and all those things.
I know, but
let me tell you. So for you to say Dangote is going to make his money, It's not
his money that I'm
it's
worried
not
about.
something that would it's not something that will stop using in the next 20, 30 years.
Okay, but
Believe me.
hold on. You cannot say that by fiat, like you are ordering it. I gave you certain things. I'm saying that it's not his money, the Nigeria's money. Buhari gave him. Okay, do you know how much Nigeria invested in that company, private company? Do you know how much? How many? I just told you it's billions of dollars. $1 billion is a lot of money. I also gave you date certains that are finite number of auto manufacturers, say Honda, Mercedes Benz, Lexus, all these companies, right? If they're determined, like right now, a lot of them are trying to compete with Tesla. It's not even the date yet, but they're going to try to go down in price because Tesla is making their name. And they're going to be dropping the price. Tesla is not going to lose the market, right? But those finite number of auto manufacturers, if they exit and go with the incentives of their governments and some carrot and sticks, because the governments mean business. They don't want pollution and to keep having the environment go bad. So they're going to, that's the major thing they're doing this for. It's an environmental concern. Climate change. So when responsible companies exit, then the only option somebody in your position would have is to have other people enter that market and continue doing that. Not everybody is an auto manufacturer. It's not an easy business to get into. But let's say the big, for example, in America, the big five, GM, all those people exit. For sure, they can't even do it here. In the United States, it's going to be gone. You cannot do it here. You cannot bring it in. That's big. When I say you cannot sell your fossil fuel car in the United States, that means Mercedes-Benz, they wouldn't even try it. How are they going to be? They cannot be profitable doing that. But let's say others then come in. Let's say you, Semba, say, you know what? If those people exist, I'm going to go in and manufacture. And because there's demand in your mind, I'll go and make my money. You can't compete because I just told you, when you go electric and then there's infrastructure to charge your car and it's cheaper than gasoline. And you could buy a car with $800, $1,000 for a small car, maybe $2,000 for a medium car, also $5,000. Then why would somebody go buying a fossil fuel car for 20, 30? In your case, because you're just getting in, is gonna cost you're gonna be selling your cars for $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. How are you gonna make? How are you gonna get customers? And then they cannot buy in countries that have the money. Nigeria doesn't have money to buy cars, that kind of money. They're gonna welcome that $1,000 car. I mean, they're gonna, it's gonna be like a bonanza. They're gonna rush the dealership. Nigerians, they like good things. So, but that's not even the point. I was coming at it from the angle that Remy brought in certain good ideas to help the monetary situation in Nigeria. But why not even get the low-hanging fruits for right now, even if they don't want to go the route of digital currency? At least deal with the inflation. Do you understand what I'm saying, Simba? The inflation and the debt. Deal with that. I also said deal with inadequate power supply. And I gave examples by going to wind, solar, and all the things that we're blessed with. Earlier in the session, I talked about the Sahara Desert.
But Pansat, all these things that you are talking about, if you want to deal with, if you want to settle debt, yes, there is you can do it by negotiation.
Right.
And I don't know I don't know how the debt owners can actually see that one with our economic situation now. But it's something that we can make an attempt and see how it goes. But
Yeah,
when you talk about inflation,
yeah.
you agree with me that generally now in the whole world, I don't think there's any apart from China that are dealing with deflation. Every other country now in the world that are dealing with inflation. It's only that the percentage differs from one country to the other.
Right.
You
We
understand?
just don't have inflation. We have madness in our country. Right?
Yes, the inflation, I didn't really feel it in Holland though, till I went to go and buy okra.
So, Solly, how you doing, buddy?
Very good, very good. I slept in the last session. I just passed out. I felt the inflation when I went to go and buy African food. Oh, the thing paying me small okra, 3.5 euros. It didn't really pay me.
You know what
And
I'm
yam
saying?
too.
They imagine
Price
those
of
in
yam was
Nigeria, a bag of
expensive.
rice, like a 40 something to 50,000 naira.
Yeah, price of rice has increased here too.
Yeah, one of our most staple foods.
In Nigeria, there are two things that we are dealing with. Not only inflation, it's both inflation and the devaluation of naira.
Right.
Every imported goods, whenever there is any devaluation of naira, the price will go up because it's priced in dollar.
Right.
So it's not only because you see some countries, Nigeria we don't have the worst inflation in the world, even in Africa. Even Ghana, their inflation is worse than that of Nigeria. Egypt is worse than that of Nigeria. But what you see, the problem that we have is about our currency that is just snowballing every day.
I just
And
gave you some solutions and I'm not seeing them.
I think the problem with us is also our crave for foreign things in that country. Any
Like,
little thing, and then Nigerians, the way Nigerians are living Nigeria now, they are living Nigeria with a lot of money.
yeah,
Some
but
people
aside
are
from
selling
leaving
their
Nigeria, I gave you some proposals under another headline, but I said they should
that
encourage
Nigerians should go and buy
encourage
in.
Nigerians and organizations in Nigeria to put their savings in platforms that have high interest rates. They should invest in securities that are domiciled outside Nigeria, right? The government should actually push that. It should be a policy. Hey, encourage you, give you incentive to invest in securities domiciled outside Nigeria. They should save their money in alternate currencies like the US dollar. You follow what I'm saying?
In another country or within Nigeria?
Both in US dollar.
But because what I'm saying now, currently, most elites in Nigeria doesn't even save their money in naira. They save it in dollars, in pounds, in euro.
Right. Everybody should be encouraged to do that because what we
Because
have is
now, if
madness.
you I don't know the last time you visit Nigeria now. If you want to open an account in most of the commercial bank in Nigeria now, they will give you in all currency, major currency, naira, pounds, euro, and in dollars. You understand? So
Well,
depending, if
again,
you can even wire your money and save your money in hard currency if you are afraid that if you save it in naira, you might lose some money. You
yeah,
can
but
save your money in pounds. You can save
it
your
should
money in
actually
euro.
be encouraged. That is one of the things that because if the CBN and Nigerian
Let me
government,
tell you, like my own now, is only the money I want to spend. My money is not in naira. The one that I want to use, I convert it, use it, and that's all.
yeah, it's not purchasing power because of the inflation and general increase in price of goods and services in the country. So they have to do emergency stuff. They have to come out there is the debt that they're repaying this.
I think one thing is that there are a lot of money, a lot of people who have stolen money in Nigeria. They are
Yeah,
the
they
one
should
buying
also
off the few dollars and then they are not keeping it. They are
yeah
not keeping naira again. Do you understand what I'm saying?
yeah I do.
Let
They
me
gotta
tell
go
you,
after.
I think I mentioned this on this platform. I went to bank sometime in June and I met this young man, a copper. He came to bank to come and change $50. And I was just curious. I just asked the guy, I said, where did you get this money? He was one of the presiding officer during the election. And that was what he gave him. You understand? So when the people, Nigerians are even crying of naira scarcity, the politicians have already changed their naira to dollars, and they are spending dollars instead of naira. So majority of the problem that we have in that country are actually the people that are stealing our money. If the little foreign exchange we earn, if we are just using it for our own economic purpose and not because of some people who are stealing naira and then go to black market and buy dollar and keep it, the money is not even circulating in the economy.
Do you think somebody like Showere, right? If Showere comes into office as president, right? Do you think corruption will continue in the sense that
Let me tell you, I don't think Sowore has the political. No, does he really? You know, there are a lot of big people, billionaires in Nigeria that can do and undo. You understand? The guy will be overwhelmed. He will be overwhelmed. He will not even know where to start from.
How? I mean, the way when somebody assumes the order of power, right? Showore is
Let me tell you,
courageous.
the people that let me tell you.
Hold on.
Okay.
But let me land. Let me, because you said that about Showore, right? I don't agree. So that's why I'm saying that he's a courageous guy, even without power. You understand?
Okay, I agree with you.
Yeah, he's courageous. So he would.
What I'm saying, let me tell you, in Nigeria, you understand, Showore alone cannot do it.
No, not by him alone. Now he will have the instruments of power.
People, let me tell you, every other person, even if you see him, if I isolate him as a person that might not maybe corrupt but every other person that work with him, they have their own price.
Yeah, it's
everybody. They have their price.
It's not going to be populated by angels. That's true. But one thing we know, right? You have to go what you know. Now, the reason why I'm citing Showore is he's an extreme example, right? He may actually be too far right into what we need. He may actually end up in dictatorial. It's not going to be naive. That I believe if you have a scale of
let me tell you, they will do. They will remove him.
Who was there?
The guy will be removed. You understand? In fact, they can even go and sponsor military to dethrone him.
Right. Okay, but we cannot base that on not making progress. Now, I'm using Showore as an extreme example. Obviously, you do know that I also believe that Obi will do just about the same thing. If we
No. You cannot put Obi in the same category with Showore.
No, but you have to be able to hear me out.
Let me tell you, Fransat, what I know about Obi. Obi want to be nice to everybody. You can't have that kind of characteristics and be a leader.
Okay, let me respond to that? Hold on, let me respond to that, because you do know that is not true. Obi has been a governor before. A governor is an executive of his state, just like you have the presidency. It's scale. It's not up to scale with the federal might and federal government. But Obi, do you know Obi has the ability to say no? No, I'm not going to give you this money. No, I'm not going to participate in this or that. He does have the ability to say no. It's not easy. Let's say you've given executive power, and with that power, you could do a lot in a state. You could have your friends, your relatives are going to be nagging you to be in office. He has that wickedness, right? To say, no, I don't want nepotistic government. I'm against it. I know you're my friend. I know you did this for me. He has that ability. Often that's all you need. That tinge of wickedness to say no. Selfishness to just care about your cause. Do you understand what I mean? You could criticize Obi for everything else. That is not one of them. Obi is not timid. He knows the right thing to do, and he does it. It's extrapolation to sit back. Now, when I say Obi in this case, I'm also saying Showere and a lot of other people who have shown exemplary commitment and for the country, patriotic zeal, right? Who are charged up to bring the country up to par. So a lot of our problem is right there because everybody's offering solution. Almost every solution that we've talked about tonight would work. You don't need too much of it. For example, you say you want to curb corruption. If you curb corruption, then we have a lot of money. Even if some people steal it here and there, there's still a lot of money. If you curb, like Obi says, if the chief executive says, look, I'm not going to take the public's money, right there, you solve, according to him, he's done there. Somebody say he quotes a lot of statistics here. That's not a bad thing to quote statistics if it's true. But if it's not true, then his opponent's supposed to poke holes in it. But if he says, if the main guy, he's been a governor, he could say that. His opponents, have, especially on this platform, they have never been a governor in their lives. I doubt if you
But the question you have to ask yourself, Ansat,
yeah,
because it's only people from your side that have been talking about Obi when he was a governor.
Right.
I was in Nigeria. I never knew Obi.
Right.
And it's not only the governor of my state that we used to hear about that time.
Right.
So why are you people now portraying as if he's that good, then everybody should know him, should know his performance then.
Okay, all right.
But it's only now that everybody is talking about his performance in Anambra as if he has turned Anambra to El Dorado and all those things.
Yeah, very good. Simba, right now, then it's a good time. I think the rest of these people here sleep or they're just listening to us. So let's have a debate, you and I. I'm challenging you now. Hold on, you are against Toby and I'm for Obi. So let's have a nice debate. All those things that you show the concern. I will start with the first one that you've just done now. So what we will do, you're going to ask me questions. I will answer within 2 minutes. And then I'll ask you a question. Then you will answer within 2 minutes. And then I will rebut and you rebut, right? Then we'll go on another question. Let's have a debate. I want to answer some of the questions you have. You just said one now, which is a question. It says, hey, look, how come I'm not hearing about Obi? He was a governor. I never heard about him before. The answer is simple. You hear about a governor out of notoriety, pretty much. If somebody being heard of, somebody, let's say the governor of Kano stuffs hundreds of dollars in his babariga, and then everybody's going to know about him. That's not being popular. That's being notorious. You understand? Bad news travels very fast, especially in this day and age of social media. I know you agree with that. If somebody's doing the right thing, you hardly, if they're doing the
But
normal
we are not. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about performance. I'm not talking about people that are popular by virtue of their
yeah, but
corrupt tendencies.
it's that answer is contained, and I think my 2 minutes on that is about.
Because I could
Let me laugh
remember.
now. Let me laugh. I say let's be
Okay.
organized. When I throw it back at you, then you talk. The second answer I just gave you answers that good news travels very slowly. If somebody does their job.
But there are still some governors that we heard about their good job during the same time that Obi served.
Okay, but
But so
who?
how come we
Okay,
didn't hear about Obi?
give me an example. Like who and on what? Who did you hear about when the time will be served, and what did they do?
Okay. The same time that Obi served, that was the same time Tinubu served in Lagos.
Okay, and what did he do?
What are you talking about? It was one that turned the economy of Lagos to the fifth largest economy in Africa.
Okay, so you heard about it because of that, right? I'm not
There are so many things, all those infrastructure that he put in place,
right.
All those foundations that are still falling up to now.
Okay, so
he laid a good foundation for the progress of his state.
Right, and you heard about it. So let me end with this by telling now. This is important. If you sincerely, all those questions you have, we're having a debate now, right? You're gonna get those answers from me. So conversely, Obi moved his state from 26 or 27 to number one in education. You should have heard about that more than the things that you cited. People in the United Nations heard about it. Other people gave him awards for that, right? But like I said, if it's not sexy, if it's not controversial, you may not pay attention to it. You can't hold him up to that. You should have heard about that if you're interested in education. You should have heard about it because it's a much bigger achievement than what you're talking about. Now, he did other things similar to what you're talking about that Tinubu did, and that was social media blast in that sense. Besides, Lagos is a bigger platform, it's a bigger state, it's the financial capital of Africa, right? So a Lagos state governor is not necessarily the same thing as far as when you're talking about making news as an Anambra state governor, for example, right? But what I'm saying to you, you have to scale things. To whom much is given, much is expected. If you're giving Lagos, you should be heard about. People in New York should know you. So even if people in Nigeria know you, you still didn't meet the minimum standard required of you for being a Lagos state governor. Okay, it's like it goes all the way. This goes to life. If you're the president of the United States, people should know about you if you sneeze compared to the president of Malawi, for example. They follow me? Right? So it's the same scale. But we have a lot to cover. So I'll end there and then you can ask a follow-up and then I'll have some questions for you. Go ahead. I use this to say to you that I think you've been a little unfair to Peter Obi with those kind of judgment calls. It's his job to do something newsworthy. It's not his job to make you hear about it. Do you follow me? It's his job, though, to do so. But if he's brought to your attention that you missed the news about him, it's your job to do a research and see, is this something I should have known? Did a guy really move his state from 26 or 27 to number one? You know, so, I missed it.
Okay. Pansat.
Yes, sir.
I think one of the fundamental mistakes that the obedience make during this last election was actually not promoting Obi. They did little in promoting Obi. They were busy attacking the opponent. If they have done justice to what Obi have done and they let people know, oh, this is the guy, they let people know about the guy, what the achievement he has had in the past and everything, and what he can do. I think it could have been better. But instead of that, they were busy bullying people, abusing everybody over the media. And to me, that is not good. If you have somebody, you have a commodity to sell. You sell your commodity. You don't busy condemning other people's commodity without letting people know the good of your own commodity.
Okay, could I respond there? Can I respond to that?
Okay.
Because I've heard you make that criticism. And it may be fair and unfair criticism. But my answer to you will be that it's not a binary choice. You can do both. And actually, tertiary and other things you can do. You could walk and chew gum. You could promote your candidate as well as attack your opponent. It's allowed in politics. You could do opposition wrestling.
But if you, in a situation whereby you focus on the opponents more than yourself, I don't think it's the best approach.
It may or may not be. It depends on the opponent. If your opponent has a lot of negatives, right? It's proper. It's not improper. But if you are criticizing somebody and it's not true, so it's a lot of propaganda, right? And you don't make any headway instead of concentrating on letting your candidate be known. Yeah, strategically, it might be wrong. Tactically,
So did you not think it actually worked for Obi this time around?
I believe that they did it perfectly, right? Here's why. Okay, here's why. Because now I would say But let me thank you for at least being civil and listen. I hope you would see that in a debate like you and I are having, where all these people here, I don't know if they're asleep, they're giving us a chance to have an exchange for our country. Obi started early. He went out there. Now we have to divide it between Obi himself and those who call themselves obedient. Let's talk about Obi himself. Obi was not shy about engaging the public to tell him exactly who he is, what he's done, and what he intends to do. He went to many platforms, online, in real life. He was ready to debate. He was a humble man, has humility, is respectful, he's a Democrat, he's respect our culture, respect our elders. He's already been in government before, he's been in business, and he was not shy about telling everybody all those things humbly. He made a lot of claims, some of them incredible. The first time you hear it, you're going to say, what is this guy serious? Let me go and check. He must be lying. But you go there, and he did exactly that. He was able to recount his beginnings, how he started, who he is, where he went to school, his character, his demeanor, his the organizations he's headed, how he made his money, his family background, his friends. He touted all those things for you to, and he made it a popular phrase at that time to go and verify. He talks about when he returned from the United Kingdom back to his state, how he ran for office, how he won, how they impeached him, how he went to court, and how he won, how he came back and cut down cost of governance. He elucidated all this is clearly with dates, how he saved money. Not only how he saved money, he says the resources that are meager that are given to the states, he was able to do and overdo what other governors were doing. That means fund education, fund hospitals, build healthcare, build roads, infrastructure. And how it was chaotic when he came in there. When at the incipiency, I know you're a doctor, I like that word, incipient, just like I guess in diseases you would have heard the word. He was chaotic. How he actually the buildings there for the government were burnt down because the prior governor was kidnapped and there was chaos in the state, and he came about a budget to rebuild the governor's mansion, and he was flabbergasted at how much it was, and he cited the amount that he actually used to rebuild that thing, and his state decided to impeach him because of that, because he believed that amount was way too much to be doing anything like that. Some of it is to build a presidential lodge for when President Olusegun Obasanjo comes over there. And he said, look, I'll call Obasanjo and tell him, when you come here, I'll give you my house. Now, he had a lot of anecdotal evidence like those. Obasanjo never came out and said, he never called me and told me that. Obasanjo, I agree that that's what happened. And he saved a lot of money, because why should a state government be building a presidential mansion for maybe a president that will never show up in your state anyway, if he did maybe once or twice? So he was able to save those kind of monies. He told other stories where he went to Abuja, for example, and the practice was to go with a bunch of entourage. And he said, hey, look, it's me and maybe one other person that's needed in this meeting. I'm not going to do it, right? And he went over there. He sold a lot of properties they have in Abuja for these governors, some in Lagos. From all these remote states, they have all those kind of waste. To make a long story short, he curtailed that. He went to the nitty gritty to tell what he did, Simba. But above all, he had a lot of character witnesses. And we do know he has a demeanor that passes for those humility. If somebody's not corrupt, he didn't put his hand on the government tail, and he tells his story up to when he retires. He says, "Yeah, they have all these huge packages, even though I saved these hundreds of billions of naira, hundreds of millions of dollars for my state, for the next guy to come in and start from where I stopped, do better than I did. Even though nobody left me any savings, I left for the next guy." Right? He says, "They have not bought me a bottle of water." Now you juxtapose that against somebody like Tinubu. How much his hand is in that public tail, and other governors. I'm talking about 100% of the other because nobody's done what Obi's done in that regard. He was there for 8 years, and he makes claims like this, and he ends it by saying, "Go and verify." And he's saying, for those of us who don't know who he was, and there are people making allegations to the contrary, and they should, because it's a political battle. Your opponent is supposed to make you look bad. But he doesn't practice that kind of politics. But he says to them, "You find one thing, not only where I did not take anybody, the state's money, now this is a quote, where I mismanaged the state funds, and I quit. I won't run." Simba, that ought to send shivers down your spine.
Can I ask a question? Look at the state of Anambra. Do you believe that guy really did not mismanage that state funds? Look at Anambra.
Okay.
Give another person that is willing to work that money and you turn it to Dubai. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Okay. Simba, let me take that up because that's a very easy answer, right? Solely, one of the mistakes we make is to look at infrastructure of shiny cities. That's not where the dignity and progress of mankind reside. Shiny streets and shiny cities is good. It's a good thing. It's a good thing, but it's not the only measure. I just finished elucidating virtues that we demand and from these people: common honesty, humility, cut down the cost of government. If you have a public servant who doesn't come there to waste money, even if that's the achievement, that's enough. Nobody is going to be a panacea. I don't know if you know what that word means.
I don't understand. So what you are saying is, for example, you employ somebody as the CEO of your company. As long as the person doesn't waste funds, the company did not progress, the company did not make profit, the company literally did not move, and you paid him for 4 years.
Right. Okay.
Will you do that with your own company?
Yeah, let me answer you this way.
And you will say that
I wasn't done. Don't be argumentative. Okay. You ask a question, and we have plenty of time here. Simba is not. Simba is letting you ask the question. Don't be argumentative. If you want me to ask,
I'm not being argumentative. I'm pointing out what you are saying, and I'm putting it in a realistic term.
I know, but let me land. Because you asked a very important question. Let me land.
Okay.
Because my answer is gonna answer the second part of your question. I got a hint of what you're saying. If I employ somebody in my company, okay, and they are honest and they and did those virtues that I was listing for you, yeah, you're qualified. What else do you want? I was saying that you cannot have a panacea, somebody who's going to be the silver bullet, who's just going to come in and solve all the problems. That's impossible. Nobody's ever produced anybody like that. That is a high standard, too high. You're going to have somebody who's going to promise people during this campaign, "I'm going to do X, Y, Z." Even if they don't do it all, if they did some, that's good. You're not going to have Jeffersonian governors, Democrats in Nigeria. It's a nascent democracy. Somebody like Peter Obi is not just. A couple of days ago, I said I didn't tell Simba that because I don't want to upset him. I want to ease him in gently. Peter Obi is the best politician the world has produced in modern times and continue
Ah,
doing
This,
that.
come on, Pankaj. Leave all this your kumbaya dream. This is
this is a cult now. This is a cult.
No, the reason why I'm saying it, I've already it's
Pankaj,
That's blasphemy. That's
yeah.
blasphemy.
You see,
Pankaj, do you know
yeah.
what is driving you and Peter Obi?
Say that again.
Peter Obi, do you know what is driving you and Peter Obi?
No, what
What
is
is driving you crazy at Peter Obi?
what is
There
it?
is nothing else from the southeast. There is nothing in the brain of Peter Obi that you can say is a messiah or something.
No.
It's because it's your brother. Forget there is nothing.
Okay.
He
Let's
doesn't show it. He doesn't act. It's total
hold on.
nonsense.
Hold on. I was answering Solid's questions, but if Solid is satisfied with that, then I go to you because why I'm trying to tell you this is that first of all, I want you to dispel that notion that I am talking about this because it's Peter Obi, right? I mean, you
It's
hear me?
because it's from your southeast,
No,
but my
no,
brother,
hold, no,
we
hold on,
know that. You
hold
can't
on.
deceive us.
No, hold on. Thomas, first of all, I could do that. I have the right to do that. I'm
Yeah,
denying
of
it.
course, the key crime. Yeah,
Yeah, hold on. I
yeah.
could do that, but I'm denying that I'm doing that. I could say that. Am I proud that he's from the South? Yes, I am. Am I proud that he's from Nigeria? Yes, I am. Am I proud that he's from Africa? Yes, I am. Am I proud that he's black? Very, very proud that we finally produced somebody that I could tell you is better than Obama, is better than Joe Biden, is better than Queen Elizabeth, is better than King. What's his name now in Britain? King Charles, right?
Oh
Peter Obi,
Lord.
listen to this because it's a big claim that I'm making. Are you participating in this? Now, the reason why I'm saying that Obi is yours is that Tinubu is ours. Obama for me, will always our son and our father. I made that comment to you before. But people from the Southwest, especially the ignorant ones like you, Thomas, you keep thinking that Peter Obi belongs to the Southeast. I don't even know why. If you even look at who are his supporters, the biggest supporter is Afenifere, the social cultural group of the Southwest that are smart Yorubas that know tactical.
We know why they are supporting
Let me
Peter
land.
Obi.
Let me
They
land.
hate Tinubu. That
Hold on.
is it.
No, let me land, please, because
There's nothing else.
it's very important that you, of all people, understand this. I wish I could push a button and you get it, right?
Nah,
But
nah, I can't get it. There's nothing I can get from this.
let me land now. You made a statement here. You accuse me of tribalism because I support P2B. So right
Exactly.
now hold on. So what a person like myself will do now, which is I'm in the process of doing, is to poke holes in that, right, and make you look bad for saying that without us insulting you. I'm just gonna because you can't come in a public platform and accuse somebody something like that, especially if you're wrong. Then you make a fool out of yourself. I just said to you, Afenifere supports Peter Obi, but you said that the only reason I would support Peter Obi is because I'm from the
But
Southeast.
I'm telling Pankaj, hold on.
Can you hold on?
No, 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 no. Try
Why?
to speak and listen.
Yeah, I
I
want to
am
do
a
that. Let me
Yoruba.
land then.
No, you make a statement now. So let me reboot.
Okay.
Yeah. After the terrorists support Peter Obi, the
Right.
reason why they are supporting Peter Obi is they hate Tinubu. They don't want Tinubu. That's why they
Okay.
are supporting Peter Obi.
Okay, hold on. But
So
when
I
you
am not
accuse
you
me,
are not a Yoruba man. I'm telling you the reason.
but hold on. If you should have said, in order for what you just said not to make sense, you should have said the only reason why I support P2B because I hate Tinubu, but you didn't say that. Now, if there are two reasons why I could support P2B, one of them is
Pansat,
that I'm from the
Pansat,
southeast, right?
let
Hold on,
me add to
let me
what
answer this
Thomas
question.
said.
Ola, can I finish that? Then you come in.
I've not even spoken since. So
I know you. I believe that you should speak now because I haven't spoken. But could I finish my
no,
dialogue?
that Afenifere is what I wanted to add to.
Okay, so let me just say to him that you've mentioned two reasons why somebody could support P2B. One is to come from the southeast. Two is to hate Tinubu. That's two already. So when you come to me and you say the only reason, see, it's intellectually silly for you to say only, and then you proffer 2 reasons, and you haven't even spoken for a minute yet. But go ahead, Ola.
Okay, on that Afenifere, we can't use Afenifere's support for Peter Obi as a yardstick. Number one, Thomas told you already. Number one, they have some kind of disagreement with Tinubu. That's one. And secondly, Afenifere believe they are being fair if they allow a region that they believe has never tasted that presidency's chance to become the president. So it's not as if, because when we are looking at credential, I don't think Afenifere supported Obi just because of what he did in as a state governor. Because when you see that thing that people are just using as Obi's credential, honestly, for anybody that can take time and go through all his performances as a state governor, you will not want that guy there, to be honest, because we are talking of the economy of the country that has been messed up. And another mistake we keep making is, just because someone looks honest, it doesn't make that person a very good administrator. As a matter of fact, and a competent, honest person is as dangerous and can even be more dangerous than a perceived corrupt person. That's just it. Now, sometimes you now look at something. Sometimes you look at some things. This honesty we are talking about, is it that the honesty is natural sometimes, or is coming from the point of incompetence? So Buhari is an example. When the way we have force, the way we used to add the first idea of competence and honesty and incorruptible personality in Buhari. But it took less than 8 years for us to know that Buhari was a package fraud. Now the so corrupt people, including IBB, when you look at the type of destruction that Buhari did to Nigeria, IBB himself will say, "Oh, you will see now that I even tried, and people did not appreciate me." So, to me, we should this idea of, oh, this one is a thief, this one is. I don't buy into all those ideas. That's why I'm saying.
Okay, let me take a
human
stab
by
at.
nature. No, just give me a minute. I will then give you time to. Human by
Very
nature
well.
is corrupt. It is the duty of other human beings to put corrupt human beings to check. That's where I see it. So there's nothing Obi did, for example, that we can actually pray for. That is what we need to move Nigeria forward. Now, nothing. Nothing. So that's what I want to say.
All right,
And
very
so,
well. I
please go ahead.
appreciate that, Ola, and your questions, your comments. Of course, I agree in part and I disagree in part, right? I'm not an Obi campaigner. I'm not here to campaign for Obi. I'm trying to look at the lens that those who support him, why they are rational in what they see. You do know that Obi is only 61 or was 61 years during this campaign. Relatively, he's a youth to the other two major candidates, Abubakar and Tinubu, who are 76 and 70 respectively. Obi has an austere exterior, like I was explaining to Simba. Right? I'm sure you're an educated man, you know what austere means. I don't have to explain it, but for those who are listening, who may have English as a second or third language, some austere comes like from austerity, somebody who doesn't like to waste money. So he has that kind of exterior, and he has a seemingly inexhaustible energy, right? You see him in London today, you see him in on the next day in all the crevices in Nigeria, has a lot of energy, especially compared to his competition, and has a resonance in his political messaging, promising to address youth unemployment and corruption. Right? According to Governor Autumn, now we'll be mentioning people who like P2B. Now everybody has, even yourself, you come in here, you've given a third reason aside from the two that was forced out of. Now who was that? Thomas, right? Governor Autumn, who is now from Benue State, says if Nigeria is to make a choice, he said one of the finest candidates that we have in the country was Peter Obi. He says Obi has the capacity to liberate Nigeria from economic and security challenges. Now that's his reason. That's a good reason to support Peter Obi. It's another one. So the perplexing thing then, for example, you come in here, nobody can be a saint or nobody can be incorruptible. And we all say that. I've already said here that once in a generation, you have somebody who's come up. In this case, who produced it in Nigeria. It's made in Nigeria. Peter Obi is the best anywhere in the world. I mean, worldwide. It's somebody we should be proud of. It's not a regional production. Say you have Pandef. They support Obi for other reasons. Now, there was one important reason that was proffered. I don't know if it was Thomas or you, Ola, excuse me. And that reason was diminished. And it shouldn't be. Solly, I know you hear Thomas Simba. Any of you can stop me anytime here because I could continue. I have inexhaustible things to say on this. So don't wait for it to be finished and then you come in. Because I just said and named names. So it's quite perplexing for you on this platform, just about an hour before I came in here, to be bashing on Peter Obi. And I'm going, why? I mean, it's a disconnect somewhere. What's the matter? Even if you to say obedience did X, Peter Obi never did anything to anybody. He's a perfect candidate. His work is delivered. We have others, such as Showore, and his own virtues, but it's just the timing. He came on around the same time Peter Obi is in there.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
You said that, okay, in summary, Peter Obi came to the States. He did not mismanage the funds.
Yes.
And he left literally, basically, without really changing the states. If he became the president of Nigeria and did not mismanage the funds and just left it the same way he met it, will you be happy?
No, I will not be happy if he did what you just said. No, but he didn't do what you said.
Right? But that's what you are praising.
No. Listen to me. Listen, if you go and look at his accomplishments in his state, because I know he has said it. There's no way you haven't heard that. He has elucidated.
What are the accomplishments?
I just told you. He invested in education, right? Investment in education is not doing it. You can't say it's nothing. It's primary.
So no infrastructure.
But Pansat, after
let me answer that question. That question is important.
So many
that question is a very
center.
important question to answer for all of us. And after that, then
that's small investment. It's not really doing anything for the basic people.
No, but
infrastructure.
I beg, make you wait and I make I tell you. Solely they hear pidgin English.
Also investing in education is cheap. Where are the infrastructure? Where are the big infrastructures?
He does have that. That's what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Where are the waste management? Why are the roads still tattered?
I know, but I don't know if Thomas. Thomas, are you here? There's something I want to show Solly because I know where he's getting that from, and he's sincere. If you Thomas, if you're here, I'm gonna play you some tapes about Anambra State because I know there's a tape, there was a clip played of Anambra where you have refuse. You know, a lot of Nigerian, even in the United States here, even in Beverly Hills here or anywhere else, you have there's I could show you a clip of anywhere, Skid Row, right? And say, okay, this is America. And if you haven't been there and that's what you think about the city, then you're gonna be completely aloof. I will play you. I give General Thomas to play some Anambra clips here, and you're gonna swear it's better than London. Now that's what I'm saying to you right now is that I saw one man play some tapes here about a year ago, and we laugh about it because nothing should be like that. If you go to Aba, you have refuse like that. But then, are there beautiful cities? Beautiful, you know? Do you know that in some villages in Anambra, right? I want you. If Thomas doesn't play them, I'm gonna give him the tape in the private section. Google it yourself. There are some cities in Anambra, right, or Imo State, that are better villages that are better than London. Huge houses, mansions in the whole.
Let's
Hold on.
No,
The
Pansat,
whole
you can't
street is
you
lined
can't
with
give him credit
mansions.
for that. Those were built by the citizens.
Right.
Those were built by not by Peter Obi. He has
No,
no
that's
hand
what
in
I'm saying.
that.
But who do you think own those rubbish places that you see? Those
Who is
are
supposed to pack it?
exactly, and that is a fair criticism. But what I'm saying to you
It's
is
Peter
this:
Obi that is
Don't-
supposed to pack it.
I know, but don't say you're saying where are the infrastructure? As if that's just the city right there. I'm saying that
He didn't build it. It was built
but
by the
hold on.
citizens.
If I show
He
you,
didn't build
but
it.
hold
Don't
on,
give him credit for the work he did not do. You want
listen.
to give him credit for the work he did not do.
No, I'm
Because you
not
feel
doing
like
that because
nobody knows.
that's why I will back it up with clip. If you know me here, right? I'm not here to push Puto be for you, not at all. Why should I do that? I'm trying to tell you that you cannot have an aperture this tiny, right? Like what you're doing right now. And you're recalcitrant, obstinate, you don't want to hear it. The point is that he has elucidated, and I've heard it in many occasions, list his infrastructure, the roads he built. He received from the United Nations an award for the best road network in Nigeria. For example, the best road network. Google that right now as we're talking. How do you get that if you didn't build infrastructure? He built roads, the best, and he got an award for that. He built hospitals, he built healthcare centers, he built schools, he bought computers for every single student. He bought automobiles for what they call a monitor of every school, so that, and gave him his private phone number, so they called her. He returned the schools to private hands, churches, for example, to get them from 26, 27 to number one. What do you want? So he did the infrastructure that many governors normally brag about, but that's not what he's bragging with you, normal stuff. So you have to go and do the research now. I'm trying to tell you, anything that I say here that's not true, I may be wrong or mistaken. It's not like I'm deliberately doing this, but how can we have our best, the very best, in contemporary times? Because there's a chasm right there. There's a divide. You have the best any country has ever produced, honest, has integrity, incorruptible. Just know that he's not corrupt. He's incorrupt. You cannot corrupt him. He's incorruptible, right? He's humble, respectful. He has humility. First of all, you know these. These are by observation. You cannot not know it. You'll be a liar. You see him that he's humble. He doesn't abuse anybody. He has no, he doesn't go out there and pit tribes against one another. Heredity. He comes out and even says, do not vote for me because I'm a Igbo man. Not to just stay quiet about it and not say anything about it. Whereas his other people were talking about vote for me because I'm either Yoruba or I'm a Northern, like Tinubu and Atiku, respectively. Atiku actually said that. So you it's like turning the whole thing on its head. You have your best person for what we're yearning for. Somebody, we don't want anybody who's corrupt, but it's corruptible. There's a difference between those two. Somebody who's not corrupt, because we don't know, we haven't caught him. But we want, in this case, we're blessed with somebody who's incorruptible. You know, you can never be corrupt. You cannot reduce him with money.
Pansat,
Yes, sir.
this tag of incorruptible is not aligning with what Obi did. Because when you put investment, when you put the state money into what you have your family and friends that have interest in, it's still corruption. You know, conflict of interest
Yeah,
can still
look,
be called corruption. So
I will address that issue if you want. But
then on what you said about the infrastructure computer, yeah, it truly is supply computers to the secondary school students. Yeah, it's on record. And he built some school. It's not as if he did zero. That's not what we're saying.
Right.
But
I'm
we
happy
are
you said
talking
that
a
because
complex.
Solid doesn't know that. He absolutely doesn't
So,
know that.
but
I
no,
know that. I know that.
almost
What I'm
all
saying is that
governors.
he did tiny projects. He did not do something serious. It's just
See,
like you give somebody 1,000 naira and they do 10 naira project and you start
almost
praising them.
almost every governor, any governor does that.
Yeah,
You understand?
I agree.
But
I agree.
you know the difference is this.
Yeah.
Those things where you are looking at those in a macro scale, at macroeconomic level, how sustainable. Okay, where are those computers that you bought those time now? You bought computer for secondary school students, but you do not think about the sustainability. There's
As a matter
there's
of
no
fact, let me tell you.
ICT.
As a matter of fact, I do now. Let me give you the 2020
Those
state.
computers are no longer there now. That's what we're saying.
And
That's not
could you
sustainable.
listen to me? This is they're there because let me tell you results now. Okay, listen to this. In the 2020, I'll post this in the. Let me give you the stats, and I'll post it in the private chat so you could look it up yourself. All right, what kind of trend he set up there? Okay, now you see that website on the private chat. The 2020. Now this is in education. 2020 state of states rankings for education in Nigeria. Right. Number 1, Abia State. Number 2, Imo State. Number 3, River State. Number 4, Lagos. Number 4, Enugu. Number 6, Anambra. That's his state, right? Then, of course, you have 7 at Bayelsa, tied with Delta. That's two tie. I mean, a tie there. Then, of course, there's no number 8 because of that tie. Number 9 is Ekiti, the Ekiti State, and then Edo State, and then 11 Cross River, 11 Ondo. But Ebonyi comes in at 15 now. From 1 to 15, all southeastern states are in that ranking. All of them. Of course, they take the first, second, fourth, sixth. Now, Rivers, you could say, is primarily Igbos anyway. So education is very, very important. Look at that ranking. Look who's there. Education is very important. These people who are investing in education, that's what we want nationwide. That's what we want to promote because there's no bigger virtue than that. Education is very, 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 very important. We have to have leaders who put the top priority on education, no matter what anybody else says. We should invest so heavily in education from north to south, east to west. Shouldn't be a regional thing because you lose when you're doing that. Now, let me give you an example, right? You're on this platform, and I'll end with this, to be honest with you. I would then listen, right? I haven't had time to question you guys because I'm only saying this so that you can embrace the best Nigeria Africa has produced. Embrace it. But let me say,
Passat.
yeah, let me land.
I have to. No. I have to go. We must not pass 10 hours. We hear this of you often, so it's not. It has never been a new thing. So it's better we shut down
When are you going to shut
before
down? How many minutes do we have? How many minutes do we have to shut
2
down?
minutes more. You
2
can
minutes.
say 2 minutes. If you pass 2 minutes, I'll just kick everybody out.
Okay, let me use 1 minute and then give all
Yes.
all of the other. All I will split it 1 minute. Okay. So what I was gonna say to you is that let me see the summary is I'm begging all of you on this platform, even if Obi deserves some criticism, moderate it. I was gonna say with this, let me use 30 seconds to end that. I'm saying that look at what you're losing in the strategic sense. Now you have some tactical wins here and there for the Southwest, as people on this platform. You have a tactical win because Tinubu is president, right? But strategically, all the relationship that your forebears had spent getting close to Edo State, Edo people, Benin, all that's gone. You just wasted it on what? Think about what
Pastor,
you lose in doing
have
this.
you listened to this? Have you listened to this?
Per capita, the global per capita of the world is about $10.7, when we mean $10,700. But within the Commonwealth family, it is just 3,000.
You see your brother talking gibberish.
I did see that.
Talking
I haven't seen
nonsense.
that. I haven't seen that. That's quite a human error there. Somebody is entitled to make mistakes.
Come on.
We're all human beings.
He always do that. He always does.
He does.
He's known for that.
He does do that once in a while. Absolutely.
He will be quoting numbers. It's not intelligent. Why can't he write his number down?
But the thing is that he should, and he's trying. He's trying to quote all these figures just to make his point. It's human nature. You should. What I'm saying is that judge him. Hold on. Judge him based on. Judge him based on fairness, because that criticism you just put on him right now, that landed. Right? That's a fair criticism.
But Tinubu said, hold on, please. Tinubu said, Bula Balu, you guys were almost crying, almost cutting off his head.
Exactly. And then you should get back with what you just said and say, hey, what about your candidate? He did this. Yeah, that's fair. No, but I don't do that. I don't criticize human mistakes. Right? Even when you do something wrong.
Tinubu did the same thing. You guys were agag on internet.
That's what I'm saying. Even assume that I did it, right? Then it's good for you to dig that out and say it. It lands. It's a fair criticism. You can't, let's say if I didn't do that, you can't take that out of a picture. Let's say I'm even what you're talking about. I don't do that. With the Bula Balu stuff, I never did that. You never see me come here and call Tinubu, Bula Balu, or this, right? I like the song, hand they shake, leg they shake. Baba we know well. They sing Emilokor. I like that song, the lyrics, and it lands. It's fair, it's politics, right? It lands, and you see him undergoing the same treatment that Buhari went through. He's shining. He doesn't shake anymore, but it's not a good thing for us. How did that work for us before? When they clone or implant these guys with whatever it is, I don't know what the hell it is they're giving them, right? We Africans, we know that when our people get older, they do get older. They don't start rejuvenating, right? You don't come into office an old man and leave a youngster. It's not African. We love our old age. We're wiser in our old age. We don't want it to be that's reversed. So you come in old as hell, and then you leave a youngster, and all these Europeans take all our resources along with whatever it is they're feeding you, right? Put you under intrusive surgery. You come in, your hand is shaking, your legs shaking. In the case of Tinubu, or in the case of Buhari, he was completely gone. Shriveled old man. But before you know it, he's younger than when he was in the army. Tinubu here, we know how his health was when he came in here. His hands was truly shaking. And if you supported him, you've been embarrassed when he's talking, because you know he's going to make a lot of mistakes. But let me yield to Ola to round it up.
You don't need to even yield to Ola. We are shutting down now. Yeah. Ola understand the lyrics. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Thomas, you ran away, so you have to give thanks to Pansat. We will be keeping the platform for you.
Yes, that is why I like my brothers from the Southeast. They always have my back. So,
right.
yes. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Take a
Yeah,
good
good night,
Timber,
everybody.
Ola,
UFC,
Ole,
yeah.
man appreciate.
UFC, just say good night to us. You came at the tail end. UFC, are you there?
Okay, good night, everyone.
Yeah.
But Thomas, let him. I won't talk again. Let him enjoy a little bit because I'm
No, no, no.
otherwise
We
they will
have
come.
to.
Let
No,
me
no,
leave and
no.
then let him say a few. Give him two minutes. I'll leave and then
Yeah,
Thomas.
yeah. UFC, what brought you in 1 minute, please, if you don't mind? We have to shut down before 10 hours. Yeah, thank you, brother.
You see, the only people Peter Obi can deceive is people that join Nigeria politics this past election. I've
This
been following
dispensation, yeah.
I've been following Nigeria politics since 2011, so I'm not going to fall for his BS. The guys, listen to the way he speaks. If you listen, he doesn't answer any question. He will dance around any question and answer another thing. He rather talk about Bangladesh, Indian, and China and the rest. So
What did UFC? What did Bangladesh and India do for this guy and Egypt?
I know.
That three country.
I don't know. Maybe he gets invested.
Thomas, all right, good Benny, yeah, Tiwa. All right, good Benny, yeah, Tiwa.
Before one word, Bangladesh, India,
Kò tiẹ̀
Egypt.
tún wá compare kì í lọ káwọn country tó gbádùn láti fún wa ní statistics.
There is let me say this before I go. The reason why I give Tinubu support is because of his track record, what he did in Lagos, and how Lagos have been in the forefront in a change in Nigeria when it comes to policy and all that thing. That's why I support him. As for the OB, does he have what did he did in Anambra State? Can you name one landmark project he did there? Nothing to write home about. Nothing.
No. He give textbook and laptop to students.
In my state, Oshomole in my state did that. Oshomole even perform better than Obi.
Osun State even give one.
Thank you, Adegbeshola.
Yes, each one laptop for us for children that is not a marquee
That's
project.
not an achievement. Thank you.
That's not an achievement. So do you know what I normally call Obi? Is a fraud. That man is a fraud.
Yes, even Rocha Sokorosha did more in Imo State than what whatever Obi did.
You know what baffles me? His predecessor raised IGI of Anambra more than him.
Thank you.
Obiano as corrupt the man is, he raised the IGI more than Peter Obi. So what are we talking about?
He's just part of those politicians that escape EFCC scrutiny. That's just what he had in Nigeria. That's why he just had this image where people think he's innocent. He's not innocent at all. If you did thorough investigation on all Nigerian politicians, his names will pop out. I'm telling you this. You will find his name there. Part of
he was trying to Dazuki get money. Peter Obi got out of the money.
Yes, of course.
Yes. Pandora is there.
Let me tell you, people that build this image platform, platform now. They normally host their show every year, whereby different people will come there to speak. They prepare his image, and including Pastor Paul Adefarasin when they invite him to. Yes, those are the people that propel his image, his national image.
Lord, this guy, no. Did you listen to the audio I just played now?
I listened to it now. This was recent. This was recent. He went to Bangladesh, for a conference. Yeah, it was a recent this thing. It's crazy.
My brother, thank you so much.
You welcome. People allow sentiment and emotion to blind their. Good night.
No. You can't fool me. Yeah, no. We are wiser than that. We are wiser than that. Thank you so much, UFC. Yeah. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah. Everyone, Obi is talking gibberish. Let me say my gibberish too. Bula balu, bula balu, bula balu. Thank you guys. See you on the next section. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you guys. Thank you. We'll catch you later tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me.
God.
And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that. You know, I did the release, Nigeria going forward.
Yes,
and I'm coming out with the second one today.
Thank you, Daddy.
I wanted it out before when they won't have any time to do damage control.
Thank you, Daddy.
But in the name of Jesus, this project shall succeed.
Amen.
You know what I said in today's one? A sickly nation like Nigeria will require a strong and healthy personality.
Thank you, sir.
And I said anyone whose source of wealth cannot be verified should not have access to governance, particularly in a draining economy like Nigeria. So all we are doing is appealing to the wisdom and conscience of people.
Thank you, Daddy.
To know where to go.
Thank you, Daddy.
But I want to assure you in the name of Jesus that the result shall be favorable.
Thank you, Daddy.
That the result shall be favorable.
Thank you, Daddy.
That the result shall be favorable.
Thank you, Jesus.
In Jesus' name.
Amen.
So relax yourself, don't be apprehensive. Are you in Lagos or Abuja?
I'm in Onitsha now.
Good. So you'll be there for the election?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Yes, Daddy.
That's where to be.
Thank you, Daddy.
That's where to be.
Thank you, Daddy.
I said all Nigerians have equal stake in this nation. Nobody has a right to claim that he's dashing something to someone.
Thank you, Daddy.
We are coming out of it.
Thank you, Daddy.
So our young family in Jesus' name.
Amen.
So how is the East generally?
East is okay. East is quiet.
Okay.
Thank
and the Middle Belt, how are we doing?
Middle Belt, we're okay. But in places like Kogi, Kwara, and Niger, is a worrisome place.
Well, we'll get through to Kwara.
Oh, fantastic. I went to Kwara and visited Olofa Ofofa, who told me that nobody has ever come here. With you, no problem. But the Christian community in Kwara and Niger, and listen, I'm also working in Kogi.
Tí o bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wa rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀ wàá dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà mi ò gba contract mi tọrọ ọbẹ̀ mi tọrọ gàrí mi tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ mi dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀ ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà èmi ló kàn. Eléyìí tí mo protect àwọn ọmọ tí mo gbé dání ètò èmi náà fẹ́ ṣe present.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money give Tog, say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money give Tog, carry gun give Tog, say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Olomaje. They say me meet them for airport road Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.